Introduction to Sir Nigel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Introduction. Dame History is so austere a lady that if one has been so ill-advised as to take a liberty with her, one should hasten to make amends by repentance and confession. Events have been transposed to the extent of some few months in this narrative, in order to preserve the continuity and evenness of the story. I hope so small a divergence may seem a venial error after so many centuries. For the rest, it is as accurate as a good deal of research and hard work could make it. The matter of diction is always a question of taste and discretion in a historical reproduction. In the year 1350 the upper classes still spoke Norman French, though they were just beginning to condescend to English. The lower classes spoke the English of the original Piers Plowman text, which would be considerably more obscure than their superiors' French if the two were now reproduced or imitated. The most which the chronicles can do is to catch the cadence and style of their talk, and to infuse here and there such a dash of the archaic as may indicate their fashion of speech. I am aware that there are incidents which may strike the modern reader as brutal and repellent. It is useless, however, to draw the 20th century and label it the 14th. It was a sterner age, and men's code of morality, especially in matters of cruelty, was very different. There is no incident in the text for which very good warrant has not been given. The fantastic graces of chivalry lay upon the surface of life, but beneath it was a half-savage population, fierce and animal, with little ruth or mercy. It was a rude, raw England, full of elemental passions, and redeemed only by elemental virtues. Such I have tried to draw it. For good or bad, many books have gone to the building of this one. I look round my study table, and I survey those which lie with me at the moment, before I happily disperse them forever. I see Lacroix's Middle Ages, Oman's Art of War, Rietstap's Armorial General, de la Borderies' Histoire Bretagne, Dame Berner's Book of St. Albans, the Chronicle of Jocelyn of Brokeland, the Old Road, Hewitt's Ancient Armour, Coussin's Heraldry, Boutel's Arms, Brown's Chaucer's England, Cust's Scenes of the Middle Ages, Husserand's Wayfaring Life, Ward's Canterbury Pilgrims, Cornish's Chivalry, Hastings's British Archer, Strutt's Sports, John's Froissart Hargrove's Archery, Longman's Edward III, and Wright's Domestic Manners. With these and many others I have lived for months. If I have been unable to combine and transfer their effect, the fault is mine. Arthur Conan Doyle, Undershaw, November 30th, 1905. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of Sir Nigel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 1. The House of Loring. In the month of July of the year 1348, between the feasts of St. Benedict and of St. Swithin, a strange thing came upon England. For out of the east there drifted a monstrous cloud, purple and piled, heavy with evil, climbing slowly up the hushed heaven. In the shadow of that strange cloud the leaves drooped in the trees, the birds ceased their calling, and the cattle and the sheep gathered cowering under the hedges. A gloom fell upon all the land, and men stood with their eyes upon the strange cloud and a heaviness upon their hearts. they crept into the churches, where the trembling people were blessed and shriven by the trembling priests. Outside no bird flew, and there came no rustling from the woods, nor any of the homely sounds of nature. All was still, and nothing moved save only the great cloud, which rolled up and onward, with fold on fold, from the black horizon. To the west was the light summer sky, to the east this brooding cloud bank, creeping ever slowly across, until the last thin blue gleam faded away, and the whole vast sweep of the heavens was one great leaden arch. Then the rain began to fall. All day it rained, and all the night, and all the week, and all the month, until folk had forgotten the blue heavens and the gleam of the sunshine. It was not heavy, but it was steady and cold and unceasing, so that the people were weary of its hissing and its splashing, with a slow drip from the eaves. Always the same thick, evil cloud flowed from east to west, and with the rain beneath it. None could see for more than a bowshot from their dwellings for the drifting veil of the rainstorms. Every morning the folk looked upward for a break, but their eyes rested always upon the same endless cloud, until at last they ceased to look up, and their hearts despaired of ever seeing a change. It was raining at Lammastide, and raining at the Feast of the Assumption, and still raining at Michaelmas. The crops and the hay, sodden and black, had rotted in the fields, for they were not worth the garnering. The sheep had died, and the calves also, so there was little to kill when Martinmas came, and it was time to salt the meat for the winter. They feared a famine, but it was worse than famine which was in store for them. For the rain had ceased at last, and a sickly autumn sun shone upon a land which was soaked and sodden with water. Wet and rotten leaves reeked and festered under the foul haze which rose from the woods. The fields were spotted with monstrous fungi of a size and color never matched before, scarlet and mauve and liver and black. It was as though the sick earth had burst forth into foul pustules. Mildew and lichen mottled the walls, and with that filthy crop death sprang also from the water-soaked earth. Men died, and women and children, the baron of the castle, the franklin of the farm, the monk in the abbey, and the villein in his wattle and daub cottage. All breathed the same polluted reek, and all died the same death of corruption. Of those who were stricken, none recovered, and the illness was ever the same: gross boils, raving, and the black blotches which gave its name to the disease. All through the winter the dead rotted by the wayside for want of someone to bury them. In many a village no single man was left alive. Then at last the spring came, with sunshine and health and lightness and laughter, the greenest, sweetest, tenderest spring that England had ever known. But only half of England could know it. The other half had passed away with the great purple cloud. Yet it was there, in that stream of death, in that reek of corruption, that the brighter and freer England was born. There, in that dark hour, the first streak of the new dawn was seen. For in no way save by a great upheaval and change could the nation break away from that iron feudal system which held her limbs. But now it was a new country which came out from that year of death. The barons were dead in swathes. No high turret nor cunning moat could keep out that black commoner who struck them down. Oppressive laws slackened for want of those who could enforce them, and once slackened could never be enforced again. The laborer would be a slave no longer. The bondsman snapped his shackles. There was much to do, and few left to do it. Therefore the few should be freemen, name their own price, and work where and for whom they would. It was the Black Death which cleared the way for that great rising 30 years later, which left the English peasant the freest of his class in Europe. But there were few so far-sighted that they could see that here, as ever, good was coming out of evil. At the moment misery and ruin were brought into every family. The dead cattle, the ungarnered crops, the untilled lands, every spring of wealth had dried up at the same moment. Those who were rich became poor, but those who were poor already, and especially those who were poor with the burden of gentility upon their shoulders, found themselves in a perilous state. All through England the smaller gentry were ruined, for they had no trade save war, and they drew their living from the work of others. On many a manor house there came evil times, and on none more than on the manor of Tilford, where for many generations the noble family of the Lorings had held their home. There was a time when the Lorings had held the country from the North Downs to the lakes of Frensham, and when their grim castle keep, rising above the green meadows which bordered the River Wey, had been the strongest fortalice betwixt Guildford Castle in the east and Winchester in the west. But there came that Barons' War, in which the king used his Saxon subjects as a whip with which to scourge his Norman barons, and Castle Loring, like so many other great strongholds, was swept from the face of the land. From that time the Lorings, with estates sadly curtailed, lived in what had been the dower house, with enough for splendor. And then came their lawsuit with Waverley Abbey, and the Cistercians laid claim to their richest land, with peccary, turbary, and feudal rights over the remainder. It lingered on for years, this great lawsuit, and when it was finished, the men of the church and the men of the law had divided all that was richest of the estate between them. There was still left the old manor house, from which with each generation there came a soldier to uphold the credit of the name and to show the 5 scarlet roses on the silver shield where it had always been shown, in the van. There were 12 bronzes in the little chapel where Matthew the priest said mass every morning, all of men of the house of Loring. 2 lay with their legs crossed, as being from the Crusades. 6 others rested their feet upon lions, as having died in war. 4 only lay with the effigy of their hounds to show that they had passed in peace. Of this famous but impoverished family, doubly impoverished by law and by pestilence, 2 members were living in the year of grace 1349, Lady Ermyntrude Loring and her grandson Nigel. Lady Ermyntrude's husband had fallen before the Scottish spearsmen at Stirling, and her son Eustace, Nigel's father, had found a glorious death 9 years before this chronicle opens, upon the poop of a Norman galley at the sea fight of Sluys. The lonely old woman, fierce and brooding like the falcon mewed in her chamber, was soft only toward the lad whom she had brought up. All the tenderness and love of her nature, so hidden from others that they could not imagine their existence, were lavished upon him. She could not bear him away from her, and he, with that respect for authority which the age demanded, could not go without her blessing and consent. So it came about that Nigel, with his lion heart and with the blood of 100 soldiers thrilling in his veins, still at the age of 22, wasted the weary days reclaiming his hawks with leash and lure, or training the allens and spaniels who shared with the family the big earthen floored hall of the manor house. Day by day the aged Lady Ermyntrude had seen him wax in strength and in manhood, small of stature, it is true, but with muscles of steel and a soul of fire. From all parts, from the warden of Guildford Castle, from the tilt-yard of Farnham, tales of his prowess were brought back to her, of his daring as a rider, of his debonair courage, of his skill with all weapons. But still she, who had both husband and son torn from her by a bloody death, could not bear that this, the last of the Lorings, the final bud of so famous an old tree, should share the same fate. With a weary heart, but with a smiling face, he bore with his uneventful days, while she would ever put off the evil time until the harvest was better, until the monks of Waverley should give up what they had taken, until his uncle should die and leave money for his outfit, or any other excuse with which she could hold him to her side. And indeed there was need for a man at Tilford, for the strife betwixt the abbey and the manor house had never been appeased, and still on one pretext or another the monks would clip off yet one more slice of their neighbor's land. Over the winding river, across the green meadows, rose the short square tower and the high gray walls of the grim abbey, with its bell tolling by day and night, a voice of menace and of dread to the little household. It is in the heart of the great Cistercian monastery that this chronicle of old days must take its start, as we trace the feud betwixt the monks and the house of Loring, with those events to which it gave birth, ending with the coming of Chandos and the strange spear running at Tilford Bridge, and the deeds with which Nigel won fame in the wars. Elsewhere, in the chronicle of the White Company, it has been set forth what manner of man was Nigel Loring. Those who love him may read herein those things which went into his making. Let us go back together and gaze upon this green stage of England, the scenery, hill, plain and river, even as now, the actors, in much our very selves, in much also so changed in thought and act that they might be dwellers in another world to ours. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Sir Nigel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 2. How the Devil came to Waverley. The day was the 1st of May, which was the festival of the blessed apostles Philip and James. The year was the 1349th from man's salvation. From Tierce to Sext, and then again from Sext to Nones, Abbot John of the house of Waverley had been seated in his study while he conducted the many high duties of his office. All around, for many a mile on every side, stretched the fertile and flourishing estate of which he was the master. In the centre lay the broad abbey buildings, with church and cloisters, hospitium, chapter house and frater house, all buzzing with a busy life. Through the open window came the low hum of the voices of the brethren as they walked in pious converse in the ambulatory below. From across the cloister there rolled the distant rise and fall of a Gregorian chant, where the precentor was hard at work upon the choir, while down in the chapter house sounded the strident voice of Brother Peter, expounding the rule of St. Bernard to the novices. Abbot John rose to stretch his cramped limbs. He looked out at the greensward of the cloister and at the graceful line of open Gothic arches which skirted a covered walk for the brethren within. Two and two in their black and white garb, with slow step and heads inclined, they paced round and round. Several of the more studious had brought their illuminating work from the scriptorium, and sat in the warm sunshine with their little platters of pigments and packets of gold leaf before them, their shoulders rounded and their faces sunk low over the white sheets of vellum. There, too, was the copper worker, with his burin and graver. Learning and art were not traditions within the Cistercians, as with the parent order of the Benedictines, and yet the library of Waverley was well filled both with precious books and with pious students. But the true glory of the Cistercian lay in his outdoor work, and so ever and anon there passed through the cloister some sunburned monk, soiled mattock or shovel in hand, with his gown looped to his knee, fresh from the fields or the garden. The lush green water meadows speckled were the heavy fleeced sheep, the acres of cornland reclaimed from heather and bracken, the vineyards of the southern slope of Crooksbury Hill, the rows of Hankley fish ponds, the Frensham marshes, drained and sown with vegetables, the spacious pigeon cots, all circled the great abbey round with the visible labors of the order. The Abbot's full and florid face shone with a quiet content as he looked out at his huge but well ordered household. Like every head of a prosperous abbey, Abbot John, the fourth of the name, was a man of various accomplishments. Through his own chosen instruments he had to minister a great estate, and to keep order and decorum among a large body of men living a celibate life. He was a rigid disciplinarian towards all beneath him, a supple diplomatist to all above. He held high debate with neighboring abbots and lords, with bishops, with papal legates, and even on occasion with the King's Majesty himself. Many were the subjects with which he must be conversant. Questions of doctrine, questions of building, points of forestry, of agriculture, of drainage, of feudal law, all came to the Abbot for settlement. He held the scales of justice in all the abbey banlieue, which stretched over many a mile of Hampshire and of Surrey. To the monks his displeasure might mean fasting, exile to some sterner community, or even imprisonment in chains. Over the layman he could also hold any punishment save only corporeal death, instead of which he had in hand the far more dreadful weapon of spiritual excommunication. Such were the powers of the Abbot, and it is no wonder that there were masterful lines in the ruddy features of Abbot John, or that the brethren, glancing up, should put on an even meeker carriage and more demure expression as they saw the watchful face in the window above them. A knock at the door of his studio recalled the Abbot to his immediate duties, and he returned to his desk. Already he had spoken with his cellarer and prior, almoner, chaplain, and lector, but now in the tall and gaunt monk who obeyed his summons to enter he recognized the most important and also the most importunate of his agents, Brother Samuel the sacrist, whose office, corresponding to that of the layman's bailiff, placed the material interests of the monastery and its dealings with the outer world entirely under his control, subject only to the check of the Abbot. Brother Samuel was a gnarled and stringy old monk, whose stern and sharp-featured face reflected no light from above, but only that sordid workaday world towards which it was forever turned. A huge book of accounts was tucked under one of his arms, while a great bunch of keys hung from the other hand, a badge of his office, and also, on occasion of impatience, a weapon of offense, as many a scarred head among rustics and lay brothers could testify. The Abbot sighed wearily, for he suffered much at the hands of his strenuous agent. "Well, Brother Samuel, what is your will?" he asked. "Holy father, I have to report that I have sold the wool to Master Baldwin of Winchester at 2 shillings a bale more than it fetched last year, for the murrain among the sheep has raised the price." "You have done well, brother." "I have also to tell you that I have distrained Wat the warrener from his cottage, for his Christmas rent is still unpaid, nor the hen rents of last year." "He has a wife and 4 children, brother." He was a good, easy man, the Abbot, though liable to be overborne by his sterner subordinate. "It is true, holy father, but if I should pass him, then how am I to ask the rent of the foresters of Puttenham, or the hinds in the village? Such a thing spreads from house to house, and where then is the wealth of Waverley? What else, Brother Samuel?" "There is the matter of the fish ponds." The Abbot's face brightened. It was a subject upon which he was an authority. If the rule of his order had robbed him of the softer joys of life, he had the keener zest for those which remained. "How have the char prospered, brother?" "They have done well, holy father, but the carp have died in the Abbot's pond." "Carp prosper only upon a gravel bottom. They must be put in also in their due proportion. 3 milters to 1 spawner, brother sacrist, and the spot must be free from wind, stony and sandy, an ell deep, with willows and grass upon the banks. Mud for tench, brother, gravel for carp." The sacrist leaned forward with the face of one who bears tidings of woe. "There are pike in the Abbot's pond," said he. "Pike!" cried the Abbot in horror. "As well shut up a wolf in our sheepfold. How came a pike in the pond? There were no pike last year, and a pike does not fall with the rain nor rise in the springs. The pond must be drained, and we shall spend next Lent upon stockfish, and have the brethren down with the great sickness ere Easter Sunday has come to absolve us from our abstinence." "The pond shall be drained, holy father. I have already ordered it. Then we shall plant pot herbs on the mud bottom, and after we have gathered them in, return the fish and water once more from the lower pond, so that they may fatten among the rich stubble." "Good!" cried the Abbot. "I would have 3 fish stews in every well ordered house, one for dry herbs, one shallow for the fry and the yearlings, and one deep for the breeders and the table fish. But still I have not heard how you say the pike came in the Abbot's pond." A spasm of anger passed over the fierce face of the sacrist, and his keys rattled as his bony hand clasped them more tightly. "Young Nigel Loring," said he. "He swore that he would do us scathe, and in this way he has done it." "How know you this?" "6 weeks ago he was seen day by day fishing for pike at the great lake of Frensham. Twice at night he has been met with a bundle of straw under his arm on the Hankley Down. Well, I wot that the straw was wet, and that a live pike lay within it." The Abbot shook his head. "I have heard much of this youth's wild ways, but now indeed he has passed all bounds, if what you say be truth. It was bad enough when it was said that he slew the king's deer in Woolmer Chase, or broke the head of Hobbs the chapman, so that he lay for 7 days betwixt life and death in our infirmary, saved only by Brother Peter's skill in the pharmacies of herbs. But to put a pike in the Abbot's pond! Why should he play such a devil's prank?" "Because he hates the house of Waverley, holy father. Because he swears that we hold his father's land." "In which there is surely some truth." "But, holy father, we hold no more than the law has allowed." "True, brother, and yet, between ourselves, we may admit that the heavier purse may weigh down the scales of justice. When I have passed the old house, and have seen that aged woman with her ruddled cheeks and her baleful eyes look the curses she dare not speak, I have many a time wished that we had other neighbors." "That we can soon bring about, holy father. Indeed, it is of it that I wish to speak to you. Surely it is not hard for us to drive them from the countryside. There are 30 years of claims of escuage unsettled. And there is Sergeant Wilkins, the lawyer of Guildford, whom I will warrant to draw up such arrears of dues and rents, and issues of hidage and fodder corn, that these folk, who are as beggarly as they are proud, will have to sell the roof tree over them ere they can meet them. Within 3 days I will have them at our mercy. They are an ancient family, and of good repute. I would not treat them too harshly, brother. Bethink you of the pike in the carp pond." The Abbot hardened his heart at the thought. It was indeed a devil's deed. When we had but newly stocked it with char and with carp. Well, well, the law is the law, and if you can use it to hurt, it is still lawful to do so. Have these claims been advanced? Deacon the bailiff with his 2 varlets went down to the hall yesternight on the matter of the escuage, and came screaming back with this young hothead raging at their heels. He is small and slight, yet he has the strength of many men in the hour of his wrath. The bailiff swears that he will go no more save with 50 score of archers to uphold him." The Abbot was red with anger at this new offense. "I will teach him that the servants of Holy Church, even though we of the rule of St. Bernard be the lowliest and humblest of her children, can still defend their own against the forward and the violent. Go cite this man before the Abbey court. Let him appear in the chapter house after tierce tomorrow." But the wary sacrist shook his head. "Nay, holy father, the times are not yet ripe. Give me 3 days, I pray you, that my case against him may be complete. Bear in mind that the father and the grandfather of this unruly squire were both famous men of their day, and the foremost knights in the king's own service, living in high honor and dying in their knightly duty. The Lady Ermyntrude Loring was first lady to the king's mother. Roger FitzAlan of Farnham and Sir Hugh Walcott of Guildford Castle were each old comrades in arms of Nigel's father, and sibbed to him on the distaff side. Already there has been talk that we have dealt harshly with them. Therefore my rede is that we be wise and wary, and wait until his cup be indeed full." The Abbot had opened his mouth to reply, when the consultation was interrupted by a most unwonted buzz of excitement from among the monks in the cloister below. Questions and answers in excited voices sounded from one side of the ambulatory to the other. Sacrist and Abbot were gazing at each other in amazement at such a breach of the discipline and decorum of their well-trained flock, when there came a swift step upon the stair, and a white-faced brother flung open the door and rushed into the room. "Father Abbot!" he cried. "Alas, alas! Brother John is dead, and the holy subprior is dead, and the devil is loose in the 5-virgate field." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 3. The Yellow Horse of Crooksbury. In those simple times there was a great wonder and mystery in life. Man walked in fear and solemnity, with heaven very close above his head and hell below his very feet. God's visible hand was everywhere, in the rainbow and the comet, in the thunder and the wind. The devil, too, raged openly upon the earth. He skulked behind the hedgerows in the gloaming. He laughed loudly in the night time. He clawed the dying sinner, pounced on the unbaptized babe, and twisted the limbs of the epileptic. A foul fiend slunk ever by a man's side, and whispered villainies in his ear, while above him there hovered an angel of grace, who pointed to the steep and narrow track. How could one doubt these things when pope and priest and scholar and king were all united in believing them, with no single voice of question in the whole wide world? Every book read, every picture seen, every tale heard from nurse or mother, all taught the same lesson. And as a man travelled through the world, his faith would grow the firmer, for go where he would, there were the endless shrines of the saints, each with its holy relic in the center, and around it the tradition of incessant miracles, with stacks of deserted crutches and silver votive hearts to prove them. At every turn he was made to feel how thin was the veil, and how easily rent, which screened him from the awful denizens of the unseen world. Hence the wild announcement of the frightened monk seemed terrible rather than incredible to those who he addressed. The Abbot's ruddy face paled for a moment, it is true, but he plucked the crucifix from his desk and rose valiantly to his feet. "Lead me to him," said he. "Show me the foul fiend who dares to lay his grip upon brethren of the holy house of St. Bernard. Run down to my chaplain, brother. Bid him bring the exorcist with him, and also the blessed box of relics and the bones of St. James from under the altar. With these and a contrite and humble heart we may show front to all the powers of darkness." But the sacrist was of a more critical turn of mind. He clutched the monk's arm with a grip which left its 5 purple spots for many a day to come. "Is this the way to enter the Abbot's own chamber, without knock or reverence, or so much as a pax vobiscum?" he said sternly. "You are wont to be our gentlest novice, of lowly carriage in chapter, devout in psalmody, and strict in cloister. Pull your wits together and answer me straightly. In what form has the foul fiend appeared, and how has he done this grievous scathe to our brethren? Have you seen him with your own eyes, or do you repeat from hearsay? Speak, man, or you stand on the penance stool in the chapter house this very hour." Thus adjured, the frightened monk grew calmer in his bearing, though his white lips and his startled eyes, with the gasping of his breath, told of his inward tremors. "If it please you, holy father, and you, reverend sacrist, it came about in this way. James the subprior and brother John and I spent our day from Sext onward on Hankley, cutting bracken for the cow houses. We were coming back over the 5-virgate field, and the holy subprior was telling us a saintly tale from the life of St. Gregory,
when there came a sudden sound like a rushing torrent, and the foul fiend sprang over the high wall which skirts the water meadow and rushed upon us with the speed of the wind. The lay brother he struck to the ground and trampled into the mire. Then, seizing the good sub prior in his teeth, he rushed round the field, swinging him as though he were a fardel of old clothes. Amazed at such a sight, I stood without movement and had said a credo and 3 aves, when the devil dropped the sub prior and sprang upon me. With the help of Saint Bernard I clambered over the wall, but not before his teeth had found my leg, and he had torn away the whole back skirt of my gown. As he spoke he turned and gave corroboration to his story by the hanging ruins of his long trailing garment. "In what shape then did Satan appear?" the Abbot demanded. "As a great yellow horse, holy father, a monster horse with eyes of fire and teeth of a griffin." "A yellow horse!" The sacrist glared at the scared monk. "You foolish brother! How will you behave when you have indeed to face the King of Terrors himself, if you can be so frightened by the sight of a yellow horse?" "It is the horse of Franklin Aylward, my father, which has been distrained by us because he owes the Abbey 50 good shillings and can never hope to pay it. Such a horse, they say, is not to be found betwixt this and the King's stables at Windsor, for his sire was a Spanish destrier and his dam an Arab mare, of the very breed which Saladin, whose soul now reeks in hell, kept for his own use, and even, it has been said, under the shelter of his own tent. I took him in discharge of the debt, and I ordered the varlets who had haltered him to leave him alone in the water meadow, for I have heard that the beast has indeed a most evil spirit, and has killed more men than one." "It was an ill day for Waverley that you brought such a monster within its bounds," said the Abbot. "If the sub prior and Brother John be indeed dead, then it would seem that if the horse be not the devil, he is at least the devil's instrument." "Horse or devil, holy father, I heard him shout with joy as he trampled upon Brother John, and had you seen him tossing the sub prior as a dog shakes a rat, you would perchance have felt even as I did." "Come then," cried the Abbot, "let us see with our own eyes what evil has been done." And the 3 monks hurried down the stair which led to the cloisters. They had no sooner descended than their more pressing fears were set at rest, for at that very moment, limping, disheveled and mud-stained, the 2 sufferers were being led in amid a crowd of sympathizing brethren. Shouts and cries from outside showed, however, that some further drama was in progress, and both Abbot and sacrist hastened onward as fast as their dignity of their office would permit, until they had passed the gates and gained the wall of the meadow. Looking over it, a remarkable sight presented itself to their eyes. Fetlock deep in the lush grass there stood a magnificent horse, such a horse as a sculptor or a soldier might thrill to see. His color was a light chestnut, with mane and tail of a more tawny tint. 17 hands high, with a barrel and haunches which bespoke tremendous strength, he fined down to the most delicate lines of dainty breed in neck and crest and shoulder. He was indeed a glorious sight as he stood there, his beautiful body leaning back from his wide spread and propped forelegs, his head craned high, his ears erect, his mane bristling, his red nostrils opening and shutting with wrath, and his flashing eyes turning from side to side in haughty menace and defiance. Scattered round in a respectful circle, 6 of the Abbey lay servants and foresters, each holding a halter, were creeping toward him. Every now and then, with a beautiful toss and swerve and plunge, the great creature would turn upon one of his would-be captors, and with outstretched head, flying mane and flashing teeth, would chase him screaming to the safety of the wall, while the others would close swiftly in behind and cast their ropes in the hope of catching neck or leg, but only in their turn to be chased to the nearest refuge. Had 2 of these ropes settled upon the horse, and had their throwers found some purchase of stump or boulder by which they could hold them, then the man's brain might have won its wonted victory over the swiftness and strength. But the brains were themselves at fault which had imagined that one such rope would serve any purpose save to endanger the thrower. Yet so it was, and what might have been foreseen occurred at that very moment of the arrival of the monks. The horse, having chased one of his enemies to the wall, remained so long snorting his contempt over the coping that the others were able to creep upon him from behind. Several ropes were flung, and one noose settled over the proud crest and lost itself in the waving mane. In an instant the creature had turned, and the men were flying for their lives, but he who had cast the rope lingered, uncertain what use to make of his own success. That moment of doubt was fatal. With a yell of dismay the man saw the great creature rear above him, then with a crash the forefeet fell upon him and dashed him to the ground. He rose screaming, was hurled over once more, and lay a quivering, bleeding heap, while the savage horse, the most cruel and terrible in its anger of all creatures on earth, bit and shook and trampled the writhing body. A loud wail of horror rose from the lines of tonsured heads which skirted the high wall, a wail which suddenly died away into a long hushed silence, broken at last by a rapturous cry of thanksgiving and of joy. On the road which led to the old dark manor house upon the side of the hill a youth had been riding. His mount was a sorry one, a weedy, shambling, long-haired colt, and his patched tunic of faded purple with stained leather belt presented no very smart appearance. Yet in the bearing of the man, in the poise of his head, in his easy graceful carriage, and in the bold glance of his large blue eyes, there was that stamp of distinction and of breed which would have given him a place of his own in any assembly. He was of small stature, but his frame was singularly elegant and graceful. His face, though tanned with the weather, was delicate in features and most eager and alert in expression. A thick fringe of crisp yellow curls broke from under the dark flat cap which he was wearing, and a short golden beard hid the outline of his strong square chin. One white osprey feather thrust through a gold brooch in the front of his cap gave a touch of grace to his somber garb. This and other points of his attire, the short hanging mantle, the leather sheathed hunting knife, the crossbelt which sustained a brazen horn, the soft doe-skin boots and the prick spurs, would all disclose themselves to an observer. But at the first glance the brown face, set in gold and the dancing light of the quick, reckless, laughing eyes, were the one strong memory left behind. Such was the youth who, cracking his whip joyously and followed by half a score of dogs, cantered on his rude pony down the Tilford lane, and thence it was that with a smile of amused contempt upon his face he observed the comedy in the field and the impotent efforts of the servants of Waverley. Suddenly, however, as the comedy turned swiftly to black tragedy, this passive spectator leapt into quick, strenuous life. With a spring he was off his pony, and with another he was over the stone wall and flying swiftly across the field. Looking up from his victim, the great yellow horse saw this other enemy approach, and spurning the prostrate but still writhing body with its heels, dashed at the newcomer. But this time there was no hasty flight, no rapturous pursuit to the wall. The little man braced himself straight, flung up his metal-headed whip, and met the horse with a crashing blow upon the head, repeated again and again with every attack. In vain the horse reared and tried to overthrow its enemy with swooping shoulders and pawing hoofs. Cool, swift and alert, the man sprang swiftly aside from under the very shadow of death, and then again came the swish and thud of the unerring blow from the heavy handle. The horse drew off, glared with wonder and fury at this masterful man, and then trotted round in a circle with mane bristling, tail streaming and ears on end, snorting in its rage and pain. The man, hardly deigning to glance at his fell neighbor, passed on to the wounded forester, raised him in his arms with a strength which could not have been expected in so slight a body, and carried him groaning to the wall, where a dozen hands were outstretched to help him over. Then at his leisure the young man also climbed the wall, smiling back with cool contempt at the yellow horse which had come raging after him once more. As he sprang down, a dozen monks surrounded him to thank him or to praise him, but he would have turned sullenly away without a word had he not been stopped by Abbot John in person. "Nay, Squire Loring," said he, "if you be a bad friend to our abbey, yet we must needs own that you have played the part of a good Christian this day. For if there is breath left in our servant's body, it is to you, next to our blessed patron St. Bernard, that we owe it." "By St. Paul, I owe you no good will, Abbot John," said the young man. The shadow of your abbey has ever fallen across the house of Loring. As to any small deed that I may have done this day, I ask no thanks for it. It is not for you nor for your house that I have done it, but only because it was my pleasure to do so." The Abbot flushed at the bold words and bit his lip with vexation. It was the sacrist, however, who answered. "It would be more fitting and more gracious," said he, "if you were to speak to the holy father Abbot in a manner suited to his high rank and to the respect which is due to a prince of the church." The youth turned his bold blue eyes upon the monk, and his sunburned face darkened with anger. "Were it not for the gown upon your back and for your silvering hair, I would answer you in another fashion," said he. "You are the lean wolf which growls ever at our door, greedy for the little which hath been left to us. Say and do what you will with me, but by St. Paul, if I find that Dame Ermyntrude is baited by your ravenous pack, I will beat them off with this whip from the little patch which still remains of all the acres of my fathers." "Have a care, Nigel Loring, have a care!" cried the Abbot, with finger upraised. "Have you no fears of the law of England?" "A just law I fear and obey." "Have you no respect for Holy Church?" "I respect all that is holy in her. I do not respect those who grind the poor or steal their neighbor's land." "Rash man, many a one has been blighted by her ban for less than you have now said. And yet it is not for us to judge you harshly this day. You are young, and hot words come easily to your lips. How fares the forester?" "His hurt is grievous, Father Abbot, but he will live," said a brother, looking up from the prostrate form. "With a bloodletting and an electuary I will warrant him sound within a month." "Then bear him to the hospital. And now, brother, about this terrible beast who still gazes and snorts at us over the top of the wall, as though his thoughts of Holy Church were as uncouth as those of Squire Nigel himself. What are we to do with him?" "Here is Franklin Aylward," said one of the brethren. "The horse was his, and doubtless he will take it back to his farm." But the stout, red-faced farmer shook his head at the proposal. "Not I, in faith," said he. "The beast hath chased me twice round the paddock. It has nigh slain my boy Samkin. He would never be happy till he had ridden it, nor has he ever been happy since. There is not a hind in my employ who will enter his stall. Ill fare the day that ever I took the beast from the castle stud at Guildford, where they could do nothing with it, and no rider could be found bold enough to mount it. When the sacrist here took it for a 50-shilling debt, he made his own bargain and must abide by it. He comes no more to the Crooksbury farm." "And he stays no more here," said the Abbot. "Brother sacrist, you have raised the devil, and it is for you to lay it again." "That I will most readily," cried the sacrist. "A pittance master can stop the 50 shillings from my very own weekly dole, and so the abbey be none the poorer. In the meantime, here is Wat with his arbalest and a bolt in his girdle. Let him drive it to the head through this cursed creature, for his hide and his hoofs are of more value than his wicked self." A hard brown old woodman, who had been shooting vermin in the abbey groves, stepped forward with a grin of pleasure. After a lifetime of stoats and foxes, this was indeed a noble quarry which was to fall before him. Fitting a bolt on the nut of his taut crossbow, he raised it to his shoulder and leveled it at the fierce, proud, disheveled head which tossed in savage freedom at the other side of the wall. His finger was crooked on the spring when a blow from a whip struck the bow upward, and the bolt flew harmlessly over the abbey orchard, while the woodman shrank abashed from Nigel Loring's angry eyes. "Keep your bolts for your weasels," said he. "Would you take life from a creature whose only fault is that its spirit is so high that it has met none yet who dare control it? You would slay such a horse as a king might be proud to mount, and all because a country franklin or a monk or a monk's varlet has not the wit nor the hands to master him." The sacrist turned swiftly on the squire. "The abbey owes you an offering for this day's work, however rude your words may be," he said. "If you think so much of the horse, you may desire to own it. If I am to pay for it, then, with the holy Abbot's permission, it is my gift, and I bestow it freely upon you." The Abbot plucked at his subordinate's sleeve. "Bethink you, brother sacrist," he whispered, "shall we not have this man's blood upon our heads?" "His pride is as stubborn as the horse's, holy father," the sacrist answered, his gaunt face breaking into a malicious smile. Man or beast, one will break the other, and the world will be better for it. If you forbid me " "Nay, nay, brother. You have bought the horse, and you may have the bestowal of it. Then I give it, hide and hoofs and tail and temper, to Nigel Loring, and may it be as sweet and as gentle to him as he hath been to the Abbot of Waverley." The sacrist spoke aloud amid the tittering of the monks, for the man concerned was out of earshot. At the first words which had shown him the turn which affairs had taken, he had run swiftly to the spot where he had left his pony. From its mouth he removed the bit and the stout bridle which held it. Then, leaving the creature to nibble the grass by the wayside, he sped back whence he came. "I take your gift, monk," said he, "though I know well why it is that you give it. Yet I thank you, for there are two things upon earth for which I have ever yearned, and which my thin purse could never buy. The one is a noble horse, such a horse as my father's son should have betwixt his thighs, and here is the one of all others which I would have chosen, since some small deed is to be done in the winning of him, and some honorable advancement to be gained. How is the horse called?" "Its name," said the franklin, "is Pommers. I warn you, young sir, that none may ride him, for many have tried, and the luckiest is he who has only a staved rib to show for it." "I thank you for your rede," said Nigel, "and now I see that it is indeed a horse which I would journey far to meet. I am your man, Pommers, and you are my horse, and this night you shall own it, or I will never need horse again. My spirit against thine, and God hold thy spirit high, Pommers, so that the greater be the adventure and the more hope of honor gained." While he spoke, the young squire had climbed on to the top of the wall and stood there balanced, the very image of grace and spirit and gallantry, his bridle hanging from one hand and his whip grasped in the other. With a fierce snort the horse made for him instantly, and his white teeth flashed as he snapped, but again a heavy blow from the loaded whip caused him to swerve, and even at the instant of the swerve, measuring the distance with steady eyes and bending his supple body for the spring, Nigel bounded into the air and fell with his legs astride the broad back of the yellow horse. For a minute, with neither saddle nor stirrups to help him, and the beast ramping and rearing like a mad thing beneath him, he was hard pressed to hold his own. His legs were like two bands of steel welded onto the swelling arches of the great horse's ribs, and his left hand was buried deep in the tawny mane. Never had the dull round of the lives of the gentle brethren of Waverley been broken by so fiery a scene. Springing to right and swooping to left, now with its tangled wicked head betwixt its forefeet, and now pouring 8 feet in the air, with scarlet furious nostrils and maddened eyes, the yellow horse was a thing of terror and of beauty. But the lithe figure on his back, bending like a reed in the wind to every movement, firm below, pliant above, with calm inexorable face and eyes which danced and gleamed with the joy of contest, still held its masterful place for all that the fiery heart and the iron muscles of the great beast could do. Once a long drone of dismay rose from the monks, as rearing higher and higher, yet a last mad effort sent the creature toppling over backward upon its rider. But swift and cool he had writhed from under it ere it fell, spurned it with his foot as it rolled upon the earth, and then, seizing its mane as it rose, swung himself lightly onto its back once more. Even the grim sacrist could not but join the cheer as Pommers, amazed to find the rider still upon his back, plunged and curvetted down the field. But the wild horse only swelled into a greater fury. In the sudden gloom of its untamed heart there rose the furious resolve to dash the life from this clinging rider, even if it meant destruction to beast and man. With red blazing eyes it looked round for death. On the 3 sides the 5 virgate field was bounded by a high wall, broken only at one spot by a heavy 4-foot wooden gate. But on the 4th side was a low gray building, one of the granges of the abbey, presenting a long flank unbroken by door or window. The horse stretched itself into a gallop and headed straight for the craggy 30-foot wall. He would break in red ruin at the base of it if he could, but dash forever the life of this man who claimed mastery over that which had never found its master yet. The great haunches gathered under it, the eager hoofs drummed the grass as faster and still more fast the frantic horse bore himself and his rider toward the wall. Would Nigel spring off? To do so would be to bend his will to that of the beast beneath him. There was a better way than that. Cool and quick and decided, the man swiftly passed both whip and bridle into the left hand which still held the mane. Then with the right he slipped his short mantle from his shoulders, and lying forward along the creature's strenuous, rippling back, he cast the flapping cloth over the horse's eyes. The result was but too successful, for it nearly brought about the downfall of the rider. When those red eyes, straining for death, were suddenly shrouded in unexpected darkness, the amazed horse propped on its forefeet and came to so dead a stop that Nigel was shot forward on to its neck, and hardly held himself by his hair entwined hand. Ere he had slid back into position the moment of danger had passed, for the horse, its purpose all blurred in its mind by this strange thing which had befallen, wheeled round once more, trembling in every fiber, and tossing its petulant head, until at last the mantle had been slipped from its eyes, and the chilling darkness had melted into the homely circle of sunlit grass once more. But what was this new outrage which had been inflicted upon it? What was this defiling bar of iron which had locked hard against its mouth? What were these straps which galled the tossing neck, this band which spanned its chest? In those instants of stillness, ere the mantle had been plucked away, Nigel had lain forward, had slipped the snaffle between the champing teeth, and deftly secured it. Blind, frantic fury surged in the yellow horse's heart once more at this new degradation, this badge of serfdom and infamy. His spirit rose high and menacing at the touch. He loathed this place, these people, all and everything which threatened his freedom. He would have done with them forever. He would see them no more. Let him away to the uttermost parts of the earth, to the great plains where freedom is. Anywhere over the far horizon where he could get away from this defiling bit and the insufferable mastery of man. He turned with a rush, and one magnificent deer-like bound carried him over the 4-foot gate. Nigel's hat had flown off, and his yellow curls streamed behind him as he rose and fell in the leap. They were in the water meadow now, and the rippling stream 20 feet wide gleamed in front of them, running down to the main current of the way. The yellow horse gathered his haunches under him and flew over like an arrow. He took off from behind a boulder and cleared a furze bush on the farther side. 2 stones still mark the leap from hoof mark to hoof mark, and they are 11 good paces apart. Under the hanging branch of the great oak tree on the further side, that Quercus Tilfordiensis Audiensis is still shown as the bound of the Abbey's immediate precincts. The great horse passed. He had hoped to sweep off his rider, but Nigel sank low on the heaving back with his face buried in the flying mane. The rough bough rasped him rudely, but never shook his spirit nor his grip. Rearing, plunging and struggling, Pommers broke through the sapling grove and was out on the broad stretch of Hankley Down. And now came such a ride as still lingers in the gossip of the lowly country folk, and forms the rude jingle of that old Surrey ballad, now nearly forgotten, save for the refrain: "The doe that sped on hind head, the kestrel on the wind, and Nigel on the yellow horse can leave the world behind." Before them lay a rolling ocean of dark heather, knee deep, swelling in billow on billow up to the clear cut hill before them. Above stretched one unbroken arch of peaceful blue, with a sun which was sinking down towards the Hampshire hills. Through the deep heather, down the gullies, over the watercourses, up the broken slopes Pommers flew, his great heart bursting with rage, and every fiber quivering at the indignities which he had endured. And still, do what he would, the man clung fast to his heaving sides and to his flying mane, silent, motionless, inexorable, letting him do what he would, but fixed as fate upon his purpose. Over Hankley Down, through Thursley Marsh, with the reeds up to his mud-splashed withers, onward up the long slope of the headland of the Hinds, down by the Nutcombe Gorge, slipping, blundering, bounding, but never slackening his fearful speed, on went the great yellow horse. The villagers of Shottermill heard the wild clatter of hoofs, but ere they could swing the ox-hide curtains of their cottage doors, horse and rider were lost amid the high bracken of the Hazelmere valley. On he went, and on, tossing the miles behind his flying hoofs. No marshland could clog him, no hill could hold him back. Up the slope of Linchmere and the long ascent of Fernhurst he thundered on as on the level. and it was not until he had flown down the incline of Henley Hill, and the gray castle tower of Midhurst rose over the coppice in front, that at last the eager outstretched neck sank a little on the breast, and the breath came quick and fast. Look where he would in woodland and on down, his straining eyes could catch no sight of those plains of freedom which he sought. And yet another outrage. It was bad that this creature should still cling so tight upon his back, but now he would even go to the intolerable length of checking him and guiding him on the way which he would have him go. There was a sharp pluck at his mouth, and his head was turned north once more. As well go that way as another, but the man was mad indeed if he thought that such a horse as Pommers was at the end of his spirit or his strength. He would soon show him that he was unconquered, if it strained his sinews and broke his heart to do so. Back then he flew up the long, long ascent. Would he ever get to the end of it? Yet he would not own that he could go no further while the man still kept his grip. He was white with foam and caked with mud. His eyes were gorged with blood, his mouth open and gasping, his nostrils expanded, his coat stark and reeking. On he flew down the long Sunday hill until he reached the deep Kingsley Marsh at the bottom. No, it was too much. Flesh and blood could go no further. As he struggled out from the reedy slime, with the heavy black mud still clinging to his fetlocks, he at last eased down with sobbing breath and slowed the tumultuous gallop to a canter. Oh, crowning infamy! Was there no limit to these degradations? He was no longer even to choose his own pace. Since he had chosen to gallop so far at his own will, he must now gallop farther still at the will of another. A spur struck home on either flank. A stinging whiplash fell across his shoulder. He bounded his own height in the air at the pain and the shame of it. Then, forgetting his weary limbs, forgetting his panting, reeking sides, forgetting everything save this intolerable insult and the burning spirit within, he plunged off once more upon his furious gallop. He was out on the heather slopes again and heading for Waydown Common. On he flew and on, but again his brain failed him, and again his limbs trembled beneath him. And yet again he strove to ease his pace, only to be driven onward by the cruel spur and the falling lash. He was blind and giddy with fatigue. He saw no longer where he placed his feet. He cared no longer whither he went. But his one mad longing was to get away from this dreadful thing, this torture which clung to him and would not let him go. Through Thursley village he passed, his eyes straining in his agony, his heart bursting within him. And he had won his way to the crest of Thursley Down, still stung forward by stab and blow, when his spirit weakened, his giant strength ebbed out of him, and with one deep sob of agony the yellow horse sank among the heather. So sudden was the fall that Nigel flew forward over his shoulder, and beast and man lay prostrate and gasping, while the last red rim of the sun sank beneath the Butser, and the first stars gleamed in a violet sky. The young squire was the first to recover, and kneeling by the panting, overwrought horse, he passed his hand gently over the tangled mane and down the foam-flecked face. The red eye rolled up at him, but it was wonder, not hatred, a prayer and not a threat which he could read in it. As he stroked the reeking muzzle, the horse whinnied gently and thrust his nose into the hollow of his hand. It was enough. It was the end of the contest, the acceptance of new conditions by a chivalrous foe from a chivalrous victor. "You are my horse, Pommers," Nigel whispered, and he laid his cheek against the craning head. "I know you, Pommers, and you know me, and with the help of Saint Paul we shall teach some other folk to know us both. Now let us walk together as far as this moorland pond, for indeed I wot not whether it is you or I who need the water most." And so it was that some belated monks of Waverley, passing homeward from the outer farms, saw a strange sight which they carried on with them, so that it reached that very night the ears of both sacrist and of abbot. For as they passed through Tilford they had seen horse and man walking side by side and head by head up the manor house lane. And when they had raised their lanterns on the pair, it was none other than the young squire himself who was leading home, as a shepherd leads a lamb, the fearsome yellow horse of Crooksbury. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 4. How the Summoner came to the Manor House of Tilford. By the date of this chronicle, the ascetic sternness of the old Norman castles had been humanized and refined, so that the new dwellings of the nobility, if less imposing in appearance, were much more comfortable as places of residence. A gentle race had built their houses rather for peace than for war. He who compares the savage bareness of Pevensey or Guildford with the piled grandeur of Bodmin or Windsor cannot fail to understand the change in manners which they represent. The earlier castles had a set purpose, for they were built that the invaders might hold down the country. But when the conquest was once firmly established, a castle had lost its meaning save as a refuge from justice or as a centre for civil strife. On the marches of Wales and of Scotland the castle might continue to be a bulwark to the kingdom, and there still grew and flourished. But in all other places they were rather a menace to the King's majesty, and as such were discouraged and destroyed. By the reign of the third Edward the greater part of the old fighting castles had been converted into dwelling houses, or had been ruined in the civil wars, and left where their grim gray bones are still littered upon the brows of our hills. The new buildings were either great country houses capable of defense, but mainly residential, or they were manor houses with no military significance at all. Such was the Tilford Manor House, where the last survivors of the old and magnificent house of Loring still struggled hard to keep a footing and to hold off the monks and the lawyers from the few acres which were left to them. The mansion was a two-storied one, framed in heavy beams of wood, the interstices filled with rude blocks of stone. An outside staircase led up to several sleeping rooms above. Below there were only two apartments, the smaller of which was the bower of the aged Lady Ermyntrude. The other was the hall, a very large room which served as a living room of the family and as the common dining room of themselves and of their little group of servants and retainers. The dwellings of these servants, the kitchens, the offices and the stables were all represented by a row of penthouses and sheds behind the main building. Here lived Charles the page, Peter the old falconer, Red Swire, who had followed Nigel's grandfather to the Scottish wars, Weathercote the broken minstrel, John the cook, and other survivors of more prosperous days, who still clung to the old house as the barnacles to some wrecked and stranded vessel. One evening, about a week after the breaking of the Yellow Horse, Nigel and his grandmother sat on either side of the large empty fireplace in this spacious apartment. The supper had been removed, and so had the trestle tables upon which it had been served, so that the room seemed bare and empty. The stone floor was strewed with a thick layer of green rushes, which was swept out every Saturday and carried with it all the dirt and debris of the week. Several dogs were now crouched among these rushes, gnawing and cracking the bones which had been thrown from the table. A long wooden buffet loaded with plates and dishes filled one end of the room, but there was little other furniture save some benches against the walls, two Dorset chairs, one small table littered with chessmen, and a great iron coffer. In one corner was a high wickerwork stand, and on it two stately falcons were perched, silent and motionless, save for an occasional twinkle in their fierce yellow eyes. But if the actual fittings of the room would have appeared scanty to one who had lived in a more luxurious age, he would have been surprised on looking up to see the multitude of objects which were suspended above his head. Over the fireplace were the coats of arms of a number of houses allied by blood or by marriage to the Lorings. The two cresset lights which flared upon each side gleamed upon the blue lion of the Percies, the red birds of De Valence, the black engrailed cross of De Mohun, the silver star of De Vere, and the ruddy bars of FitzAlan, all grouped round the famous red roses on the silver shield which the Lorings had borne to glory upon many a bloody field. Then from side to side the room was spanned by heavy oaken beams, from which a great number of objects were hanging. There were mail shirts of obsolete pattern, several shields, one or two rusted and battered helmets, bow staves, lances, otter spears, harness, fishing rods, and other implements of war or of the chase, while higher still, amid the black shadows of the peaked roof, could be seen rows of hams, flitches of bacon, salted geese, and those other forms of preserved meat which played so great a part in the housekeeping of the Middle Ages. Dame Ermyntrude Loring, daughter, wife, and mother of warriors, was herself a formidable figure. Tall and gaunt, with hard craggy features and intolerant dark eyes, even her snow-white hair and stooping back could not entirely remove the sense of fear which she inspired in those around her. Her thoughts and memories went back to harsher times, and she looked upon the England around her as a degenerate and effeminate land which had fallen away from the old standard of knightly courtesy and valor. The rising power of the people, the growing wealth of the church, the increasing luxury in life and manners, and the gentler tone of the age were all equally abhorrent to her, so that the dread of her fierce face, and even of the heavy oak staff with which she supported her failing limbs, was widespread through all the country round. Yet if she was feared she was also respected, for in days when books were few and readers scarce, a long memory and a ready tongue were of the more value. And where, save from Dame Ermyntrude, could the young unlettered squires of Surrey and Hampshire hear of their grandfathers and their battles, or learn that lore of heraldry and chivalry which she handed down from a ruder but a more martial age? Poor as she was, there was no one in Surrey whose guidance would be more readily sought upon a question of precedence or of conduct than the Dame Ermyntrude Loring. She sat now with bowed back by the empty fireplace, and looked across at Nigel with all the harsh lines of her old ruddled face softening into love and pride. The young squire was busy cutting bird bolts for his crossbow and whistling softly as he worked. Suddenly he looked up and caught the dark eyes which were fixed upon him. He leaned forward and patted the bony hand. "What hath pleased you, dear dame? I read pleasure in your eyes." "I have heard today, Nigel, how you came to win that great war horse which stamps in our stable." "Nay, dame, I had told you that the monks had given it to me." "You said so, fair son, but never a word more. Yet the horse which you brought home was a different horse, I wot, to that which was given you. Why did you not tell me?" "I should think it shame to talk of such a thing." "So would your father before you, and his father no less. They would sit silent among the knights when the wine went round, and listen to every man's deeds. But if perchance there was anyone who spoke louder than the rest, and seemed to be eager for honor, then afterwards your father would pluck him softly by the sleeve and whisper in his ear to learn if there was any small vow of which he could relieve him, or if he would deign to perform some noble deed of arms upon his person. And if the man were a braggart and would go no further, your father would be silent and none would know it. But if he bore himself well, your father would spread his fame far and wide, but never make mention of himself." Nigel looked at the old woman with shining eyes. "I love to hear you speak of him," said he. "I pray you tell me once more of the manner of his death." "He died as he had lived, a very courtly gentleman. It was at the great sea battle on the Norman coast, and your father was in command of the afterguard in the King's own ship. Now the French had taken a great English ship the year before, when they had come over and held the narrow seas and burned the town of Southampton. This ship was the Christopher, and they placed it in the front of their battle, but the English closed upon it and stormed over its side and slew all who were upon it. But your father and Sir Lorredan of Genoa, who commanded the Christopher, fought upon the high poop, so that all the fleet stopped to watch it, and the King himself cried aloud at the sight, for Sir Lorredan was a famous man at arms and bore himself very stoutly that day, and many a knight envied your father that he should have chanced upon so excellent a person. But your father bore him back and struck him such a blow with a mace that he turned the helmet half round on his head, so that he could no longer see through the eye holes. And Sir Lorredan threw down his sword and gave himself to ransom. But your father took him by the helmet and twisted it until he had it straight upon his head. Then, when he could see once again, he handed him his sword and prayed him that he would rest himself and then continue, for it was great profit and joy to see any gentleman carry himself so well. So they sat together and rested by the rail of the poop, and even as they raised their hands again, your father was struck by a stone from a mangonel and so died. "And this Sir Lorredan," cried Nigel, "he died also, I understand. I fear that he was slain by the archers, for they loved your father, and they do not see things with our eyes." "It was a pity," said Nigel, "for it is clear that he was a good knight and bore himself very bravely. Time was, when I was young, when commoners dared not have laid their grimy hands upon such a man. Men of gentle blood and coat armor made war upon each other, and the others, spearmen or archers, could scramble amongst themselves. But now all are of a level, and only here and there are one like yourself, fair son, who reminds me of the men who are gone." Nigel leaned forward and took her hands in his. "What I am you have made me," said he. "It is true, Nigel. I have indeed watched over you as the gardener watches his most precious blossom. For in you alone are all the hopes of our ancient house, and soon, very soon, you will be alone." "Nay, dear lady, say not that. I am very old, Nigel, and I feel the shadow closing in upon me. My heart yearns to go, for all whom I have known and loved have gone before me. And you, it will be a blessed day for you, since I have held you back from that world into which your brave spirit longs to plunge." "Nay, nay, I have been happy here with you at Tilford." "We are very poor, Nigel. I do not know where we may find the money to fit you for the wars. Yet we have good friends. There is Sir John Chandos, who has won such credit in the French wars, and who rides ever by the King's bridle arm. He was your father's friend, and they were squires together. If I sent you to court with a message to him, he would do what he could." Nigel's face flushed. "Nay, Dame Ermyntrude, I must find my own gear, even as I have found my own horse, for I had rather ride into battle in this tunic than owe my suit to another." I feared you would say so, Nigel, but indeed I know not how else we may get the money," said the old woman sadly. "It was different in the days of my father. I can remember that a suit of mail was but a small matter in those days, for in every English town such things could be made. But year by year, since men have come to take more care of their bodies, there have been added a plate of proof here and there, and a cunning joint, and all must be from Toledo or Milan, so that a knight must have much metal in his purse ere he puts any on his limbs." Nigel looked up wistfully at the old armor which was slung on the beams. "The ash spear is good," said he, "and so is the oaken shield with facings of steel. Sir Roger FitzAlan handled them and said that he had never seen them better. But the armor—" Lady Ermyntrude shook her old head and laughed. "You have your father's great soul, Nigel, but you have not his mighty breadth of shoulder and length of limb. There was not in all the King's host a taller or stronger man. His harness would be little use to you. No, fair son, I rede you that when the time comes you sell this crumbling house and the few acres which are still left, and go forth to the wars in the hope that with your own right hand you will plant the fortunes of a new house of Loring." A shadow of anger passed over Nigel's fresh young face. "I know not if we may hold off these monks and their lawyers much longer. This very day there came a man from Guildford with claims from the Abbey extending back before my father's death." "Where are they, fair son?" "They are flapping on the furze bushes of Hankley, for I sent his papers and parchments downwind as fast as ever falcon flew." "Nay, you are mad to do that, Nigel. And the man, where is he?" "Red Swire and old George the archer threw him in the Thursley bog." "Alas! I fear me such things cannot be done in these days, though my father or my husband would have sent the rascal back to Guildford without his ears. But the church and the law are too strong now for us who are of gentler blood. Trouble will come of it, Nigel, for the Abbot of Waverley is not one who will hold back the shield of the church from those who are her servants." "The Abbot would not hurt us. It is that lean gray wolf of a sacrist who hungers for our land. Let him do his worst. I fear him not." "He has such an engine at his back, Nigel, that even the bravest must fear him. The ban which blasts a man's soul is in the keeping of his church, and what have we to place against it? I pray you to speak him fair, Nigel." "Nay, dear lady, it is both my duty and my pleasure to do what you bid me, but I would die ere I ask as a favor that which we can claim as a right. Never can I cast my eyes from yonder window that I do not see the swelling downlands and the rich meadows, glade and dingle, copse and wood, which have been ours since Norman William gave them to that Loring who bore his shield at Senlac. Now by trick and fraud they have passed away from us, and many a franklin is a richer man than I. But never shall it be said that I saved the rest by bending my neck to their yoke. Let them do their worst, and let me endure it or fight it as best I may." The old lady sighed and shook her head. "You speak as a Loring should, and yet I fear that some great trouble will befall us. But let us talk no more of such matters, since we cannot mend them. Where is your citole, Nigel? Will you not play and sing to me?" The gentleman of those days could scarce read and write, but he spoke in 2 languages, played at least 1 musical instrument as a matter of course, and possessed a number of other accomplishments, from the imping of hawk's feathers to the mystery of venery, with knowledge of every beast and bird, its time of grace, and when it was seasonable. As far as physical feats went, to vault barebacked upon a horse, to hit a running hare with a crossbow bolt, or to climb the angle of a castle courtyard, were feats which had come by nature to the young squire. But it was very different with music, which had called for many a weary hour of irksome work. Now at last he could master the strings, but both his ear and his voice were not of the best, so that it was well perhaps that there was so small and so unprejudiced an audience to the Norman French chanson, which he sang in a high reedy voice, with great earnestness of feeling, but with many a slip and quaver, waving his yellow head in cadence to the music. "A sword, ah, give me a sword, for the world is all to win. Though the way be hard and the door be barred, the strong man enters in. If chance and fate still hold the gate, give me the iron key. And turret high my plume shall fly, or you may weep for me. A horse, ah, give me a horse, to bear me out afar, where blackest need and grimmest deed and sweetest perils are. Hold thou my ways from glutted days, where poisoned leisure lies, and point the path of tears and wrath, which mounts to high emprise. A heart, ah, give me a heart to rise to circumstance, serene and high, and bold to try the hazard of the chance. With strength to wait, but fixed as fate, to plan and dare and do, the peer of all and only thrall, sweet lady, mine to you." It may have been that the sentiment went for more than the music, or it may have been that the nicety of her own ears had been dulled by age, but old Dame Ermyntrude clapped her lean hands together and cried out in shrill applause. "Weathercote has indeed an apt pupil," she said. "I pray you that you will sing again." "Nay, dear dame, it is turn and turn betwixt you and me. I beg that you will recite a romance, you who know them all. For all the years that I have listened I have never yet come to the end of them, and I dare swear that there are more in your head than in all the great books which they showed me at Guildford Castle. I would fain hear Doon of Mayence, or the Song of Roland, or Sir Isumbras." So the old dame broke into a long poem, slow and dull in the inception, but quickening as the interest grew, until with darting hands and glowing face she poured forth the verses which told of the emptiness of sordid life, the beauty of heroic death, and the high sacredness of love and the bondage of honor. Nigel, with set, still features and brooding eyes, drank in the fiery words, until at last they died upon the old woman's lips, and she sank back weary in her chair. Nigel stooped over her and kissed her brow. "Your words will ever be as a star upon my path," said he. Then, carrying over the small table and the chessmen, he proposed that they should play their usual game before they sought their rooms for the night. But a sudden and rude interruption broke in upon their gentle contest. A dog pricked its ears and barked. The others ran growling to the door. And then there came a sharp clash of arms, a dull heavy blow as from a club or sword pommel, and a deep voice from without summoned them to open in the King's name. The old dame and Nigel had both sprung to their feet, their table overturned and their chessmen scattered among the rushes. Nigel's hand had sought his crossbow, but the Lady Ermyntrude grasped his arm. "Nay, fair son, have you not heard that it is in the King's name?" said she. "Down, Talbot! Down, Bayard! Open the door and let his messenger in. Nigel undid the bolt, and the heavy wooden door swung outwards upon its hinges. The light from the flaring cressets beat upon steel caps and fierce bearded faces, with the glimmer of drawn swords and the yellow gleam of bow staves. A dozen armed archers forced their way into the room. At their head were the gaunt sacrist of Waverley, and a stout elderly man clad in a red velvet doublet and breeches much stained and mottled with mud and clay. He bore a great sheet of parchment with a fringe of dangling seals, which he held aloft as he entered. "I call on Nigel Loring," he cried. "I, the officer of the King's law and the lay summoner of Waverley, call upon the man named Nigel Loring." "I am he." "Yes, it is he," cried the sacrist. "Archers, do as you were ordered." In an instant the band threw themselves upon him like the hounds on a stag. Desperately Nigel strove to gain his sword, which lay upon the iron coffer. With the convulsive strength which comes from the spirit rather than from the body, he bore them all in that direction, but the sacrist snatched the weapon from its place, and the rest dragged the writhing squire to the ground and swathed him in a cord. "Hold him fast, good archers. Keep a stout grip on him," cried the summoner. "I pray you, one of you, prick off those great dogs which snarl at my heels. Stand off, I say, in the name of the King. Watkin, come betwixt me and these creatures who have as little regard for the law as their master." One of the archers kicked off the faithful dogs, but there were others of the household who were equally ready to show their teeth in defense of the old house of Loring. From the door which led to their quarters there emerged the pitiful muster of Nigel's threadbare retainers. There was a time when 10 knights, 40 men at arms and 200 archers would march behind the scarlet roses. Now at this last rally, when the young head of the house lay bound in his own hall, there mustered at his call the page Charles with a cudgel, John the cook with his longest spit, Red Swire the aged man at arms with a formidable axe swung over his snowy head, and Weathercote the minstrel with a boar spear. Yet this motley array was fired with the spirit of the house, and under the lead of the fierce old soldier they would certainly have flung themselves upon the ready swords of the archers had the Lady Ermyntrude not swept between them. "Stand back, Swire!" she cried. "Back, Weathercote! Charles, put a leash on Talbot and hold Bayard back." Her black eyes blazed upon the invaders until they shrank from the baleful gaze. "Who are you, you rascal robbers, who dare to misuse the King's name and to lay hands upon one whose smallest drop of blood has more worth than all your thrall and caitiff bodies?" "Not so fast, dame, not so fast, I pray you," cried the stout summoner, whose face had resumed its natural color now that he had a woman to deal with. "There is a law of England, mark you, and there are those who serve and uphold it, who are true men and the King's own lieges. Such a one am I. Then again, there are those who take such as me and transfer, carry or convey us into a bog or morass. Such a one is this graceless old man with the axe, whom I have seen already this day. There are also those who tear, destroy or scatter the papers of the law, of which this young man is the chief. Therefore I would rede you, dame, not to rail against us, but to understand that we are the King's men on the King's own service. What then is your errand in this house at this hour of night?" The summoner cleared his throat pompously, and turning his parchment to the light of the cressets, he read out a long document in Norman French, couched in such a style and such a language that the most involved and foolish of our forms were simplicity itself compared to those by which the men of the long gown made a mystery of that of which all things on earth should be the plainest and the most simple. Despair fell cold upon Nigel's heart and blanched the face of the old dame as they listened to the dread catalogue of claims and suits and issues, questions of peccary and turbary, of houseboat and fireboat, which ended by a demand for all the lands, hereditaments, tenements, messuages and curtilages which made up their worldly all. Nigel, still bound, had been placed with his back against the iron coffer, whence he heard with dry lips and moist brow this doom of his house. Now he broke in on the recital with a vehemence which made the summoner jump. "You shall rue what you have done this night," he cried. "Poor as we are, we have our friends who will not see us wronged, and I will plead my cause before the King's own Majesty at Windsor, that he who saw the father die may know what things are done in his royal name against the son. But these matters are to be settled in course of law in the King's courts, and how will you excuse yourself for this assault upon my house and person?" "Nay, that is another matter," said the sacrist. "The question of debt may indeed be an affair of a civil court, but it is a crime against the law and an act of the devil which comes within the jurisdiction of the Abbey Court of Waverley when you dare to lay hands upon the summoner or his papers." "Indeed, he speaks the truth," cried the official. "I know no blacker sin." "Therefore," said the stern monk, "it is the order of the holy father Abbot that you sleep this night in the Abbey cell, and that to-morrow you be brought before him in the court held in the chapter house, so that you receive the fit punishment for this and the many other violent and forward deeds which you have wrought upon the servants of the Holy Church." "Enough is now said, worthy master summoner. Archers, remove your prisoner." As Nigel was lifted up by 4 stout archers, the Dame Ermyntrude would have rushed to his aid, but the sacrist thrust her back. "Stand off, proud woman. Let the law take its course, and learn to humble your heart before the power of Holy Church. Has your life not taught its lesson, you whose horn was exalted amongst the highest, and will soon not have a roof above your gray hairs? Stand back, I say, lest I lay a curse upon you." The old dame flamed suddenly into white wrath as she stood before the angry monk. "Listen to me while I lay a curse upon you and yours," she cried as she raised her shriveled arms and blighted him with her flashing eyes. "As you have done to the house of Loring, so may God do to you until your power is swept from the land of England, and of your great Abbey of Waverley there is nothing left but a pile of gray stones in a green meadow. I see it! I see it! With my old eyes I see it. From scullion to abbot and from cellar to tower may Waverley and all within it droop and wither from this night on." The monk, hard as he was, quailed before this frantic figure and the bitter burning words. Already the summoner and the archers with their prisoner were clear of the house. He turned, and with a clang he shut the heavy door behind him. Chapter 5 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 5. How Nigel was tried by the Abbot of Waverley. The lore of the Middle Ages, shrouded as it was in old Norman French dialect, and abounding in uncouth and incomprehensible terms, in deodans and heriots, in infang and outfang, was a fearsome weapon in the hands of those who knew how to use it. It was not for nothing that the first act of the rebel commoners was to hew off the head of the Lord Chancellor. In an age when few knew how to read or write, these mystic phrases and intricate forms, with the parchments and seals which were their outward expression, struck cold terror into hearts which were steeled against mere physical danger. Even young Nigel Loring's blithe and elastic spirit was chilled as he lay that night in the penal cell of Waverley and pondered over the absolute ruin which threatened his house from a source against which all his courage was of no avail. As well take up sword and shield to defend himself against the Black Death as against this blight of Holy Church. He was powerless in the grip of the Abbey. Already they had shorn off a field here and a grove there, and now in one sweep they would take in the rest. And where then was the home of the Lorings, and where should Lady Ermyntrude lay her aged head, or his old retainers, broken and spent, eke out the balance of their days? He shivered as he thought of it. It was very well for him to threaten to carry the matter before the king, but it was years since Royal Edward had heard the name of Loring, and Nigel knew that the memory of princes was a short one. Besides, the Church was the ruling power in the palace as well as in the cottage, and it was only for very good cause that a king could be expected to cross the purposes of so high a prelate as the Abbot of Waverley, as long as they came within the scope of the law. Where then was he to look for help? With the simple and practical piety of the age, he prayed for the aid of his own particular saints, of St. Paul, whose adventures by land and sea had always endeared him, of St. George, who had gained much honorable advancement from the dragon, and of St. Thomas, who was a gentleman of coat armor, who would understand and help a person of gentle blood. Then, much comforted by his naive orisons,
he enjoyed the sleep of youth and health until the entrance of a lay brother with the bread and small beer which served as breakfast in the morning. The Abbey court sat in the chapter house at the canonical hour of tierce, which was 9 in the forenoon. At all times the function was a solemn one, even when the culprit might be a villein who was taken poaching in the Abbey estate, or a chapman who had given false measure from his biased scales. But now, when a man of noble birth was to be tried, the whole legal and ecclesiastical ceremony was carried out with every detail, grotesque or impressive, which the full ritual prescribed. The distant roll of church music and the slow tolling of the Abbey bell, the white-robed brethren, 2 and 2, walked thrice round the hall singing the Benedicite and the Veni Creator before they settled in their places at the desks on either side. Then, in turn, each high officer of the Abbey, from below upward, the almoner, the lector, the chaplain, the subprior, and the prior, swept to their wonted places. Finally there came the grim sacrist with demure triumph upon his downcast features, and at his heels Abbot John himself, slow and dignified, with pompous walk and solemn composed face, his iron-beaded rosary swinging from his waist, his breviary in his hand, and his lips muttering as he hurried through his office for the day. He knelt at his high prie-dieu. The brethren, at a signal from the prior, prostrated themselves upon the floor, and the low, deep voices rolled in prayer, echoed back from the arched and vaulted roof like a wash of waves from an ocean cavern. Finally the monks resumed their seats. There entered clerks in seemly black with pens and parchment. The red velveted summoner appeared to tell his tale. Nigel was led in, with archers pressing close around him, and then, with much calling of old French and much legal incantation and mystery, the court of the Abbey was open for business. It was the sacrist who first advanced to the oaken desk reserved for the witnesses, and expounded in hard, dry, mechanical fashion the many claims which the house of Waverley had against the family of Loring. Some generations back, in return for money advanced or for spiritual favor received, the Loring of the day had admitted that his estate had certain feudal duties towards the Abbey. The sacrist held up the crackling yellow parchment with swinging leaden seals, on which the claim was based. Amid the obligations was that of escuage, by which the price of a knight's fee should be paid every year. No such price had been paid, nor had any service been done. The accumulated years came now to a greater sum than the fee simple of the estate. There were other claims also. The sacrist called for his books, and with thin, eager forefinger he tracked them down, dues for this and tailage for that, so many shillings this year and so many marks that one. Some of it occurred before Nigel was born, some of it when he was but a child. The accounts had been checked and certified by the sergeant of the law. Nigel listened to the dread recital and felt like some young stag who stands at bay with brave pose and heart of fire, but who sees himself compassed round and knows clearly that there is no escape. With his bold young face, his steady blue eyes, and the proud poise of his head, he was a worthy scion of the old house, and the sun, shining through the high oriel window and showing up the stained and threadbare condition of his once rich doublet, seemed to illuminate the fallen fortunes of his family. The sacrist had finished his exposition, and the sergeant at law was about to conclude a case which Nigel could in no way controvert, when help came to him from an unexpected quarter. It may have been a certain malignity with which the sacrist urged his suit. It may have been a diplomatic dislike to driving matters to extremes, or it may have been some genuine impulse of kindness, for Abbot John was choleric but easily appeased. Whatever the cause, the result was that a white plump hand, raised in the air with a gesture of authority, showed that the case was at an end. "Our brother sacrist hath done his duty in urging this suit," said he, "for the worldly wealth of this Abbey is placed in his pious keeping, and it is to him that we should look if we suffered in such ways, for we are but the trustees of those who come after us. But to my keeping has been consigned that which is more precious still,
the inner spirit and high repute of those who follow the rule of Saint Bernard. Now it has ever been our endeavor, since first our saintly founder went down into the valley of Clairvaux and built himself a cell there, that we should set an example to all men in gentleness and humility. For this reason it is that we build our houses in lowly places, that we have no tower to our abbey churches, and that no finery and no metal save only iron or lead come within our walls. A brother shall eat from a wooden platter, drink from an iron cup, and light himself from a leaden sconce. Surely it is not for such an order, who await the exaltation which is promised to the humble, to judge their own case and so acquire the lands of their neighbor. If our cause be just, as indeed I believe that it is, then it were better that it be judged at the King's assizes in Guildford, and so I decree that the case be now dismissed from the Abbey court, so that it can be heard elsewhere." Nigel breathed a prayer to the three sturdy saints who had stood by him so manfully and well in the hour of his need. "Abbot John," said he, "I never thought that any man of my name would utter thanks to a Cistercian of Waverley, but by Saint Paul, you have spoken like a man this day, for it would indeed be to play with cogged dice if the Abbey's case is to be tried in the Abbey court." The 80 white-clad brethren looked with half resentful, half amused eyes as they listened to this frank address to one who in their small lives seemed to be the direct vicegerent of heaven. The archers had stood back from Nigel as though he was at liberty to go, and the loud voice of the summoner broke in upon the silence. "If it please you, holy father Abbot," cried the voice, "this decision of yours is indeed secundum legum and intra vires so far as the civil suit is concerned which lies between this person and the Abbey. That is your affair. But it is I, Joseph the summoner, who have been grievously and criminally mishandled, my writs, papers and indentures destroyed, my authority flouted, and my person dragged through a bog, quagmire or morass, so that my velvet gabardine and silver badge of office were lost, and are, I verily believe, in the morass, quagmire or bog aforementioned, which is the same bog, morass—" "Enough!" cried the Abbot sternly. "Lay aside this foolish fashion of speech, and say straightly what you desire." "Holy father, I have been the officer of the King's law no less than the servant of Holy Church, and I have been let, hindered and assaulted in the performance of my lawful and proper duties, whilst my papers, drawn in the King's name, have been shredded and rended and cast to the wind. Therefore I demand justice upon this man in the Abbey court, the said assault having been committed within the banlieue of the Abbey's jurisdiction." "What have you to say to this, brother sacrist?" asked the Abbot in some perplexity. "I would say, father, that it is within our power to deal gently and charitably with all that concerns ourselves, but that where a king's officer is concerned we are wanting in our duty if we give him less than the protection that he demands. I would remind you also, holy father, that this is not the first of this man's violence, but that he has before now beaten our servants, defied our authority, and put pike in the Abbot's own fish pond." The prelate's heavy cheeks flushed with anger as this old grievance came fresh into his mind. His eyes hardened as he looked at the prisoner. "Tell me, Squire Nigel, did you indeed put pike in the pond?" The young man drew himself proudly up. "Ere I answer such a question, Father Abbot, do you answer one from me, and tell me what the monks of Waverley have ever done for me that I should hold my hand when I could injure them." A low murmur ran round the room, partly wonder at this frankness and partly anger at his boldness. The Abbot settled down in his seat as one who has made up his mind. "Let the case of the summoner be laid before me," said he. "Justice shall be done, and the offender shall be punished, be he noble or simple. Let the plaint be brought before the court." The tale of the summoner, though rambling and filled with endless legal reiteration, was only too clear in its essence. Red Swire, with his angry face framed in white bristles, was led in and confessed to his ill treatment of the official. A second culprit, a little wiry nut brown archer from Churt, had aided and abetted in the deed. Both of them were ready to declare that young Squire Nigel Loring knew nothing of the matter. But then there was the awkward incident of the tearing of the writs. Nigel, to whom a lie was an impossibility, had to admit that with his own hands he had shredded those august documents. As to an excuse or an explanation, he was too proud to advance any.
A cloud gathered over the brow of the Abbot, and the sacrist gazed with an ironical smile at the prisoner, while a solemn hush fell over the chapter house as the case ended and only judgment remained. "Squire Nigel," said the Abbot, "it was for you, who are, as all men know, of ancient lineage in this land, to give a fair example by which others should set their conduct. Instead of this, your manor house has ever been a center for the stirring up of strife, and now, not content with your harsh showing towards us, the Cistercian monks of Waverley, you have even marked your contempt for the King's law, and through your servants have mishandled the persons of his messenger. For such offenses it is in my power to call the spiritual terrors of the Church upon your head, and yet I would not be harsh with you, seeing that you are young, and that even last week you saved the life of a servant of the Abbey when in peril. Therefore it is by temporal and carnal means that I will use my power to tame your overbold spirit, and to chasten that headstrong and violent humor which has caused such scandal in your dealings with our Abbey. Bread and water for 6 weeks from now to the feast of St. Benedict, with a daily exhortation from our chaplain, the pious Father Ambrose, may still avail to bend the stiff neck and to soften the hard heart. At this ignominious sentence, by which the proud heir of the house of Loring would share the fate of the meanest village poacher, the hot blood of Nigel rushed to his face, and his eye glanced round him with a gleam which said more plainly than words that there could be no tame acceptance of such a doom. Twice he tried to speak, and twice his anger and his shame held the words in his throat. "I am no subject of yours, proud Abbot," he cried at last. "My house has ever been vavasor to the King. I deny the power of you and your court to lay sentence upon me. Punish these your own monks who whimper at your frown, but do not dare to lay your hand upon him who fears you not, for he is a free man and the peer of any save only the King himself." The Abbot seemed for an instant taken aback by these bold words and by the high and strenuous voice in which they were uttered. But the sterner sacrist came as ever to stiffen his will, and held up the old parchment in his hand. "The Lorings were indeed vavasors to the King," said he, "but here is the very seal of Eustace Loring, which shows that he made himself vassal to the Abbey and held his land from it." "Because he was gentle," cried Nigel, "because he had no thought of trick or guile." "Nay," said the summoner, "if my voice may be heard, Father Abbot, upon a point of law, it is of no weight what the causes may have been why a deed is subscribed, signed, or confirmed, but a court is concerned only with the terms, articles, covenants, and contracts of the said deed. Besides," said the sacrist, "sentence is passed by the Abbey court, and there is an end of its honor and good name if it not be upheld." "Brother sacrist," said the Abbot angrily, "methinks you show overmuch zeal in this case, and certes we are well able to uphold the dignity and honor of the Abbey court without any rede of thine. As to you, worthy summoner, you will give your opinion when we crave for it, and not before, or you may yourself get some touch of the power of our tribunal. But your case has been tried, Squire Loring, and judgment given. I have no more to say." He motioned with his hand, and an archer laid his grip upon the shoulder of the prisoner. But that rough plebeian touch woke every passion of revolt in Nigel's spirit. Of all his high line of ancestors was there one who had been subject to such ignominy as this? Would they not have preferred death? And should he be the first to lower their spirit or their traditions? With a quick lithe movement he slipped under the arm of the archer and plucked the short straight sword from the soldier's side as he did so. The next instant he had wedged himself into the recess of one of the narrow windows, and there were his pale set face, his burning eyes, and his ready blade turned upon the assembly. "By St. Paul," said he, "I never thought to find honorable advancement under the roof of an abbey, but perchance there may be some room for it ere you hale me to your prison." The chapter house was in an uproar. Never in the long and decorous history of the abbey had such a scene been witnessed within its walls. The monks themselves seemed for an instant to be infected by this spirit of daring revolt. Their own lifelong fetters hung more loosely as they viewed this unheard of defiance of authority. They broke from their seats on either side and huddled, half scared, half fascinated, in a large half circle round the defiant captive, chattering, pointing, grimacing, a scandal for all time. Scourges should fall and penance be done for many a long week before the shadow of that day should pass from Waverley. But meanwhile There was no effort to bring them back to their rule. Everything was chaos and disorder. The Abbot had left his seat of justice and hurried angrily forward, to be engulfed and hustled in the crowd of his own monks like a sheepdog who finds himself entangled amid a flock. Only the sacrist stood clear. He had taken shelter behind the half dozen archers, who looked with some approval and a good deal of indecision at this bold fugitive from justice. "On him!" cried the sacrist. "Shall he defy the authority of the court, or shall one man hold 6 of you at bay? Close in upon him and seize him. You, Battlesmere, why do you hold back?" The man in question, a tall, bushy bearded fellow, clad like the others in green jerkin and breeches, with high brown boots, advanced slowly, sword in hand, against Nigel. His heart was not in the business, for these clerical courts were not popular, and everyone had a tender heart for the fallen fortunes of the house of Loring, and wished well to its young heir. "Come, young sir, you have caught scathe enough," said he. "Stand forth and give yourself up." "Come and fetch me, good fellow," said Nigel, with a dangerous smile. The archer ran in. There was a rasp of steel, a blade flickered like a swift dart of flame, and the man staggered back with blood running down his forearm and dripping from his fingers. He wrung them and growled a Saxon oath. "By the black rood of Bromholm," he cried, "I had as soon put my hand down a fox's earth to drag up a vixen from her cubs." "Stand off," said Nigel curtly. "I would not hurt you, but by St. Paul I will not be handled, or someone will be hurt in the handling." So fierce was his eye, and so menacing his blade as he crouched in the narrow bay of the window, that the little knot of archers were at a loss what to do. The Abbot had forced his way through the crowd, and stood, purple with outraged dignity, at their side. "He is outside the law," said he. "He hath shed blood in a court of justice, and for such a sin there is no forgiveness. I will not have my court so flouted and set at naught. He who draws the sword, by the sword let him perish. Forester Hugh, lay your shaft to your bow." The man, who was one of the Abbey's lay servants, put his weight upon his longbow and slipped the noose end of the string into the upper notch. Then, drawing one of the terrible 3-foot arrows, steel tipped and gaudily winged, from his waist, he laid it to the string. "Now draw your bow and hold it ready," cried the furious Abbot. "Squire Nigel, it is not for Holy Church to shed blood, but there is naught but violence which will prevail against the violent, and on your head be the sin. Cast down the sword which you hold in your hand. Will you give me the freedom to leave your abbey?" "When you have abided your sentence and purged your sin." "Then I had rather die where I stand than give up my sword." A dangerous flame lit in the Abbot's eyes. He came of a fighting Norman stock, like so many of those fierce prelates who, bearing a mace lest they should be guilty of effusion of blood, led their troops into battle, ever remembering that it was one of their own cloth and dignity who, crosier in hand, had turned the long drawn bloody days of Hastings. The soft accent of the churchman was gone, and it was the hard voice of a soldier which said, "1 minute I give you, and then no more. Then when I cry 'Loose,' drive me an arrow through his body." The shaft was fitted, the bow was bent, and the stern eyes of the woodman were fixed on his mark. Slowly the minute passed, while Nigel breathed the prayer to his 3 soldier saints, not that they should save his body in this life, but that he should have a kindly care for his soul in the next. Some thought of a fierce wildcat sally crossed his mind, but once out of his corner he was lost indeed. Yet at the last he would have rushed among his enemies, and his body was bent for the spring, when with a deep sonorous hum, like a breaking harpstring, the cord of the bow was cloven in twain, and the arrow tinkled upon the tiled floor. At the same moment a young curly-headed bowman, whose broad shoulders and deep chest told of immense strength, as clearly as his frank laughing face and honest hazel eyes did of good humor and courage, sprang forward, sword in hand, and took his place by Nigel's side. "Nay, comrades," said he, "Samkin Aylward cannot stand by and see a gallant man shot down like a bull at the end of a baiting. 5 against 1 is long odds, but 2 against 4 is better. And by my finger bones, Squire Nigel and I leave this room together, be it on our feet or no." The formidable appearance of this ally and his high reputation among his fellows gave a further chill to the lukewarm ardor of the attack. Aylward's left arm was passed through his strung bow, and he was known from the Woolmer Forest to the Weald as the quickest, surest archer that ever dropped a running deer at 10 score paces. "Nay, Baddlesmere, hold your fingers from your string case, or I may chance to give your drawing hand a 2 months' rest," said Aylward.
Swords if you will, comrades, but no man strings his bow till I have loosed mine."
Yet the angry hearts of both Abbot and sacrist rose higher with a fresh obstacle. "This is an ill day for your father, Franklin Aylward, who holds the tenancy of Crooksbury," said the sacrist. "He will rue it that ever he begot a son who will lose him his acres and his steading."
"My father is a bold yeoman, and would rue it evermore that ever his son should stand by while foul work was afoot," said Aylward stoutly. "Fall on, comrades, we are waiting."
Encouraged by promises of reward if they should fall in the service of the Abbey, and by threats of penalties if they should hold back, the four archers were about to close when a singular interruption gave an entirely new turn to the proceedings. At the door of the chapter house, while these fiery doings had been afoot, there had assembled a mixed crowd of lay brothers, servants, and varlets, who had watched the development of the drama with the interest and delight with which men hail a sudden break in dull routine. Suddenly there was an agitation at the back of the group, then a swirl in the center, and finally the front rank was violently thrust aside, and through the gap there emerged a strange and whimsical figure, who from the instant of his appearance dominated both chapter house and abbey, monks, prelates, and archers, as if he were their owner and their master. He was a man somewhat above middle age, with thin lemon-colored hair, a curling moustache, a tufted chin of the same hue, and a high craggy face, all running to a great hook of the nose like the beak of an eagle. His skin was tanned a brown red by much exposure to the wind and sun. In height he was tall, and his figure was thin and loose jointed, but stringy and hard bitten. One eye was entirely covered by its lid, which lay flat over an empty socket, but the other danced and sparkled with the most roguish light, darting here and there with a twinkle of humor and criticism and intelligence, the whole fire of his soul bursting through that one narrow cranny. His dress was as noteworthy as his person. A rich purple doublet and cloak was marked on the lapels with a strange scarlet device shaped like a wedge. Costly lace hung round his shoulders, and amid its soft folds there smoldered the dull red of a heavy golden chain. A knight's belt at his waist, and a knight's golden spurs twinkling from his doeskin riding boots, proclaimed his rank, and on the wrist of his left gauntlet there sat a demure little hooded falcon of a breed which in itself was a mark of the dignity of the owner. Of weapons he had none, but a mandolin was slung by a black silken band over his back, and the high brown end projected above his shoulder. Such was the man, quaint, critical, masterful, with a touch of what is formidable behind it, who now surveyed the opposing groups of armed men and angry monks with an eye which commanded their attention.
"Excusez," said he in a lisping French. "Excusez, mes amis. I had thought to arouse from prayer or meditation, but never have I seen such a holy exercise as this under an abbey's roof, with swords for breviaries and archers for acolytes. I fear that I have come amiss, and yet I ride on an errand from one who permits no delay." The Abbot, and possibly the sacrist also, had begun to realize that events had gone a great deal further than they had intended, and that without an extreme scandal it was no easy matter for them to save their dignity and the good name of Waverley. Therefore, in spite of the debonair, not to say disrespectful bearing of the newcomer, they rejoiced at his appearance and the intervention. "I am the Abbot of Waverley, fair son," said the prelate. "If your message deal with public matter, it may be fitly repeated in the chapter house. If not, I will give you an audience in my own chamber, for it is clear to me that you are a gentleman of blood and coat armor who would not lightly break in upon the business of our court, a business which, as you have remarked, is little welcome to men of peace like myself and the brethren of the rule of St. Bernard." "Pardieu, Father Abbot," said the stranger. "One had but to glance at you and your men to see that the business was indeed little to your taste, and it may be even less so when I say that rather than see this young person in the window, who hath a noble bearing, further molested by these archers, I will myself adventure my person on his behalf." The Abbot's smile turned to a frown at these frank words. "It would become you better, sir, to deliver the message of which you say that you are the bearer, than to uphold a prisoner against the rightful judgment of a court." The stranger swept the court with his questioning eye. "The message is not for you, good Father Abbot. It is for one whom I know not. I have been to his house, and they have sent me hither. The name is Nigel Loring. "It is for me, fair sir." "I had thought as much. I knew your father, Eustace Loring, and though he would have made two of you, yet he has left his stamp plain enough upon your face." "You know not the truth of this matter," said the Abbot. "If you are a loyal man you will stand aside, for this young man hath grievously offended against the law, and it is for the King's lieges to give us their support." "And you have haled him up for judgment?" cried the stranger with much amusement. "It is as though a rookery sat in judgment upon a falcon. I warrant that you have found it easier to judge than to punish. Let me tell you, Father Abbot, that this standeth not aright. When powers such as these were given to the like of you, they were given that you might check a brawling underling or correct a drunken woodman, and not that you might drag the best blood in England to your bar, and set your archers on him if he questioned your findings." The Abbot was little used to hear such words of reproof uttered in so stern a voice under his own abbey roof and before his listening monks. "You may perchance find that an abbey court has more powers than you wot of, Sir Knight," said he, "if knight indeed you be who are so uncourteous and short in your speech. Ere we go further I would ask you your name and style." The stranger laughed. "It is easy to see that you are indeed men of peace," said he proudly. "Had I shown this sign," and he touched the token upon his lapels, "whether on shield or pennon in the marches of France or Scotland, there is not a cavalier but would have known the red pile of Chandos." Chandos! John Chandos, the flower of English chivalry, the pink of knight errantry, the hero already of 50 desperate enterprises, a man known and honored from end to end of Europe. Nigel gazed at him as one who sees a vision. The archers stood back abashed, while the monks crowded closer to stare at the famous soldier of the French wars. The Abbot abated his tone, and a smile came to his angry face. "We are indeed men of peace, Sir John, and little skilled in warlike blazonry," said he. "Yet, stout as are our abbey walls, they are not so thick that the fame of your exploits has not passed through them and reached our ears. If it be your pleasure to take an interest in this young and misguided squire, it is not for us to thwart your kind intention, or to withhold such grace as you request. I am glad indeed that he hath one who can set him so fair an example for a friend." "I thank you for your courtesy, good Father Abbot," said Chandos carelessly. "This young squire has, however, a better friend than myself, one who is kinder to those he loves and more terrible to those he hates. It is from him I bear a message." "I pray you, fair and honored sir," said Nigel, "that you will tell me what is the message that you bear." "The message, mon ami, is that your friend comes into these parts and would have a night's lodging at the manor house of Tilford for the love and respect that he bears your family." "Nay, he is most welcome," said Nigel, "and yet I hope that he is one who can relish a soldier's fare and sleep under a humble roof, for indeed we can but give our best, poor as it is." "He is indeed a soldier and a good one," Chandos answered, laughing, "and I warrant he has slept in rougher quarters than Tilford Manor House." "I have few friends, fair sir," said Nigel with a puzzled face. "I pray you give me this gentleman's name." "His name is Edward." "Sir Edward Mortimer of Kent, perchance? Or is it Sir Edward Brocas, of whom the Lady Ermyntrude talks?" "Nay, he is known as Edward only. And if you ask a second name, it is Plantagenet, for he who comes to seek the shelter of your roof is your liege lord and mine, the King's high majesty, Edward of England."
End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 6, in which Lady Ermyntrude opens the iron coffer. As in a dream, Nigel heard these stupendous and incredible words. As in a dream also he had a vision of a smiling and conciliatory abbot, of an obsequious sacrist, and of a band of archers who cleared a path for him and for the King's messenger through the motley crowd who had choked the entrance of the Abbey court. A minute later he was walking by the side of Chandos through the peaceful cloister, and in front of the open archway of the great gate was the broad yellow road between its borders of green meadowland. The spring air was the sweeter and the more fragrant for that chill dread of dishonor and captivity which had so recently frozen his ardent heart. He had already passed the portal when a hand plucked at his sleeve, and he turned to find himself confronted by the brown, honest face and hazel eyes of the archer who had interfered on his behalf.
"Well," said Aylward, "what have you to say to me, young sir?"
"What can I say, my good fellow, save that I thank you with all my heart? By Saint Paul, if you had been my blood brother you could not have stood by me more stoutly."
"Nay, but this is not enough."
Nigel colored with vexation, and the more so as Chandos was listening with his critical smile to their conversation. "If you had heard what was said in the court," said he, "you would understand that I am not blessed at this moment with much of this world's gear. The Black Death and the monks have between them been heavy upon our estate. Willingly would I give you a handful of gold for your assistance, since that is what you seem to crave, but indeed I have it not, and so once more I say that you must be satisfied with my thanks."
"Your gold is nothing to me," said Aylward shortly, "nor would you buy my loyalty if you filled my wallet with rose and nobles, so long as you are not a man after my own heart. But I have seen you back the yellow horse, and I have seen you face the Abbot of Waverley, and you are such a master as I would very gladly serve, if ye have by chance a place for such a man. I have seen your following, and I doubt not that they were stout fellows in your grandfather's time, but which of them now would draw a bowstring to his ear? Through you I have left the service of the Abbey of Waverley, and where can I look now for a post? If I stay here I am all undone like a fretted bowstring."
"Nay, there can be no difficulty there," said Chandos. "Pardieu, a roistering, swaggering daredevil archer is worth his price on the French border. There are 200 such who march behind my own person, and I would ask nothing better than to see you among them."
"I thank you, noble sir, for your offer," said Aylward, "and I had rather follow your banner than many another one, for it is well known that it goes ever forward, and I have heard enough of the wars to know that there are small pickings for the man who lags behind. Yet, if the Squire will have me, I would choose to fight under the 5 Roses of Loring, for though I was born in the 100 of Easebourne and the Rape of Chichester, yet I have grown up and learned to use the longbow in these parts, and as the free son of a free franklin I had rather serve my own neighbor than a stranger."
"My good fellow," said Nigel, "I have told you that I could in no wise reward you for such service."
"If you'll but take me to the wars I will see to my own reward," said Aylward. "Till then I ask for none, save a corner of your table and 6 feet of your floor, for it is certain that the only reward I would get from the Abbey for this day's work would be the scourge for my back and the stocks for my ankles. Samkin Aylward is your man, Squire Nigel, from this hour on, and by these 10 finger bones he trusts the devil will fly away with him if ever he gives you cause to regret it."
So saying, he raised his hand to his steel cap in salute, slung his great yellow bow over his back, and followed on some paces in the rear of his new master.
"Pardieu, I have arrived at La Bonne Heure," said Chandos. "I rode from Winchester and came to your manor house to find it empty, save for a fine old dame who told me of your troubles. From her I walked across to the Abbey, and none too soon, for what with cloth yard shafts for your body and bell book and candle for your soul, it was no very cheerful outlook. But here is the very dame herself, if I mistake not."
It was indeed the formidable figure of Lady Ermyntrude, gaunt, bowed, and leaning on her staff, which had emerged from the door of the manor house and advanced to greet them. She croaked with laughter and shook her stick at the great building as she heard of the discomfiture of the Abbey court. Then she led the way into the hall, where the best which she could provide had been laid out for their illustrious guest. There was Chandos blood in her own veins, traceable back through the de Greys, de Moultons, de Valence, de Montagues, and other high and noble strains, so that the meal had been eaten and cleared before she had done tracing the network of intermarriages and connections, with quarterings, impalements, lozenges, and augmentations, by which the blazonry of the two families might be made to show a common origin.
Back to the Conquest and before it there was not a noble family tree, every twig and bud of which was not familiar to the Dame Ermyntrude. And now, when the trestles were cleared and the three were left alone in the hall, Chandos broke his message to the lady.
"King Edward hath ever borne in mind that noble knight, your son Sir Eustace," said he. "He will journey to Southampton next week, and I am his harbinger. He bade me say, noble and honored lady, that he would come from Guildford in any easy stage, so that he might spend one night under your roof."
The old dame flushed with pleasure, and then turned white with vexation at the words. "It is in truth great honor to the house of Loring," said she. "Yet our roof is now humble, and, as you have seen, our fare is plain. The King knows not that we are so poor. I fear lest we seem churlish and niggard in his eyes." But Chandos reasoned away her fears. The King's retinue would journey on to Farnham Castle. There were no ladies in his party. Though he was King, still he was a hardy soldier and cared little for his ease. In any case, since he had declared his coming, they must make the best of it. Finally, with all delicacy, Chandos offered his own purse if it would help in the matter. But already the Lady Ermyntrude had recovered her composure. "Nay, fair kinsman, that may not be," said she. "I will make such preparation as I may for the King. He will bear in mind that if the house of Loring can give nothing else, they have always held their blood and their lives at his disposal." Chandos was to ride on to Farnham Castle and beyond, but he expressed his desire to have a warm bath ere he left Tilford, for like most of his fellow knights he was much addicted to simmering in the hottest water that he could possibly endure. The bath, therefore, a high hooped arrangement like a broader but shorter churn, was carried into the privacy of the guest chamber, and thither it was that Nigel was summoned to hold him company while he stewed and sweltered in his tub. Nigel perched himself upon the side of the high bed, swinging his legs over the edge and gazing with wonder and amusement at the quaint face, the ruffled yellow hair and the sinewy shoulders of the famous warrior, dimly seen amid a pillar of steam. He was in a mood for talk, so Nigel, with eager lips, plied him with 1,000 questions about the wars, hanging upon every word which came back to him, like those of the ancient oracles out of the mist and the cloud. To Chandos himself, the old soldier for whom war had lost its freshness, it was a renewal of his own ardent youth to listen to Nigel's rapid questions and to mark the rapt attention with which he listened. "Tell me of the Welsh, honored sir," asked the squire. "What manner of soldiers are the Welsh?" "They are very valiant men of war," said Chandos, splashing about in his tub. "There is good skirmishing to be had in their valleys if you ride with a small following. They flare up like a furze bush in the flames, but if for a short space you may abide the heat of it, then there is a chance that it may be cooler." "And the Scotch?" asked Nigel. "You have made war upon them also, I understand." "The Scotch knights have no masters in the world, and he who can hold his own with the best of them, be it a Douglas, a Murray, or a Seaton, has nothing more to learn. Though you be a hard man, you will always meet as hard a one if you ride northward. If the Welsh be like a furze fire, then pardieu, the Scotch are the peat, for they will smolder and you will never come to the end of them. I have had many happy hours on the marches of Scotland, for even if there be no war, the Percys of Alnwick or the Governor of Carlisle can still raise a little bickering with the border clans." "I bear in mind that my father was wont to say that they were very stout spearmen." "No better in the world, for the spears are 12 foot long and they hold them in very thick array. But their archers are weak, save only the men of Ettrick and Selkirk, who come from the forest. I pray you to open the lattice, Nigel, for the steam is over thick. Now in Wales it is the spearmen who are weak, and there are no archers in these lands like the men of Gwent with their bows of elm, which shoot with such power that I have known a cavalier to have his horse killed when the shaft had passed through his mail breeches, his thigh, and his saddle. And yet what is the most stoutly shot arrow to these new balls of iron driven by the fire powder, which will crush a man's armor as an egg is crushed by a stone? Our fathers knew them not." "Then the better for us," cried Nigel, "since there is at least one honorable venture which is all our own." Chandos chuckled and turned upon the flushed youth
a twinkling and sympathetic eye. "You have a fashion of speech which carries me back to the old men whom I met in my boyhood," said he. "There were some of the real old knight errants left in those days, and they spoke as you do. Young as you are, you belong to another age. Where got you that trick of thought and word?"
"I have had only one to teach me, the Lady Ermyntrude."
"Pardieu! She has trained a proper young hawk, ready to stoop at a lordly quarry," said Chandos. "I would that I had the first unhooding of you. Will you not ride with me to the wars?"
Tears brimmed over from Nigel's eyes, and he wrung the gaunt hand extended from the bath. "By Saint Paul, what could I ask better in the world? I fear to leave her, for she has none other to care for her. But if it can in any way be arranged—"
"The King's hand may smooth it out. Say no more until he is here. But if you wish to ride with me—"
"What could man wish for more? Is there a squire in England who would not serve under the banner of Chandos? Whither do you go, fair sir? And when do you go? Is it to Scotland? Is it to Ireland? Is it to France?" But alas, alas! The eager face had clouded. For the instant he had forgotten that a suit of armor was as much beyond his means as a service of gold plate. Down in a twinkling came all his high hopes to the ground. Oh, these sordid material things, which come between our dreams and their fulfilment! The squire of such a knight must dress with the best, yet all the fee simple of Tilford would scarce suffice for one suit of plate. Chandos, with his quick wit and knowledge of the world, had guessed the cause of this sudden change.
"If you fight under my banner, it is for me to find the weapons," said he. "Nay, I will not be denied."
But Nigel shook his head sadly. "It may not be. The Lady Ermyntrude would sell this old house and every acre round it ere she would permit me to accept this gracious bounty which you offer. Yet I do not despair, for only last week I won myself a noble war horse, for which I paid not a penny. So perchance a suit of armor may also come my way."
"And how won you the horse?"
"It was given me by the monks of Waverley."
"This is wonderful. Pardieu! I should have expected, from what I had seen, that they would have given you little save their malediction."
"They had no use for the horse, and they gave it to me."
"Then we have only to find someone who has no use for a suit of armor, and will give it to you. Yet I trust that you will think better of it, and let me, since that good lady proves that I am your kinsman, fit you for the wars."
"I thank you, noble sir, and if I should turn to anyone it would indeed be to you. But there are other ways which I would try first. But I pray you, good Sir John, to tell me of some of your noble spear runnings against the French, for the whole land rings with the tale of your deeds, and I have heard that in one morning 3 champions have fallen before your lance. Was it not so?"
"That it was indeed. So these scars upon my body will prove. But these were the follies of my youth."
"How can you call them follies? Are they not the means by which honorable advancement may be gained and one's lady exalted?"
"It is right that you should think so, Nigel. At your age a man should have a hot head and a high heart. I also had both, and fought for my lady's glove, or for my vow, or for the love of fighting. But as one grows older and commands men, one has other things to think of. One thinks less of one's own honor and more of the safety of the army. It is not your own spear, your own sword, your own arm which will turn the tide of the fight, but a cool head may save a stricken field. He who knows when his horsemen should charge and when they should fight on foot, he who can mix his archers with his men-at-arms in such a fashion that each can support the other, he who can hold up his reserve and pour it into the battle when it may turn the tide, he who has a quick eye for boggy land and broken ground, that is the man who is of more worth to an army than Roland, Oliver, and all the paladins."
"Yet if his knights fail him, honored sir, all his head work will not prevail."
"True enough, Nigel. So may every squire ride to the wars with his soul on fire as yours is now. But I must linger no longer, for the King's service must be done. I will dress, and when I have bid farewell to the noble Dame Ermyntrude, I will on to Farnham. But you will see me here again on the day that the King comes."
So Chandos went his way that evening, walking his horse through the peaceful lanes and twanging his citole as he went, for he loved music and was famous for his merry songs.
The cottagers came forth from their huts and laughed and clapped as the rich full voice swelled and sank to the cheery tinkling of the strings. There were few who saw him pass that would have guessed that the quaint one-eyed man with the yellow hair was the toughest fighter and craftiest man of war in Europe. Only once, as he entered Farnham, an old broken man-at-arms ran out in his rags and clutched at his horse as a dog gambols round his master. Chandos threw him a kind word and a gold coin as he passed on to the castle. In the meanwhile, young Nigel and the Lady Ermyntrude, left alone with their difficulties, looked blankly in each other's faces. "The cellar is well nigh empty," said Nigel. "There are 2 firkins of small beer and a tun of canary. How can we set such drink before the king and his court?" "We must have some wine of Bordeaux. With that and the mottled cow's calf, and the fowls and goose, we can set forth a sufficient repast if he stays only for the one night. How many will be with him?" "A dozen at the least." The old dame wrung her hands in despair. "Nay, take it not to heart, dear lady," said Nigel. "We have but to say the word, and the king would stop at Waverley, where he and his court would find all that they could wish." "Never!" cried the Lady Ermyntrude. "It would be shame and disgrace to us forever if the king were to pass our door when he has graciously said that he was fain to enter in. Nay, I will do it. Never did I think that I would be forced to this, but I know that he would wish it, and I will do it." She went to the old iron coffer, and taking a small key from her girdle, she unlocked it. The rusty hinges, screaming shrilly as she threw back the lid, proclaimed how seldom it was that she had penetrated into the sacred recesses of her treasure chest. At the top were some relics of old finery: a silken cloak spangled with golden stars, a coif of silver filigree, a roll of Venetian lace. Beneath were little packets tied in silk, which the old lady handled with tender care, a man's hunting glove, a child's shoe, a love knot done in faded green ribbon, some letters in rude rough script, and a vernicle of St. Thomas. Then from the very bottom of the box she drew 3 objects swathed in silken cloth, which she uncovered and laid upon the table. The one was a bracelet of rough gold studded with uncut rubies. The second was a gold salver, and the third was a high goblet of the same metal. "You have heard me speak of these, Nigel, but never before have you seen them, for indeed I have not opened the hutch for fear that we might be tempted in our great need to turn them into money. I have kept them out of my sight and even out of my thoughts. But now it is the honor of the house which calls, and even these must go. This goblet was that which my husband, Sir Neil Loring, won after the intaking of Belgrade, when he and his comrades held the lists from matins to vespers against the flower of the French chivalry. The salver was given him by the Earl of Pembroke in memory of his valor upon the field of Falkirk." "And the bracelet, dear lady?" "You will not laugh, Nigel." "Nay, why should I laugh?" "The bracelet was the prize for the Queen of Beauty, which was given to me before all the high-born ladies of England by Sir Neil Loring a month before our marriage. The Queen of Beauty, Nigel! I, old and twisted as you see me. 5 strong men went down before his lance ere he won that trinket for me. And now, in my last years Nay, dear and honored lady, we will not part with it." "Yes, Nigel. He would have it so. I can hear his whisper in my ear. Honor to him was everything, the rest nothing. Take it from me, Nigel, ere my heart weakens. To-morrow you will ride with it to Guildford. You will see Thorold the goldsmith, and you will raise enough money to pay for all that we shall need for the King's coming." She turned her face away to hide the quivering of her wrinkled features, and the crash of the iron lid covered the sob which burst from her overwrought soul. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel,
by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 7. How Nigel went marketing to Guildford. It was on a bright June morning that young Nigel, with youth and springtime to make his heart light, rode upon his errand from Tilford to Guildford town. Beneath him was his great yellow war horse, caracoling and curvetting as he went, as blithe and free of spirit as his master. In all England one would scarce have found upon that morning so high-mettled and so debonair a pair. The sandy road wound through groves of fir, where the breeze came soft and fragrant with resinous gums, or over heathery downs which rolled away to north and to south, vast and untenanted, for on the uplands the soil was poor and water scarce. Over Crooksbury Common he passed, and then across the heath of Puttenham, following a sandy path which wound amid the bracken and the heather, for he meant to strike the Pilgrim's Way where it turned eastward from Farnham and from Seal. As he rode, he continually felt his saddlebag with his hand, for in it, securely strapped, he had placed the precious treasures of the Lady Ermyntrude. As he saw the grand tawny neck tossing before him, and felt the easy heave of the great horse, and heard the muffled drumming of his hoofs, he could have sung and shouted with the joy of living. Behind him, upon the little brown pony which had been Nigel's former mount, rode Samkin Aylward the bowman, who had taken upon himself the duties of personal attendant and bodyguard. His great shoulders and breadth of frame seemed dangerously top-heavy upon the tiny steed, but he ambled along, whistling a merry lilt and as light-hearted as his master. There was no countryman who had not a nod, and no woman who had not a smile for the jovial bowman, who rode for the most part with his face over his shoulder, staring at the last petticoat which had passed him. Only once he met with a harsher greeting. It was from a tall, white-headed, red-faced man whom they met upon the moor.
"Good morrow, dear father," cried Aylward. "How is it with you at Crooksbury? And how are the new black cow and the ewes from Elton, and Mary the dairymaid, and all your gear?" "It ill becomes you to ask, you ne'er-do-well," said the old man. "You have angered the monks of Waverley, whose tenant I am, and they would drive me out of my farm. Yet there are 3 more years to run, and do what they may, I will bide till then. But little did I think that I should lose my homestead through you, Samkin. And as big as you are, I would knock the dust out of that green jerkin with a good hazel switch if I had you at Crooksbury." "Then you shall do it to-morrow morning, good father, for I will come and see you then. But indeed I did not do more at Waverley than you would have done yourself. Look me in the eye, old hothead, and tell me if you would have stood by while the last Loring, look at him as he rides with his head in the air and his soul in the clouds, was shot down before your very eyes at the bidding of that fat monk. If you would, then I disown you as my father." "Nay, Samkin, if it was like that, then perhaps what you did was not so far amiss. But it is hard to lose the old farm when my heart is buried deep in the good brown soil. Tut, man, there are 3 years to run, and what may not happen in 3 years? Before that time I shall have gone to the wars, and when I have opened a French strong box or 2, you can buy the good brown soil and snap your fingers at Abbot John and his bailiffs. Am I not as proper a man as Tom Withstaff of Churt? And yet he came back after 6 months with his pockets full of rose nobles and a French wench on either arm. God preserve us from the wenches, Samkin. But indeed I think that if there is money to be gathered, you are as likely to get your fistful as any man who goes to the war. But hasten, lad, hasten. Already your young master is over the brow."
Thus admonished, the archer waved his gauntleted hand to his father, and digging his heels into the side of his little pony, soon drew up with the squire. Nigel glanced over his shoulder and slackened speed until the pony's head was up to his saddle. "Have I not heard, archer," said he, "that an outlaw has been loose in these parts?"
"It is true, fair sir. He was villain to Sir Peter Mandeville, but he broke his bonds and fled into the forests. Men call him the Wild Man of Puttenham."
"How comes it that he has not been hunted down? If the man be a draw-latch and a robber, it would be an honorable deed to clear the country of such an evil."
"Twice the sergeants at arms from Guildford have come out against him, but the fox has many earths, and it would puzzle you to get him out of them."
"By St. Paul, were my errand not a pressing one, I would be tempted to turn aside and seek him. Where lives he then?"
"There is a great morass beyond Puttenham, and across it there are caves in which he and his people lurk.
His people! He hath a band."
"There are several with him."
"Ah, it sounds a most honorable enterprise," said Nigel. "When the King hath come and gone, we will spare a day for the outlaws of Puttenham. I fear there is little chance for us to see them on this journey."
"They prey upon the pilgrims who pass along the Winchester road, and they are well loved by the folk in these parts, for they rob none of them and have an open hand for all who will help them."
"It is right easy to have an open hand with the money that you have stolen," said Nigel. "But I fear that they will not try to rob two men with swords at their girdles like you and me. So we shall have no profit from them." They had passed over the wild moors and had come down now into the main road by which the pilgrims from the west of England made their way to the national shrine at Canterbury. It passed from Winchester and up the beautiful valley of the Itchen until it reached Farnham, where it forked into two branches, one of which ran along the Hog's Back, while the second wound to the south and came out at St. Catherine's Hill, where stands the pilgrim shrine, a gray old ruin now, but once so august, so crowded and so affluent. It was this second branch upon which Nigel and Aylward found themselves as they rode to Guildford. No one, as it chanced, was going the same way as themselves, but they met one large drove of pilgrims returning from their journey with pictures of St. Thomas and snail shells or little leaden ampullae in their hats, and bundles of purchases over their shoulders. They were a grimy, ragged, travel-stained crew, the men walking, the women borne on asses. Man and beast, they limped along as if it would be a glad day when they saw their homes once more. These and a few beggars or minstrels, who crouched among the heather on either side of the track in the hope of receiving an occasional farthing from the passer-by, were the only folk they met until they had reached the village of Puttenham. Already there was a hot sun and just breeze enough to send the dust flying down the road, so they were glad to clear their throats with a glass of beer at the ale-stake in the village, where the fair alewife gave Nigel a cold farewell because he had no attentions for her, and Aylward a box on the ears because he had too many. On the farther side of Puttenham the road runs through thick woods of oak and beech, with a tangled undergrowth of fern and bramble. Here they met a patrol of sergeants at arms, tall fellows, well mounted, clad in studded leather caps and tunics, with lances and swords. They walked their horses slowly on the shady side of the road, and stopped as the travelers came up to ask if they had been molested on the way. "Have a care," they added, "for the wild man and his wife are out. Only yesterday they slew a merchant from the west and took 100 crowns." "His wife, you say?" "Yes, she is ever at his side, and has saved him many a time, for if he has the strength it is she who has the wit. I hope to see their heads together upon the green grass one of these mornings." The patrol passed downward towards Farnham, and so, as it proved, away from the robbers, who had doubtless watched them closely from the dense brushwood which skirted the road. Coming round a curve, Nigel and Aylward were aware of a tall and graceful woman who sat wringing her hands and weeping bitterly upon the bank by the side of the track. At such a sight of beauty in distress, Nigel pricked Pommers with the spur, and in 3 bounds was at the side of the unhappy lady. "What ails you, fair dame?" he asked. "Is there any small matter in which I may stand your friend? Or is it possible that anyone hath so hard a heart as to do you an injury?" She rose and turned upon him a face full of hope and entreaty. "Oh, save my poor father!" she cried. "Have you perchance seen the way wardens? They passed us, and I fear they are beyond reach." "Yes, they have ridden onward, but we may serve as well." "Then hasten, hasten, I pray you. Even now they may be doing him to death. They have dragged him into yonder grove, and I have heard his voice growing ever weaker in the distance. Hasten, I implore you." Nigel sprang from his horse and tossed the rein to Aylward.
"Nay, let us go together. How many robbers were there, lady?"
2 stout fellows."
"Then I come also."
"Nay, it is not possible," said Nigel. "The wood is too thick for horses, and we cannot leave them in the road." "I will guard them," cried the lady. "Pommers is not so easily held. Do you bide here, Aylward, until you hear from me. Stir not, I command you." So saying, Nigel, with the light of adventure gleaming in his joyous eyes, drew his sword and plunged swiftly into the forest. Far and fast he ran, from glade to glade, breaking through the bushes, springing over the brambles, light as a young deer, peering this way and that, straining his ears for a sound, and catching only the cry of the wood pigeons. Still on he went, with a constant thought of the weeping woman behind and of the captured man in front. It was not until he was footsore and out of breath that he stopped with his hand to his side and considered that his own business had still to be done, and that it was time once more that he should seek the road to Guildford. Meantime Aylward had found his own rough means of consoling the woman in the road, who stood sobbing with her face against the side of Pommers' saddle.
"Nay, weep not, my pretty one," said he. "It brings the tears to my own eyes to see them stream from thine."
"Alas, good archer, he was the best of fathers, so gentle and so kind. Had you but known him, you must have loved him."
"Tut, tut! He will suffer no scathe. Squire Nigel will bring him back to you anon."
"No, no, I shall never see him more. Hold me, archer, or I fall." Aylward pressed his ready arm round the supple waist. The fainting woman leaned with her hand upon his shoulder. Her pale face looked past him, and it was some new light in her eyes, a flash of expectancy, of triumph, of wicked joy, which gave him sudden warning of his danger. He shook her off and sprang to one side, but only just in time to avoid a crushing blow from a great club in the hands of a man even taller and stronger than himself. He had one quick vision of great white teeth clenched in grim ferocity, a wild flying beard and blazing wild beast eyes. The next instant he had closed, ducking his head beneath another swing of that murderous cudgel. With his arms round the robber's burly body and his face buried in his bushy beard, Aylward gasped and strained and heaved. Back and forward in the dusty road the two men stamped and staggered, a grim wrestling match with life for the prize. Twice the great strength of the outlaw had Aylward nearly down, and twice with his greater youth and skill the archer restored his grip and his balance. Then at last his turn came. He slipped his leg behind the other's knee and, giving a mighty wrench, tore him across it. With a hoarse shout the outlaw toppled backward and had hardly reached the ground before Aylward had his knee upon his chest and his short sword deep in his beard and pointed to his throat.
"By these 10 finger bones!" he gasped. "One more struggle and it is your last."
The man lay still enough, for he was half stunned by the crashing fall. Aylward looked round him, but the woman had disappeared. At the first blow struck she had vanished into the forest. He began to have fears for his master, thinking that perhaps he had been lured into some death trap. But his forebodings were soon at rest, for Nigel himself came hastening down the road which he had struck some distance from the spot where he left it. "By St. Paul!" he cried, "who is this man on whom you are perched, and where is the lady who has honored us so far as to crave our help? Alas that I have been unable to find her father."
"As well for you, fair sir," said Aylward, "for I am of the opinion that her father was the devil. This woman is, as I believe, the wife of the wild man of Puttenham, and this is the wild man himself, who set upon me and tried to brain me with his club."
The outlaw, who had opened his eyes, looked with a scowl from his captor to the newcomer. "You are in luck, archer," said he, "for I have come to grips with many a man, but I cannot call to mind any who have had the better of me."
"You have indeed the grip of a bear," said Aylward, "but it was a coward deed that your wife should hold me while you dashed out my brains with a stick. It is also a most villainous thing to lay a snare for wayfarers by asking for their pity and assistance, so that it was our own soft hearts which brought us into such danger. The next who hath real need of our help may suffer for your sins."
"When the hand of the whole world is against you," said the outlaw in a surly voice, "you must fight as best you can." "You well deserve to be hanged, if only because you have brought this woman, who is fair and gentle spoken, to such a life," said Nigel. "Let us tie him by the wrist to my stirrup leather, Aylward, and we will lead him into Guildford." The archer drew a spare bowstring from his case and had bound the prisoner as directed, when Nigel gave a sudden start and cry of alarm. "Holy Mary!" he cried. "Where is the saddlebag?" It had been cut away by a sharp knife. Only the two ends of strap remained. Aylward and Nigel stared at each other in blank dismay. Then the young squire shook his clenched hands and pulled at his yellow curls in his despair. "The Lady Ermyntrude's bracelet! My grandfather's cup!" he cried. "I would have died ere I lost them. What can I say to her? I dare not return until I have found them. Oh, Aylward, Aylward, how came you to let them be taken?" The honest archer had pushed back his steel cap and was scratching his tangled head.
"Nay, I knew nothing of it. You never said that there was aught of price in the bag, else I had kept a better eye upon it. Certes, it was not this fellow who took it, since I have never had my hands from him. It can only be the woman who fled with it while we fought."
Nigel stamped about the road in his perplexity. "I would follow her to the world's end if I knew where I could find her. But to search these woods for her is to look for a mouse in a wheat field. Good Saint George, thou who didst overcome the dragon, I pray you by that most honorable and knightly achievement that you will be with me now. And you also, great Saint Julian, patron of all wayfarers in distress, 2 candles shall burn before your shrine at Godalming if you will but bring me back my saddle-bag. What would I not give to have it back?" "Will you give me my life?" asked the outlaw. "Promise that I go free, and you shall have it back if it be indeed true that my wife has taken it." "Nay, I cannot do that," said Nigel. "My honor would surely be concerned, since my loss is a private one, but it would be to the public scathe that you should go free. By Saint Paul, it would be an ungentle deed if in order to save my own I let you loose upon the gear of 100 others." "I will not ask you to let me loose," said the wild man. "If you will promise that my life be spared I will restore your bag." "I cannot give such a promise, for it will lie with the Sheriff and reeves of Guildford." "Shall I have your word in my favor?" "That I could promise you, if you will give back the bag, though I know not how far my word may avail." "But your words are vain, for you cannot think that we will be so fond as to let you go in the hope that you will return." "I would not ask it," said the wild man, "for I can get your bag and yet never stir from the spot where I stand. Have I your promise upon your honor and all that you hold dear that you will ask for grace?" "You have." "And that my wife shall be unharmed?" "I promise it." The outlaw laid back his head and uttered a long shrill cry like the howl of a wolf. There was a silent pause, and then, clear and shrill, there rose the same cry no great distance away in the forest. Again the wild man called, and again his mate replied. A third time he summoned, as the deer bells to the doe in the greenwood. Then with a rustle of brushwood and snapping of twigs the woman was before them once more, tall, pale, graceful, wonderful. She glanced neither at Aylward nor Nigel, but ran to the side of her husband. "Dear and sweet lord," she cried, "I trust they have done you no hurt. I waited by the old ash, and my heart sank when you came not." "I have been taken at last, wife." "Oh, cursed, cursed day! Let him go, kind gentle sirs. Do not take him from me." "They will speak for me at Guildford," said the wild man. "They have sworn it. But hand them first the bag that you have taken." She drew it out from under her loose cloak. "Here it is, gentle sir. Indeed, it went to my heart to take it, for you had mercy upon me in my trouble. But now I am, as you see, in real and very sore distress. Will you not have mercy now? Take ruth on us, fair sir. On my knees I beg it of you, most gentle and kindly squire." Nigel had clutched his bag, and right glad was he to feel that the treasures were all safe within it. "My proffer is given," said he. "I will say what I can, but the issue rests with others. I pray you to stand up, for indeed I cannot promise more." "Then I must be content," said she, rising with a composed face. "I have prayed you to take ruth, and indeed I can do no more. But ere I go back to the forest I would rede you to be on your guard lest you lose your bag once more. Wot you how I took it, archer? Nay, it was simple enough, and may happen again, so I make it clear to you. I had this knife in my sleeve, and though it is small, it is very sharp. I slipped it down like this. Then, when I seemed to weep with my face against the saddle, I cut down like this. In an instant she had shorn through the stirrup leather which bound her man, and he, diving under the belly of the horse, had slipped like a snake into the brushwood. In passing, he had struck Pommers from beneath, and the great horse, enraged and insulted, was rearing high with 2 men hanging to his bridle. When at last he had calmed, there was no sign left of the wild man or of his wife. In vain did Aylward, an arrow on his string, run here and there among the great trees and peer down the shadowy glades. When he returned, he and his master cast a shamefaced glance at each other.
"I trust we are better soldiers than jailers," said Aylward as he climbed on his pony.
But Nigel's frown relaxed into a smile. "At least we have gained back what was lost," said he. "Here I place it on the pommel of my saddle, and I shall not take my eyes from it until we are safe in Guildford town." So they jogged on together until, passing St. Catherine's shrine, they crossed the winding way once more, and so found themselves in the steep high street with its heavy carved gabled houses, its monkish hospitium upon the left, where good ale may still be quaffed, and its great square keeped castle upon the right, no gray and grim skeleton of ruin, but very quick and alert, with blazoned banner flying free and steel caps twinkling from the battlement. A row of booths extended from the castle gate to the high street, and 2 doors from the church of the Trinity was that of Thorold the goldsmith, a rich burgess and mayor of the town. He looked long and lovingly at the rich rubies and at the fine work upon the goblet. Then he stroked his flowing gray beard as he pondered whether he should offer 50 nobles or 60, for he knew well that he could sell them again for 200. If he offered too much, his profit would be reduced. If he offered too little, the youth might go as far as London with them, for they were rare and of great worth. The young man was ill clad, and his eyes were anxious. Perchance he was hard pressed, and was ignorant of the value of what he bore. He would sound him. "These things are old and out of fashion, fair sir," said he. "Of the stones I can scarce say if they are of good quality or not, but they are dull and rough. Yet if your price be low I may add them to my stock, though indeed this booth was made to sell and not to buy. What do you ask?" Nigel bent his brows in perplexity. Here was a game in which neither his bold heart nor his active limbs could help him. It was the new force mastering the old, the man of commerce conquering the man of war, wearing him down and weakening him through the centuries until he had him as his bondservant and his thrall. "I know not what to ask, good sir," said Nigel. "It is not for me nor for any man who bears my name to chaffer and to haggle. You know the worth of these things, for it is your trade to do so. The Lady Ermyntrude lacks money, and we must have it against the King's coming. So give me that which is right and just, and we shall say no more." The goldsmith smiled. The business was growing more simple and more profitable. He had intended to offer 50, but surely it would be sinful waste to give more than 25. "I shall scarce know what to do with them when I have them," said he. "Yet I should not grudge 20 nobles if it is a matter in which the King is concerned." Nigel's heart turned to lead. This sum would not buy one half what was needful. It was clear that the Lady Ermyntrude had overvalued her treasures. Yet he could not return empty-handed, so if 20 nobles was the real worth, as this good old man assured him, then he must be thankful and take it. "I am concerned by what you say," said he. "You know more of these things than I do. However, I will take 150," whispered Aylward's voice in his ear. 150," said Nigel, only too relieved to have found the humblest guide upon these unwonted paths. The goldsmith started. This youth was not the simple soldier that he had seemed. That frank face, those blue eyes were traps for the unwary. Never had he been more taken aback in a bargain. "This is fond talk and can lead to nothing, fair sir," said he, turning away and fiddling with the keys of his strong box. "Yet I have no wish to be hard on you. Take my outside price, which is 50 nobles."
"And 100,"
whispered Aylward. "And 100," said Nigel, blushing at his own greed. "Well, well, take 100," cried the merchant. "Fleece me, skin me, leave me a loser, and take for your wares the full 100." "I should be shamed forever if I were to treat you so badly," said Nigel. "You have spoken me fair, and I would not grind you down. Therefore I will gladly take 100
"And 50,"
whispered Aylward. "And 50," said Nigel. "By St. Joan of Beverley," cried the merchant, "I came hither from the north country, and they are said to be shrewd at a deal in those parts. But I had rather bargain with a synagogue full of Jews than with you, for all your gentle ways. Will you indeed take no less than 150? Alas, you pluck from me my profits for a month. It is a fell morning's work for me, and I would I had never seen you." With groans and lamentations he paid the gold pieces across the counter, and Nigel, hardly able to credit his own good fortune, gathered them into the leather saddlebag. A moment later, with flushed face, he was in the street and pouring out his thanks to Aylward.
"Alas, my fair lord, the man has robbed us now," said the archer. "We could have had another 20 had we stood fast."
"How know you that, good Aylward?"
"By his eyes, Squire Loring. I wot I have little store of reading where the parchment of a book or the pinching of a blazon is concerned, but I can read men's eyes, and I never doubted that he would give what he has given."
The two travelers had dinner at the monk's hospitium, Nigel at the high table and Aylward among the commonalty. Then again they roamed the high street on business intent. Nigel bought taffeta for hangings, wine, preserves, fruit, damask, table linen, and many other articles of need. At last he halted before the armorer's shop at the castle yard, staring at the fine suits of plate, the engraved pectorals, the plumed helmets, the cunningly jointed gorgets, as a child at a sweet shop. "Well, Squire Loring," said Wat the armorer, looking sidewise from the furnace where he was tempering a sword blade, "what can I sell you this morning? I swear to you by Tubal Cain, the father of all workers in metal, that you might go from end to end of Cheapside and never see a better suit than that which hangs from yonder hook. And the price, armorer?" "To anyone else 250 rose nobles. To you 200. "And why cheaper to me, good fellow?" "Because I fitted your father also for the wars, and a finer suit never went out of my shop. I warrant that it turned many an edge before he laid it aside. We worked in mail in those days, and I had as soon have a well-made thick meshed mail as any plates. But a young knight will be in the fashion, like any dame of the court, so it must be plate now, even though the price be trebled." "Your rede is that mail is as good?" "I am well sure of it." "Hearken then, armorer. I cannot at this moment buy a suit of plate, and yet I sorely need steel harness on account of a small deed which it is in my mind to do. Now I have at my home at Tilford that very suit of mail of which you speak, which my father first rode to the wars. Could you not so alter it that it should guard my limbs also?" The armorer looked at Nigel's small upright figure and burst out laughing. "You jest, Squire Loring. The suit was made for one who was far above the common stature of man." "Nay, I jest not. If it will but carry me through one spear running, it will have served its purpose." The armorer leaned back on his anvil and pondered, while Nigel stared anxiously at his sooty face. "Right gladly would I lend you a suit of plate for this one venture, Squire Loring, but I know well that if you should be overthrown, your harness becomes prize to the victor. I am a poor man with many children, and I dare not risk the loss of it. But as to what you say of the old suit of mail, is it indeed in good condition?" "Most excellent, save only at the neck, which is much frayed. To shorten the limbs is easy. It is but to cut out a length of the mail and then loop up the links. But to shorten the body, nay, that is beyond the armorer's art. It was my last hope. Nay, good armorer, if you have indeed served and loved my gallant father, then I beg you by his memory that you will help me now." The armorer threw down his heavy hammer with a crash upon the floor. "It is not only that I loved your father, Squire Loring, but it is that I have seen you, half armed as you were, ride against the best of them in the castle tilt-yard. Last Martinmas my heart bled for you when I saw how sorry was your harness, and yet you held your own against the stout Sir Oliver with his Milan suit. When go you to Tilford?" "Even now." "Ha! Jenkin, fetch out the cob," cried the worthy Wat. "May my right hand lose its cunning if I do not send you into battle in your father's suit. To-morrow I must be back in my booth, but to-day I give to you without fee and for the sake of the good will which I bear to your house. I will ride with you to Tilford, and before night you shall see what Wat can do." So it came about that there was a busy evening at the old Tilford manor house, where the Lady Ermyntrude planned and cut and hung the curtains for the hall, and stocked her cupboards with the good things which Nigel had brought from Guildford. Meanwhile the squire and the armorer sat with their heads touching, and the old suit of mail with its gorget of overlapping plates laid out across their knees. Again and again old Wat shrugged his shoulders, as one who has been asked to do more than can be demanded from mortal man. At last, at a suggestion from the squire, he leaned back in his chair and laughed long and loudly in his bushy beard, while the Lady Ermyntrude glared her black displeasure at such plebeian merriment. Then taking his fine chisel and his hammer from his pouch of tools, the armorer, still chuckling in his own thoughts, began to drive a hole through the center of the steel tunic. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 8. How the King hawked on Crooksbury Heath. The King and his attendants
had shaken off the crowd who had followed them from Guildford along the Pilgrim's Way, and now, the mounted archers having beaten off the more persistent of the spectators, they rode at their ease in a long, straggling, glittering train over the dark, undulating plain of heather. In the van was the King himself, for his hawks were with him, and he had some hope of sport. Edward at that time was a well-grown, vigorous man in the very prime of his years, a keen sportsman, and an ardent, gallant, and a chivalrous soldier. He was a scholar too, speaking Latin, French, German, Spanish, and even a little English. So much had long been patent to the world, but only of recent years had he shown other and more formidable characteristics. A restless ambition which coveted his neighbor's throne, and a wise foresight in matters of commerce, which engaged him now in transplanting Flemish weavers and sowing the seeds of what for many years was the staple trade of England. Each of these varied qualities might have been read upon his face. The brow, shaded by a crimson cap of maintenance, was broad and lofty. The large brown eyes were ardent and bold. His chin was clean shaven, and the close-cropped dark moustache did not conceal the strong mouth, firm, proud, and kindly, but capable of setting tight in merciless ferocity. His complexion was tanned to copper by a life spent in field sports or in war, and he rode his magnificent black horse carelessly and easily, as one who has grown up in the saddle. His own color was black also, for his active, sinewy figure was set off by close-fitting velvet of that hue, broken only by a belt of gold and by a golden border of open pods of the broom plant. With his high and noble bearing, his simple yet rich attire, and his splendid mount, he looked every inch a king. The picture of gallant man on gallant horse was completed by the noble falcon of the Isles, which fluttered along some 12 feet above his head, waiting on, as it was termed, for any quarry which might arise. The second bird of the cast was borne upon the gauntleted wrist of Raoul, the chief falconer, in the rear. At the right side of the monarch, and a little behind him, rode a youth some 20 years of age, tall, slim, and dark, with noble aquiline features and keen penetrating eyes, which sparkled with vivacity and affection as he answered the remarks of the King. He was clad in deep crimson diapered with gold, and the trappings of his white palfrey were of a magnificence which proclaimed the rank of its rider. On his face, still free from moustache or beard, there sat a certain gravity and majesty of expression, which showed that, young as he was, great affairs had been in his keeping, and that his thoughts and interests were those of the statesman and the warrior. That great day when, little more than a schoolboy, he had led the van of the victorious army which had crushed the power of France and Cressy, had left this stamp upon his features, but stern as they were, they had not assumed that tinge of fierceness which in after years was to make the Black Prince a name of terror on the marches of France. Not yet had the first shadow of fell disease come to poison his nature ere it struck at his life, as he rode that spring day, light and debonair, upon the heath of Crooksbury. On the left of the King, and so near to him that great intimacy was implied, rode a man about his own age, with the broad face, the projecting jaw, and the flattish nose, which are often the outward indications of a pugnacious nature. His complexion was crimson, his large blue eyes somewhat prominent, and his whole appearance full-blooded and choleric. He was short but massively built, and evidently possessed of immense strength. His voice, however, when he spoke, was gentle and lisping, while his manner was quiet and courteous. Unlike the King or the Prince, he was clad in light armor, and carried a sword by his side and a mace at his saddle-bow, for he was acting as captain of the King's guard, and a dozen other knights in steel followed in the escort. No hardier soldier could Edward have at his side if, as was always possible in those lawless times, sudden danger was to threaten, for this was the famous Knight of Hainault, now naturalized as an Englishman, Sir Walter Manny, who bore as high a reputation for chivalrous valor and for gallant temerity as Chandos himself. Behind the knights, who were forbidden to scatter and must always follow the King's person, there was a body of 20 or 30 hobblers or mounted bowmen, together with several squires, unarmed themselves but leading spare horses upon which the heavier part of their knight's equipment was carried. A straggling tail of falconers, harbingers, varlets, body servants and huntsmen holding hounds in leash completed the long and many colored train which rose and dipped on the low undulations of the moor. Many weighty things were on the mind of Edward the King. There was the truce for the moment with France, but it was a truce broken by many small deeds of arms, raids, surprises and ambushes upon either side, and it was certain that it would soon dissolve again into open war. Money must be raised, and it was no light matter to raise it, now that the Commons had once already voted the 10th lamb and the 10th sheaf. Besides, the Black Death had ruined the country. The arable land was all turned to pasture. The laborer, laughing at statutes, would not work under 4pence a day, and all society was chaos. In addition, the Scotch were growling over the border, and there was the perennial trouble in half-conquered Ireland, and his allies abroad in Flanders and in Brabant were clamoring for the arrears of their subsidies. All this was enough to make even a victorious monarch full of care, but now Edward had thrown it all to the winds and was as light-hearted as a boy upon a holiday. No thought had he for the dunning of Florentine bankers or the vexatious condition of those busybodies at Westminster. He was out with his hawks, and his thoughts and his talk should be of nothing else. The varlets beat the heather and the bushes as they passed, and whooped loudly as the birds flew out. "A magpie! A magpie!" cried the falconer. "Nay, nay, it is not worthy of your talons, my brown-eyed queen," said the King, looking up at the great bird which flapped from side to side above his head, waiting for the whistle which would give her the signal. "The tercels, falconer! A cast of tercels! Quick, man, quick! Ha! The rascal makes for wood. He puts in. Well flown, brave Peregrine! He makes his point. Drive him out to thy comrade. Serve him, varlets! Beat the bushes! He breaks! He breaks! Nay, come away then. You will see Master Magpie no more." The bird had indeed, with the cunning of its race, flapped its way through brushwood and bushes to the thicker woods beyond, so that neither the hawk amid the cover, nor its partner above, nor the clamorous beaters could harm it. The King laughed at the mischance and rode on. Continually birds of various sorts were flushed, and each was pursued by the appropriate hawk, the snipe by the tercel, the partridge by the goshawk, even the lark by the little merlin. But the King soon tired of this petty sport and went slowly on his way, still with the magnificent silent attendant flapping above his head. "Is she not a noble bird, fair son?" he asked, glancing up as her shadow fell upon him. "She is indeed, sire. Surely no finer ever came from the Isles of the North." "Perhaps not, and yet I have had a hawk from Barbary, as good a footer and as swift a flyer. An eastern bird in Yarrack has no peer." "I had one once from the Holy Land," said de Manny. "It was fierce and keen and swift as the Saracens themselves. They say of old Saladin that in his day his breed of birds, of hounds and of horses had no equal on earth." "I trust, dear father, that the day may come when we shall lay our hands on all three," said the Prince, looking with shining eyes upon the King. "Is the Holy Land to lie forever in the grasp of these unbelieving savages, or the Holy Temple to be defiled by their foul presence? Ah, my dear and most sweet lord, give to me 1,000 lances with 10,000 bowmen like those I led at Crecy, and I swear to you by God's soul that within a year I will have done homage to you for the kingdom of Jerusalem." The King laughed as he turned to Walter Manny. "Boys will be boys," said he. "The French do not count me such," cried the young Prince, flushing with anger. "Nay, fair son, there is no one sets you at a higher rate than your father, but you have the nimble mind and quick fancy of youth, turning over from the thing that is half done to a further task beyond. How would we fare in Brittany and Normandy while my young paladin with his lancers and his bowmen was besieging Ascalon or battering at Jerusalem? Heaven would help in Heaven's work." "From what I have heard of the past," said the King dryly, "I cannot see that Heaven has counted for much as an ally in these wars of the East. I speak with reverence, and yet it is but sooth to say that Richard of the Lion Heart or Louis of France might have found the smallest earthly principality of greater service to him than all the celestial hosts. How say you to that, my Lord Bishop?" A stout churchman who had ridden behind the King on a solid bay cob, well suited to his weight and dignity, jogged up to the monarch's elbow. "How say you, sire? I was watching the goshawk on the partridge and heard you not." Had I said that I would add 2 manors to the See of Chichester, I warrant that you would have heard me, my Lord Bishop." "Nay, fair lord,
test the matter by saying so," cried the jovial Bishop. The King laughed aloud. "A fair counter, your reverence. By the rood, you broke your lance that passage. But the question I debated was this: how is it that since the Crusades have manifestly been fought in God's quarrel, we Christians have had so little comfort or support in fighting them? After all our efforts and the loss of more men than can be counted, we are at last driven from the country, and even the military orders which were formed only for that one purpose can scarce hold a footing in the islands of the Greek Sea. There is not one seaport nor one fortress in Palestine over which the flag of the cross still waves. Where then was our ally?" "Nay, sire, you open a great debate which extends far beyond this question of the Holy Land, though that may indeed be chosen as a fair example. It is the question of all sin, of all suffering, of all injustice, why it should pass without the rain of fire and the lightnings of Sinai. The wisdom of God is beyond our understanding." The King shrugged his shoulders. "This is an easy answer, my Lord Bishop. You are a prince of the Church. It would fare ill with an earthly prince who could give no better answer to the affairs which concerned his realm." "There are other considerations which might be urged, most gracious sire. It is true that the Crusades were a holy enterprise which might well expect the immediate blessing of God. But the Crusaders, is it certain that they deserved such a blessing? Have I not heard that their camp was the most dissolute ever seen?" "Camps are camps all the world over, and you cannot in a moment change a bowman into a saint. But the holy Louis was a crusader after your own heart, yet his men perished at Mansoura, and he himself at Tunis. Bethink you also that this world is but the antechamber of the next," said the prelate. "By suffering and tribulation the soul is cleansed, and the true victor may be he who by patient endurance of misfortune merits the happiness to come." "If that be the true meaning of the Church's blessing, then I hope that it will be long before it rests upon our banners in France," said the King. "But methinks that when one is out with a brave horse and a good hawk one might find some other subject than theology. Back to the birds, Bishop, or Raoul the falconer will come to interrupt thee in thy cathedral." Straightway the conversation came back to the mystery of the woods and the mystery of the rivers, to the dark-eyed hawks and to the yellow-eyed, to the hawks of the lure and the hawks of the fist. The Bishop was as steeped in the lore of falconry as the King, and the others smiled as the two wrangled hard over disputed and technical questions. If an eyas trained in the mews can ever emulate the passage hawk taken wild, or how long the young hawks should be placed at hack, and how long weathered before they are fully reclaimed. Monarch and prelate were still deep in this learned discussion, the Bishop speaking with a freedom and an assurance which he would never have dared to use in affairs of church and state, for in all ages there is no such leveler as sport. Suddenly, however, the Prince, whose keen eyes had swept from time to time over the great blue heaven, uttered a peculiar call and reined up his palfrey, pointing at the same time into the air. "A heron!" he cried. "A heron on passage!" To gain the full sport of hawking, a heron must not be put up from its feeding ground, where it is heavy with its meal and has no time to get its pace on before it is pounced upon by the more active hawk, but it must be aloft, traveling from point to point, probably from the fish stream to the heronry. Thus to catch the bird on passage was the prelude of all good sport. The object to which the Prince had pointed was but a black dot in the southern sky, but his strained eyes had not deceived him, and both Bishop and King agreed that it was indeed a heron, which grew larger every instant as it flew in their direction. "Whistle him off, sire! Whistle off the gerfalcon!" cried the Bishop. "Nay, nay, it is over far. She would fly at check." "Now, sire, now!" cried the Prince, as the great bird, with the breeze behind him, came sweeping down the sky. The King gave the shrill whistle, and the well-trained hawk raked out to the right and to the left to make sure which quarry she was to follow. Then, spying the heron, she shot up in a swift ascending curve to meet him. "Well flown, Margot! Good bird!" cried the King, clapping his hands to encourage the hawk, while the falconers broke into the shrill whoop peculiar to their sport. Going on her curve, the hawk would soon have crossed the path of the heron, but the latter, seeing the danger in his front, and confident in his own great strength of wing and lightness of body, proceeded to mount higher in the air, flying in such small rings that to the spectators it almost seemed as if the bird was going perpendicularly upward. "He takes the air!" cried the King. but strong as he flies, he cannot outfly Margot. Bishop, I lay you 10 gold pieces to 1 that the heron is mine." "I cover your wager, sire," said the Bishop. "I may not take gold so won, and yet I warrant that there is an altar cloth somewhere in need of repairs." "You have a good store of altar cloths, Bishop, if all the gold I have seen you win at tables goes to the mending of them," said the King. "Ah, by the rood, rascal, rascal! See how she flies at check." The quick eyes of the Bishop had perceived a drift of rooks when, on the evening flight to the rookery, were passing along the very line which divided the hawk from the heron. A rook is a hard temptation for a hawk to resist. In an instant the inconstant bird had forgotten all about the great heron above her, and was circling over the rooks, flying westward with them as she singled out the plumpest for her stoop. "There is yet time, sire. Shall I cast off her mate?" cried the falconer. "Or shall I show you, sire, how a peregrine may win where a gerfalcon fails?" said the Bishop. 10 gold pieces to 1 upon my bird." "Done with you, Bishop!" cried the King, his brow dark with vexation. "By the rood, if you were as learned in the fathers as you are in hawks, you would win to the throne of Saint Peter. Cast off your peregrine and make your boasting good." Smaller than the royal gerfalcon, the Bishop's bird was none the less a swift and beautiful creature. From her perch upon his wrist she had watched with fierce, keen eyes the birds in the heaven, mantling herself from time to time in her eagerness. Now, when the button was undone and the leash uncast, the peregrine dashed off with a whir of her sharp pointed wings, whizzing round in a great ascending circle which mounted swiftly upward, growing ever smaller as she approached that lofty point where, a mere speck in the sky, the heron sought escape from its enemies. Still higher and higher the two birds mounted, while the horsemen, their faces upturned, strained their eyes in their efforts to follow them. "She rings! She still rings!" cried the Bishop. "She is above him. She has gained her pitch." "Nay, nay, she is far below," said the King. "By my soul, my Lord Bishop is right!" cried the Prince. "I believe she is above. See! See, she swoops!" "She binds! She binds!" cried a dozen voices as the two dots blended suddenly into one. There could be no doubt that they were falling rapidly. Already they grew larger to the eye. Presently the heron disengaged himself and flapped heavily away, the worse for that deadly embrace, while the peregrine, shaking her plumage, ringed once more so as to get high above the quarry and deal it a second and more fatal blow. The Bishop smiled, for nothing, as it seemed, could hinder his victory. "Thy gold pieces shall be well spent, sire," said he. "What is lost to the church is gained by the loser." But a most unlooked for chance deprived the Bishop's altar cloth of its costly mending. The King's gerfalcon, having struck down a rook and finding the sport but tame, bethought herself suddenly of that noble heron which she still perceived fluttering over Crooksbury Heath. How could she have been so weak as to allow these silly chattering rooks to entice her away from that lordly bird? Even now it was not too late to atone for her mistake. In a great spiral she shot upwards until she was over the heron. But what was this? Every fiber of her, from her crest to her deck feathers, quivered with jealousy and rage at the sight of this creature, a mere peregrine, who had dared to come between a royal gerfalcon and her quarry. With one sweep of her great wings she shot up until she was above her rival. The next instant, "They crab! They crab!" cried the King with a roar of laughter, following them with his eyes as they bustled down through the air. "Mend thy own altar cloths, Bishop. Not a groat shall you have from me this journey. Pull them apart, falconer, lest they do each other an injury. And now, masters, let us on, for the sun sinks towards the west." The two hawks, which had come to the ground interlocked with clutching talons and ruffled plumes, were torn apart and brought back bleeding and panting to their perches, while the heron, after its perilous adventure, flapped its way heavily onward to settle safely in the heronry of Waverley. The cortege, who had scattered in the excitement of the chase, came together again, and the journey was once more resumed. A horseman who had been riding towards them across the moor now quickened his pace and closed swiftly upon them. As he came nearer, the King and the Prince cried out joyously and waved their hands in greeting. "It is good John Chandos!" cried the King. "By the rood, John, I have missed your merry songs this week or more. Glad I am to see that you have your citole slung to your back. Whence come you then?"
"I come from Tilford, sire, in the hope that I should meet your Majesty."
"It was well thought of. Come right here between the Prince and me. We will believe that we are back in France with our war harness on our backs once more. What is your news, Master John?" Chandos's quaint face quivered with suppressed amusement and his one eye twinkled like a star.
"Have you had sport, my liege?" "Poor sport, John. We flew 2 hawks at the same heron. They crabbed and the bird got free. But why do you smile so?" "Because I hope to show you better sport ere you come to Tilford." "For the hawk, for the hound?" "A nobler sport than either."
"Is this a riddle, John? What mean you?"
"Nay, to tell would be to spoil all. I say again that there is rare sport betwixt here and Tilford, and I beg you, dear lord, to mend your pace that we make the most of the daylight."
Thus adjured, the King set spurs to his horse, and the whole cavalcade cantered over the heath in the direction which Chandos showed. Presently, as they came over a slope, they saw beneath them a winding river with an old high-backed bridge across it. On the farther side was a village green and a fringe of cottages and one dark manor house upon the side of the hill.
"This is Tilford," said Chandos. "Yonder is the house of the Lorings."
The King's expectations had been aroused, and his face showed his disappointment. "Is this the sport you have promised us, Sir John? How can you make good your words?"
"I will make them good, my liege."
"Where then is the sport?" On the high crown of the bridge a rider in armor was seated, lance in hand, upon a great yellow steed. Chandos touched the King's arm and pointed.
"That is the sport," said he.
End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 9. How Nigel held the bridge at Tilford. The King looked at the motionless figure, at the little crowd of hushed, expectant rustics beyond the bridge, and finally at the face of Chandos, which shone with amusement. "What is this, John?" he asked.
"You remember Sir Eustace Loring, sire?"
"Indeed, I could never forget him, nor the manner of his death."
"He was a knight errant in his day."
"That indeed he was. None better have I known."
"So is his son Nigel, as fierce a young war hawk as ever yearned to use beak and claws, but held fast in the mews up to now. This is his trial fight. There he stands at the bridgehead, as was wont in our father's time, ready to measure himself against all comers."
Of all Englishmen there was no greater knight errant than the King himself, and none so steeped in every quaint usage of chivalry, so that the situation was after his own heart. "He is not yet a knight?"
"No, sire, only a squire."
"Then he must bear himself bravely this day if he is to make good what he has done. Is it fitting that a young untried squire should venture to couch his lance against the best of England?"
"He hath given me his cartel and challenge," said Chandos, drawing a paper from his tunic. "Have I your permission, sire, to issue it?"
"Surely, John, we have no cavalier more versed in the laws of chivalry than yourself. You know this young man, and you are aware how far he is worthy of the high honor which he asks. Let us hear his defiance." The knights and squires of the escort, most of whom were veterans of the French war, had been gazing with interest and some surprise at the steel-clad figure in front of them. Now, at a call from Sir Walter Manny, they assembled round the spot where the King and Chandos had halted. Chandos cleared his throat and read from his paper: "A tous seigneurs, chevaliers et escuyers." So it is headed, gentlemen. "It is a message from the good Squire Nigel Loring of Tilford, son of Sir Eustace Loring, of honorable memory. Squire Loring awaits you in arms, gentlemen, yonder upon the crown of the old bridge. Thus says he: 'For the great desire that I, a most humble and unworthy squire, entertain, that I may come to the knowledge of the noble gentlemen who ride with my royal master, I now wait on the bridge of the way, in the hope that some of them may condescend to do some small deed of arms upon me, or that I may deliver them from any vow which they may have taken. This I say out of no esteem for myself, but solely that I may witness the noble bearing of these famous cavaliers and admire their skill in the handling of arms. Therefore, with the help of Saint George, I will hold the bridge with sharpened lances against any or all who may deign to present themselves while daylight lasts.'" "What say you to this, gentlemen?" asked the King, looking round with laughing eyes. "Truly it is issued in very good form," said the Prince. "Neither Claricieux nor Red Dragon nor any herald that ever wore tabard could better it. Did he draw it of his own hand?"
"He hath a grim old grandmother, who is one of the ancient breed," said Chandos. I doubt not that the Dame Ermyntrude hath drawn a challenge or two before now. But hark ye, sire, I would have a word in your ear, and yours too, most noble prince." Leading them aside, Chandos whispered some explanations, which ended by them all three bursting into a shout of laughter. "By the rood, no honorable gentleman should be reduced to such straits," said the King. "It behooves me to look into it. But how now, gentlemen? This worthy cavalier still waits his answer." The soldiers had all been buzzing together, but now Walter Manny turned to the King with the result of their council. "If it please your majesty," said he, "we are of the opinion that this squire hath exceeded all bounds in desiring to break a spear with a belted knight ere he has given his proofs. We do him sufficient honor if a squire ride against him, and with your consent I have chosen my own body squire, John Widdicombe, to clear the path for us across the bridge." "What you say, Walter, is right and fair," said the King. "Master Chandos, you will tell our champion yonder what hath been arranged. You will advise him also that it is our royal will that the contest be not fought upon the bridge, since it is very clear that it must end in one or both going over into the river, but that he advance to the end of the bridge and fight upon the plain. You will tell him also that a blunted lance is sufficient for such an encounter, but that a hand stroke or two with a sword or mace may well be exchanged if both riders should keep their saddles. A blast upon Raoul's horn shall be the signal to close." Such ventures as these, where an aspirant for fame would wait for days at a crossroad, a ford or a bridge until some worthy antagonist should ride that way, were very common in the old days of adventurous knight errantry, and were still familiar to the minds of the men because the stories of the romancers and the songs of the trouvères were full of such incidents. Their actual occurrence, however, had become rare. There was the more curiosity, not unmixed with amusement, in the thoughts of the courtiers as they watched Chandos ride down to the bridge and commented upon the somewhat singular figure of the challenger. His build was strange, and so also was his figure, for the limbs were short for so tall a man. His head was also sunk forward, as if he were lost in thought or overcome with deep dejection. "This is surely the cavalier of the heavy heart," said Manny. "What trouble has he that he should hang his head?" "Perchance he hath a weak neck," said the King. "At least he hath no weak voice," the Prince remarked as Nigel's answer to Chandos came to their ears. "By Our Lady, he booms like a bittern." As Chandos rode back again to the King, Nigel exchanged the old ash spear, which had been his father's, for one of the blunted tournament lances, which he took from the hands of a stout archer in attendance. He then rode down to the end of the bridge, where 100-yard stretch of greensward lay in front of him. At the same moment the squire of Sir Walter Manny, who had been hastily armed by his comrades, spurred forward and took up his position. The King raised his hand. There was a clang from the falconer's horn, and the two riders, with a thrust of their heels and a shake of their bridles, dashed furiously at each other. In the center the green strip of marshy meadowland, with the water squirting from the galloping hoofs, and the two crouching men gleaming bright in the evening sun. On the one side the half circle of motionless horsemen, some in steel, some in velvet, silent and attentive, dogs, hawks and horses all turned to stone. On the other, the old peaked bridge, the blue lazy river, the group of open-mouthed rustics, and the old dark manor house, with one grim face which peered from the upper window. A good man was John Widdicombe, but he had met a better that day. Before that yellow whirlwind of a horse and the rider who was welded and riveted to his saddle, his knees could not hold their grip. Nigel and Pommers were one flying missile, with all their weight and strength and energy centered on the steady end of the lance. Had Widdicombe been struck by a thunderbolt, he could not have flown faster or farther from his saddle. 2 full somersaults did he make, his plates clanging like cymbals, ere he lay prone upon his back. For a moment the King looked grave at that prodigious fall. Then, smiling once more as Widdicombe staggered to his feet, he clapped his hands loudly in applause. "A fair course and fairly run!" he cried. "The 5 scarlet roses bear themselves in peace, even as I have seen them in war. How now, my good Walter? Have you another squire, or will you clear a path for us yourself?" Manny's choleric face had turned darker as he observed the mischance of his representative. He beckoned now to a tall knight, whose gaunt and savage face
looked out from his open bassinet as an eagle might from a cage of steel. "Sir Hubert," said he, "I bear in mind the day when you overbore the Frenchman at Caen. Will you not be our champion now?" "When I fought the Frenchman, Walter, it was with naked weapons," said the knight sternly. "I am a soldier, and I love a soldier's work, but I care not for these tilt yard tricks, which were invented for nothing but to tickle the fancies of foolish women." "Oh, most ungallant speech!" cried the King. "Had my good consort heard you, she would have arraigned you to appear at a court of love with a jury of virgins to answer for your sins. But I pray you to take a tilting spear, good Sir Hubert." "I had as soon take a peacock's feather, my fair lord, but I will do it if you ask me. Here, page, hand me one of those sticks and let me see what I can do." But Sir Hubert de Burgh was not destined to test either his skill or his luck. The great bay horse which he rode was as unused to this warlike play as was its master, and had none of its master's stoutness of heart, so that when it saw the leveled lance, the gleaming figure and the frenzied yellow horse rushing down upon it, it swerved, turned and galloped furiously down the river bank. Amid roars of laughter from the rustics on the one side and from the courtiers on the other, Sir Hubert was seen tugging vainly at his bridle and bounding onward, clearing gorse bushes and heather clumps, until he was but a shimmering, quivering gleam upon the dark hillside. Nigel, who had pulled Pommers onto his very haunches at the instant that his opponent turned, saluted with his lance and trotted back to the bridgehead, where he awaited his next assailant. "The ladies would say that a judgment hath fallen upon our good Sir Hubert for his impious words," said the King. "Let us hope that his charger may be broken in ere they venture to ride out between two armies," remarked the Prince. "They might mistake the hardness of his horse's mouth for a softness of the rider's heart. See where he rides, still clearing every bush upon his path." "By the rood," said the King, "if the bold Hubert has not increased his repute as a jouster, he has gained a great honor as a horseman. But the bridge is still closed, Walter. How say you now? Is this young squire never to be unhorsed, or is your King himself to lay lance in rest ere his way can be cleared? By the head of Saint Thomas, I am in the very mood to run a course with this gentle youth." "Nay, nay, sire. Too much honor hath already been done him," said Manny, looking angrily at the motionless horseman. "That this untried boy should be able to say that in one evening he has unhorsed my squire and seen the back of one of the bravest knights in England is surely enough to turn his foolish head. Fetch me a spear, Robert. I will see what I can make of him." The famous knight took the spear when it was brought to him as a master workman takes a tool. He balanced it, shook it once or twice in the air, ran his eyes down it for a flaw in the wood, and then finally, having made sure of its poise and weight, laid it carefully in rest under his arm. Then gathering up his bridle so as to have his horse under perfect command, and covering himself with the shield which was slung round his neck, he rode out to do battle. Now, Nigel, young and experienced, all nature's aid will not help you against the mixed craft and strength of such a warrior. The day will come when neither Manny nor even Chandos could sweep you from your saddle. But now, even had you some less cumbrous armor, your chance was small. Your downfall is near, but as you see the famous black chevrons on a golden ground, your gallant heart, which never knew fear, is only filled with joy and amazement at the honor done you. Your downfall is near, and yet in your wildest dreams you would never guess how strange your downfall is to be. Again, with a dull thunder of hoofs, the horses gallop over the soft water meadow. Again, with a clash of metal, the two riders meet. It is Nigel now, taken clean in the face of his helmet with a blunted spear, who flies backward off his horse and falls clanging on the grass. But good heavens, what is this? Manny has thrown up his hands in horror, and the lance has dropped from his nerveless fingers. From all sides, with cries of dismay, with oaths and shouts and ejaculations to the saints, the horsemen ride wildly in. Was ever so dreadful, so sudden, so complete an end to a gentle passage at arms? Surely their eyes must be at fault. Some wizard's trick had been played upon them to deceive their senses, but no, it was only too clear. There on the greensward lay the trunk of the stricken cavalier, and there, a good dozen yards beyond, lay his helmeted head. "By the Virgin!" cried Manny wildly, as he jumped from his horse, "I would give my last gold piece that the work of this evening should be undone. How came it? What does it mean? Hither, my Lord Bishop, for surely it smacks of witchcraft and the devil." With a white face the Bishop had sprung down beside the prostrate body, pushing through the knot of horrified knights and squires. "I fear that the last officers of the Holy Church come too late," said he in a quivering voice. "Most unfortunate young man! How sudden an end! In medio vitae, as the Holy Book has it. One moment in the pride of his youth, the next his head torn from his body. Now God and the saints have mercy upon me and guard me from evil!" The last prayer was shot out of the Bishop with an energy and earnestness unusual in his orisons. It was caused by the sudden outcry of one of the squires, who, having lifted the helmet from the ground, cast it down again with a scream of horror. "It is empty!" he cried. "It weighs as light as a feather." "'Fore God, it is true!" cried Manny, laying his hand on it. "There is no one in it. With what have I fought, Father Bishop? Is it of this world or the next?" The Bishop had clambered on his horse, the better to consider the point. "If the foul fiend is abroad," said he, "my place is over yonder by the King's side. Certes, that sulphur-colored horse hath a very devilish look. I could have sworn that I saw both smoke and flame from its nostrils. The beast is fit to bear a suit of armor which rides and fights, and yet hath no man within it." "Nay, not too fast, Father Bishop," said one of the knights. "It may be all that you say, and yet come from a human workshop. When I made a campaign in South Germany I have seen at Nuremberg a cunning figure devised by an armorer which could both ride and wield a sword. If this be such a one—" "I thank you all for your very gentle courtesy," said a booming voice from the figure upon the ground. At the words even the valiant Manny sprang into his saddle. Some rode madly away from the horrid trunk. A few of the boldest lingered. "Most of all," said the voice, "would I thank the most noble knight, Sir Walter Manny, that he should deign to lay aside his greatness and condescend to do a deed of arms upon so humble a squire." "'Fore God," said Manny, "if this be the devil, then the devil hath a very courtly tongue. I will have him out of his armor if he blast me." So saying, he sprang once more from his horse, and plunging his hand down the slit in the collapsed gorget, he closed it tightly upon a fistful of Nigel's yellow curls. The groan that came forth was enough to convince him that it was indeed a man who lurked within. At the same time his eyes fell upon the hole in the mail corselet which had served the squire as a visor, and he burst into deep-chested mirth. The King, the Prince and Chandos, who had watched the scene from a distance, too much amused by it to explain or interfere, rode up weary with laughter now that all was discovered. "Let him out," said the King, with his hand to his side. "I pray you to unlace him and let him out. I have shared in many a spear running, but never have I been nearer falling from my horse than as I watched this one. I feared the fall had struck him senseless, since he lay so still." Nigel had indeed lain with all the breath shaken from his body, and as he was unaware that his helmet had been carried off, he had not understood either the alarm or the amusement that he had caused. Now, freed from the great hauberk in which he had been shut like a pea in a pod, he stood blinking in the light, blushing deeply with shame that the shifts to which his poverty had reduced him should be exposed to all these laughing courtiers. It was the King who brought him comfort. "You have shown that you can use your father's weapons," said he, "and you have proved also that you are the worthy bearer of his name and his arms, for you have within you that spirit for which he was famous. But I wot that neither he nor you would suffer a train of hungry men to starve before your door. So lead on, I pray you, and if the meat be as good as this grace before it, then it will be feast indeed." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 10. How the King greeted his Seneschal of Calais. It would have fared ill with the good name of Tilford Manor House, and with the housekeeping of the aged Dame Ermyntrude, had the King's whole retinue, with his outer and inner marshal, his justiciar, his chamberlain and his guard, all gathered under the one roof. But by the foresight and the gentle management of Chandos this calamity was avoided, so that some were quartered at the great abbey, and others passed on to enjoy the hospitality of Sir Roger FitzAlan at Farnham Castle. Only the King himself, the Prince Manny, Chandos, Sir Hubert de Burgh, the Bishop, and 2 or 3 more remained as the guests of the Lorings. But small as was the party and humble the surroundings, the King in no way relaxed that love of ceremony, of elaborate form, and of brilliant coloring which was one of his characteristics. The sumpter mules were unpacked, squires ran hither and thither, baths smoked in the bedchambers, silks and satins were unfolded, gold chains gleamed and clinked, so that when at last, to the long blast of the 2 court trumpeters, the company took their seats at the board, it was the brightest, fairest scene which those old black rafters had ever spanned. The great influx of foreign knights who had come in their splendor from all parts of Christendom to take part in the opening of the Round Tower of Windsor 6 years before, and to try their luck and their skill at the tournament connected with it, had deeply modified the English fashions of dress. The old tunic, over tunic and cyclas were too sad and simple for the new fashions. So now strange and brilliant cote hardies, pourpoints, court pies, paltocks and hanselines, and many other wondrous garments, party colored or diapered, with looped, embroidered or escalloped edges, flamed and glittered round the King. He himself, in black velvet and gold, formed a dark rich center to the finery round him. On his right sat the Prince, on his left the Bishop, while Dame Ermyntrude marshaled the forces of the household outside, alert and watchful, pouring in her dishes and her flagons at the right moment, rallying her tired servants, encouraging the van, hurrying the rear, hastening up her reserves, the tapping of her oak stick heard everywhere the pressure was the greatest. Behind the King, clad in his best, but looking drab and sorry amid the brilliant costumes round him, Nigel himself, regardless of an aching body and a twisted knee, waited upon his royal guests, who threw many a merry jest at him over their shoulders as they still chuckled at the adventure of the bridge. "By the rood," said King Edward, leaning back with a chicken bone held daintily between the courtesy fingers of his left hand, "the play is too good for this country stage. You must to Windsor with me, Nigel, and bring with you this great suit of harness in which you lurk. There you shall hold the lists with your eyes in your midriff, and unless some one cleave you to the waist, I see not how any harm can befall you. Never have I seen so small a nut in so great a shell." The Prince, looking back with laughing eyes, saw by Nigel's flushed and embarrassed face that his poverty hung heavily upon him. "Nay," said he kindly, "such a workman is surely worthy of better tools." "And it is for his master to see that he has them," added the King. "The court armorer will look to it that the next time your helmet is carried away, Nigel, your head shall be inside it." Nigel, red to the roots of his flaxen hair, stammered out some word of thanks. John Chandos, however, had a fresh suggestion, and he cocked a roguish eye as he made it.
"Surely, my liege, your bounty is little needed in this case. It is the ancient law of arms that if 2 cavaliers start to joust, and one, either by maladresse or misadventure, fail to meet the shock, then his arms become the property of him who still holds the lists. This being so, methinks Sir Hubert de Burgh, that fine hauberk of Milan and the helmet of Bordeaux steel in which you rode to Tilford, should remain with our young host as some small remembrance of your visit."
And the suggestion raised a general chorus of approval and laughter, in which all joined save only Sir Hubert himself, who, flushed with anger, fixed his baleful eyes upon Chandos' mischievous and smiling face. "I said that I did not play that foolish game, and I know nothing of its laws," said he. "But you know well, John, that if you would have a bout with sharpened spear or sword, where 2 ride to the ground and only 1 away from it, you have not far to go to find it."
"Nay, nay, would you ride to the ground? Surely you had best walk, Hubert," said Chandos. "On your feet I know well that I should not see your back as we have seen it today. Say what you will, your horse has played you false, and I claim your suit of harness for Nigel Loring."
"Your tongue is over long, John, and I am weary of its endless clack," said Sir Hubert, his yellow mustache bristling from a scarlet face. "If you claim my harness, do you yourself come and take it. If there is a moon in the sky you may try this very night when the board is cleared." "Nay, fair sirs," cried the King, smiling from one to the other, "this matter must be followed no further. Do you fill a bumper of Gascony, John, and you also, Hubert. Now pledge each other, I pray you, as good and loyal comrades who would scorn to fight save in your king's quarrel. We can spare neither of you when there is so much work for brave hearts over the sea. As to this matter of the harness, John Chandos speaks truly where it concerns a joust in the lists,
But we hold that such a law is scarce binding in this, which is but a wayside passage and a gentle trial of arms. On the other hand, in the case of your squire, Master Manny, there can be no doubt that his suit is forfeit." "It is a grievous hearing for him, my liege," said Walter Manny, "for he is a poor man and hath been at sore pains to fit himself for the wars. Yet what you say shall be done, fair sire. So if you will come to me in the morning, Squire Loring, John Widdicombe's suit will be handed over to you." "Then with the King's leave I will hand it back to him," said Nigel, troubled and stammering. "For indeed I had rather never ride to the wars than take from a brave man his only suit of plate." "There spoke your father's spirit!" cried the King. "By the rood, Nigel, I like you full well. Let the matter bide in my hands. But I marvel much that Sir Aymery the Lombard hath not come to us yet from Windsor." From the moment of his arrival at Tilford, again and again King Edward had asked most eagerly whether Sir Aymery had come, and whether there was any news of him, so that the courtiers glanced at each other in wonder. For Aymery was well known to all of them as a famous mercenary of Italy, lately appointed Governor of Calais, and this sudden and urgent summons from the King might well mean some renewal of the war with France, which was the dearest wish of every soldier. Twice the King had stopped his meal and sat with sidelong head, his wine cup in his hand, listening attentively when some sound like the clatter of hoofs was heard from outside. But the third time there could be no mistake. The tramp and jingle of the horses broke loud upon the ear, and ended in hoarse voices calling out of the darkness, which were answered by the archers posted as sentries without the door. "Some traveler has indeed arrived, my liege," said Nigel. "What is your royal will?" "It can be but Aymery," the King answered, "for it was only to him that I left the message that he should follow me hither. Bid him come in, I pray you, and make him very welcome at your board." Nigel cast open the door, plucking a torch from its bracket as he did so. Half a dozen men at arms sat on their horses outside, but one had dismounted, a short, squat, swarthy man with a rat face and quick, restless brown eyes, which peered eagerly past Nigel into the red glare of the well lit hall. "I am Sir Aymery of Pavia," he whispered. "For God's sake tell me, is the King within?" "He is at table, fair sir, and he bids you to enter." "One moment, young man, one moment, and a secret word in your ear. Wot you why it is that the King has sent for me?" Nigel read terror in the dark, cunning eyes which glanced in sidelong fashion into his. "Nay, I know not." "I would I knew. I would I was sure ere I sought his presence." "You have but to cross the threshold, fair sir, and doubtless you will learn from the King's own lips." Sir Aymery seemed to gather himself as one who braces for a spring into ice cold water. Then he crossed with a quick stride from the darkness into the light. The King stood up and held out his hand with a smile upon his long handsome face, and yet it seemed to the Italian that it was the lips which smiled, but not the eyes. "Welcome!" cried Edward. "Welcome to our worthy and faithful Seneschal of Calais. Come, sit here before me at the board, for I have sent for you that I may hear your news from over the sea, and thank you for the care that you have taken over that which is as dear to me as wife or child. Set a place for Sir Aymery there, and give him food and drink, for he has ridden fast and far in our service today." Throughout the long feast which the skill of the Lady Ermyntrude had arranged, Edward chatted lightly with the Italian as well as with the barons near him. Finally, when the last dish was removed and the gravy soaked rounds of coarse bread which served as plates had been cast to the dogs, the wine flagons were passed round, and old Weathercote the minstrel entered timidly with his harp in the hope that he might be allowed to play before the King's majesty. But Edward had other sport afoot. "I pray you, Nigel, to send out the servants so that we may be alone. I would have 2 men at arms at every door lest we be disturbed in our debate, for it is a matter of privacy. And now, Sir Aymery, these noble lords as well as I, your master, would fain hear from your own lips how all goes forward in France." The Italian's face was calm, but he looked restlessly from one to another along the line of his listeners. "So far as I know, my liege, all is quiet on the French marches," said he. "You have not heard then that they have mustered or gathered to a head with the intention of breaking the truce and making some attempt upon our dominions?" "Nay, sire, I have heard nothing of it." "You set my mind much at ease, Aymery," said the King. "For if nothing has come to your ears, then surely it cannot be. It was said that the wild knight de Charny had come down to St. Omer with his eyes upon my precious jewel and his mailed hands ready to grasp it. Nay, sire, let him come. He will find the jewel safe in its strong box, with a goodly guard over it. You are the guard over my jewel, Aymery?" "Yes, sire, I am the guard." "And you are a faithful guard and one whom I can trust, are you not? You would not barter away that which is so dear to me when I have chosen you out of all my army to hold it for me?" "Nay, sire, what reasons can there be for such questions? They touch my honor very nearly. You know that I would part with Calais only when I parted with my soul." "Then you know nothing of de Charny's attempt?" "Nothing, sire." "Liar and villain!" yelled the King, springing to his feet and dashing his fist upon the table until the glasses rattled again. "Seize him, archers! Seize him this instant! Stand close by either elbow, lest he do himself a mischief. Now, do you dare to tell me to my face, you perjured Lombard, that you know nothing of de Charny and his plans?" "As God is my witness, I know nothing of him." The man's lips were white, and he spoke in a thin, sighing, reedy voice, his eyes wincing away from the fell gaze of the angry King. Edward laughed bitterly and drew a paper from his breast. "You are the judges in this case, you, my fair son, and you, Chandos, and you, Manny, and you, Sir Hubert, and you also, my Lord Bishop. By my sovereign power I make you a court that you may deal justice upon this man, for by God's eyes I will not stir from this room until I have sifted the matter to the bottom. And first I would read you this letter. It is superscribed to Sir Aymery of Pavia, nom le Lombard, Chateau de Calais. Is that not your name and style, you rogue?" "It is my name, sire, but no such letter has come to me." "Else had your villainy never been disclosed. It is signed Isidore de Charny. What says my enemy de Charny to my trusted servant? Listen. We would not come with the last moon, for we have not gathered sufficient strength, nor have we been able to collect the 20,000 crowns which are your price. But with the next turn of the moon in the darkest hour we shall come, and you will be paid your money at the small postern gate with a rowan bush beside it. Well, rogue, what do you say now?" "It is a forgery," gasped the Italian. "I pray that you will let me see it, sire," said Chandos. "De Charny was my prisoner, and so many letters passed ere his ransom was paid that his script is well known to me. Yes, yes, I will swear that this is indeed his. If my salvation were at stake I could swear it." "If it were indeed written by de Charny it was to dishonor me," cried Sir Aymery. "Nay, nay," said the young prince. "We all know de Charny and have fought against him. Many faults he has, a boaster and a brawler, but a braver man and one of greater heart and higher of enterprise does not ride beneath the lilies of France. Such a man would never stoop to write a letter for the sake of putting dishonor upon one of knightly rank. I, for one, will never believe it." A gruff murmur from the others showed that they were of one mind with the prince. The light of the torches from the walls beat upon the line of stern faces at the high table. They had sat like flint, and the Italian shrank from their inexorable eyes. He looked swiftly round, but armed men choked every entrance. The shadow of death had fallen athwart his soul. "This letter," said the King, "was given by de Charny to one Dom Beauvais, a priest of St. Omer, to carry into Calais. The said priest, smelling a reward, brought it to one who is my faithful servant, and so it came to me. Straightway I sent for this man that he should come to me. Meanwhile the priest has returned, so that de Charny may think that his message is indeed delivered." "I know nothing of it," said the Italian doggedly, licking his dry lips. A dark flush mounted to the King's forehead, and his eyes were gorged with his wrath. "No more of this, for God's dignity!" he cried. "Had we this fellow at the Tower, a few turns of the rack would tear a confession from his craven soul. But why should we need his word for his own guilt? You have seen, my lords, you have heard. How say you, fair son? Is the man guilty?" "Sire, he is guilty." "And you, John? And you, Walter? And you, Hubert? And you, my Lord Bishop? You are all of one mind then? He is guilty of the betrayal of his trust. And the punishment?" "It can be only death," said the Prince, and each in turn the others nodded their agreement. "Aymery of Pavia, you have heard your doom," said Edward, leaning his chin upon his hand and glooming at the cowering Italian. "Step forward, you archer at the door. You with the black beard. Draw your sword. Nay, you white-faced rogue, I would not dishonor this roof tree by your blood. It is your heels, not your head, that we want. Hack off those golden spurs of knighthood with your sword, archer. 'Twas I who gave them, and I who take them back. Ha! They fly across the room, and with them every bond betwixt you and the worshipful order whose sign and badge they are. Now lead him out on the heath afar from the house, where his carrion can best lie, and hew his scheming head from his body as a warning to all such traitors." The Italian, who had slipped from his chair to his knees, uttered a cry of despair as an archer seized him by either shoulder. Writhing out of their grip, he threw himself upon the floor and clutched at the King's feet. "Spare me, most dread lord, spare me, I beseech you. In the name of Christ's passion, I implore your grace and pardon. Bethink you, my good and dear lord, how many years have I served under your banners, and how many services I have rendered. Was it not I who found the ford upon the Seine 2 days before the great battle? Was it not I also who marshaled the attack at the intaking of Calais? I have a wife and 4 children in Italy, great King, and it was the thought of them which led me to fall from my duty, for this money would have allowed me to leave the wars and to see them once more. Mercy, my liege, mercy, I implore. The English are a rough race, but not a cruel one." The King sat with a face of doom, but the others looked askance and fidgeted in their seats. "Indeed, my fair liege," said Chandos, "I pray you that you will abate somewhat of your anger."
Edward shook his head curtly.
"Be silent, John. It shall be as I have said."
"I pray you, my dear and honored liege, not to act with overmuch haste in the matter," said Manny. "Bind him and hold him until the morning, for other counsels may prevail."
"Nay, I have spoken. Lead him out."
But the trembling man clutched to the King's knees in such a fashion that the archers could not disengage his convulsive grip. "Listen to me a moment, I implore you. Give me but 1 minute to plead with you, and then do what you will." The King leaned back in his chair.
"Speak and have done," said he.
"You must spare me, my noble liege. For your own sake I say that you must spare me, for I can set you in the way of such a knightly adventure as will gladden your heart. Bethink you, sire, that this de Chargny and his comrades know nothing of their plans having gone awry. If I do but send them a message they will surely come to the postern gate. Then, if we have placed our bushment with skill, we shall have such a capture and such a ransom as will fill your coffers. He and his comrades should be worth a good 100,000 crowns." Edward spurned the Italian away from him with his foot until he sprawled among the rushes, but even as he lay there like a wounded snake his dark eyes never left the King's face. "You double traitor! You would sell Calais to de Chargny, and then in turn you would sell de Chargny to me. How dare you suppose that I or any noble knight had such a huckster's soul as to think only of ransoms where honor is to be won? Could I or any true man be so caitiff and so thrall? You have sealed your own doom. Lead him out." "One instant, I pray you, my fair and most sweet lord," cried the Prince. "Assuage your wrath yet a little while, for this man's rede deserves perhaps more thought than we have given it. He has turned your noble soul sick with his talk of ransoms, but look at it, I pray you, from the side of honor. And where could we find such hope of worshipfully winning worship? I pray you to let me put my body in this adventure, for it is one from which, if rightly handled, much advancement is to be gained."
Edward looked with sparkling eyes at the noble youth at his side. "Never was hound more keen on the track of stricken hart than you on the hope of honor, fair son," said he.
"How do you conceive the matter in your mind?" "De Chargny and his men will be such as are worth going far to meet, for he will have the pick of France under his banner that night. If we did as this man says and awaited him with the same number of lances, then I cannot think that there is any spot in Christendom where one would rather be than in Calais that night."
"By the rood, fair son,
"You are right," cried the King, his face shining with the thought. "Now, which of you, John Chandos or Walter Manny, will take the thing in charge?" He looked mischievously from one to the other, like a master who dangles a bone betwixt 2 fierce old hounds. All they had to say was in their burning, longing eyes. "Nay, John, you must not take it amiss, but it is Walter's turn, and he shall have it."
Shall we not all go under your banner, sire, or that of the Prince?
"Nay, it is not fitting that the royal banners of England should be advanced in so small an adventure. And yet, if you have space in your ranks for 2 more cavaliers, both the Prince and I would ride with you that night." The young man stooped and kissed his father's hand.
Take this man in your charge, Walter, and do with him as you will. Guard well lest he betray us once again. Take him from my sight, for his breath poisons the room. And now, Nigel, if that worthy graybeard of thine would fain twang his harp or sing to us, but what in God's name would you have?" He had turned to find his young host upon his knee, and his flaxen head bent in entreaty. "What is it, man? What do you crave?" "A boon, fair liege." "Well, well, am I to have no peace tonight, with a traitor kneeling to me in front and a true man on his knees behind? Out with it, Nigel. What would you have?" "To come with you to Calais." "By the rood, your request is fair enough, seeing that our plot is hatched beneath your very roof. How say you, Walter? Will you take him, armor and all?" asked King Edward. "Say rather, will you take me?" said Chandos. "We two are rivals in honor, Walter, but I am very sure that you would not hold me back." "Nay, John, I would be proud to have the best lance in Christendom beneath my banner." "And I to follow so knightly a leader, but Nigel Loring is my squire, and so he comes with us also." "Then that is settled," said the King. "And now there is no need for hurry, since there can be no move until the moon has changed. So I pray you to pass the flagon once again, and to drink with me to the good knights of France. May they be of great heart and high of enterprise when we all meet once more within the castle wall of Calais." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 11. In the Hall of the Knight of Duplin. The King had come and gone. Tilford Manor House stood once more dark and silent, but joy and contentment reigned within its walls. In one night every trouble had fallen away like some dark curtain which had shut out the sun. A princely sum of money had come from the King's treasurer, given in such fashion that there could be no refusal. With a bag of gold pieces at his saddlebow, Nigel rode once more into Guildford, and not a beggar on the way who had not cause to bless his name. There he had gone first to the goldsmith, and had bought back cup and salver and bracelet, mourning with the merchant over the evil chance that gold and goldwork had, for certain reasons which only those in the trade could fully understand, gone up in value during the last week, so that already 50 gold pieces had to be paid more than the price which Nigel had received. In vain the faithful Aylward fretted and fumed, and muttered a prayer that the day would come when he might feather a shaft in the merchant's portly paunch. The money had to be paid. Thence Nigel hurried to Wat the armorer's, and there he bought that very suit for which he had yearned so short a time before. Then and there he tried it on in booth, Wat and his boy walking round him with spanner and wrench, fixing bolts and twisting rivets. "How is that, my fair sir?" cried the armorer, as he drew the bassinet over the head and fastened it to the camail which extended to the shoulders. "I swear by Tubal Cain that it fits you as the shell fits the crab. A finer suit never came from Italy or Spain." Nigel stood in front of a burnished shield which served as a mirror, and he turned this way and that, preening himself like a little shining bird. His smooth breastplate, his wondrous joints with their deft protection by the discs at knee and elbow and shoulder, the beautifully flexible gauntlets and sollerets, the shirt of mail and the close-fitting greave plates were all things of joy and of beauty in his eyes. He sprang about the shop to show his lightness, and then running out he placed his hand on the pommel and vaulted onto Pommer's saddle, while Wat and his boy applauded in the doorway. Then springing off and running into the shop again, he clanked down upon his knees before the image of the Virgin upon the smithy wall. There from his heart he prayed that no shadow or stain should come upon his soul or his honor while these arms encased his body, and that he might be strengthened to use them for noble and godly ends. A strange turn this to a religion of peace, and yet for many a century the sword and the faith had upheld each other, and in a darkened world the best ideal of the soldier had turned in some dim groping fashion toward the light. Benedictus Dominus Deus meus, qui docet manus meos ad praelim et digitos meos ad bellum.
there spoke the soul of the knightly soldier. So the armor was trussed upon the armorer's mule and went back with them to Tilford, where Nigel put it on once more for the pleasure of the Lady Ermyntrude, who clapped her skinny hands and shed tears of mingled pain and joy. Pain that she would lose him, joy that he should go so bravely to the wars. As to her own future, it had been made easy for her, since it was arranged that a steward should look to the Tilford estate, whilst she had at her disposal a suite of rooms in royal Windsor, where with other venerable dames of her own age and standing she could spend the twilight of her days discussing long forgotten scandals and whispering sad things about the grandfathers and the grandmothers of the young courtiers all around them. There Nigel might leave her with an easy mind when he turned his face to France. But there was one more visit to be paid and one more farewell to be spoken ere Nigel could leave the moorlands where he had dwelled so long. That evening he donned his brightest tunic, dark purple velvet of Genoa with trimming of miniver, his hat with a snow-white feather curling round the front, and his belt of embossed silver round his loins. Mounted on lordly Pommers, with his hawk upon his wrist and his sword by his side, never did fairer young gallant or one more modest in mind set forth upon such an errand. It was but the old Knight of Duplin to whom he would say farewell, but the Knight of Duplin had two daughters, Edith and Mary, and Edith was the fairest maid in all the heather country. Sir John Buttesthorn, the Knight of Duplin, was so called because he had been present at that strange battle some 18 years before, when the full power of Scotland had been for a moment beaten to the ground by a handful of adventurers and mercenaries, marching under the banner of no nation, but fighting in their own private quarrel. Their exploits filled no pages of history, for it is to the interest of no nation to record it, and yet the rumor and the fame of the great fight bulked large in those times. For it was on that day, when the flower of Scotland was left dead upon the field, that the world first understood that a new force had arisen in war, and that the English archer, with his robust courage and his skill with the weapon which he had wielded from his boyhood, was a power which even the mailed chivalry of Europe had seriously to reckon. Sir John, after his return from Scotland, had become the King's own head huntsman, famous throughout all England for his knowledge of venery, until at last, getting over heavy for his horses, he had settled in modest comfort into the old house of Cosford upon the eastern slope of the Hindhead Hill. Here, as his face grew redder and his beard more white, he spent the evening of his days amid hawks and hounds, a flagon of spiced wine ever at his elbow, and his swollen foot perched upon a stool before him. There it was that many an old comrade broke his journey as he passed down the rude road which led from London to Portsmouth, and thither also came the young gallants of the country to hear the stout knight's tales of old wars, or to learn from him that lore of the forest and the chase which none could teach so well as he. But sooth to say, whatever the old knight might think, it was not merely his old tales and older wine which drew the young men to Cosford, but rather the fair face of his younger daughter, or the strong soul and wise counsel of the elder. Never had two more different branches sprung from the same trunk. Both were tall and of a queenly graceful figure, but there all resemblance began and ended. Edith was yellow as the ripe corn, blue-eyed, winning, mischievous, with a chattering tongue, a merry laugh, and a smile which a dozen of young gallants, Nigel of Tilford at their head, could share equally amongst them. Like a young kitten, she played with all the things that she found in life, and some there were who thought that already the claws could be felt amid the patting of her velvet touch. Mary was dark as night, grave-featured, plain-visaged, with steady brown eyes looking bravely at the world from under a strong black arch of brows. None could call her beautiful, and when her fair sister cast her arm round her and placed her cheek against hers, as was her habit when company was there, the fairness of the one and the plainness of the other leapt visibly to the eyes of all, each the clearer for that hard contrast. And yet here and there was one who, looking at her strange, strong face and at the passing gleams far down in her dark eyes, felt that this silent woman, with her proud bearing and her queenly grace, had in her something of strength, of reserve and of mastery, which was more to them than all the dainty glitter of her sister. Such were the ladies of Cosford towards whom Nigel Loring rode that night, with doublet of Genoan velvet and the new white feather in his cap. He had ridden over Thursley Ridge, past that old stone where in days gone by, at the place of Thor, the wild Saxons worshipped their war god. Nigel looked at it with a wary eye, and spurred Pommers onward as he passed it, for still it was said that wild fires danced round it on moonless nights, and they who had ears for such things could hear the scream and sob of those whose lives had been ripped from them that the fiend might be honored. Thor's stone, Thor's jumps, Thor's punch bowl, the whole countryside was one grim monument to the god of battles, though the pious monks had changed his uncouth name for that of the devil his father, so that it was the devil's jumps and the devil's punch bowl of which they spoke. Nigel glanced back at the old gray boulder, and he felt for an instant a shudder pass through his stout heart. Was it the chill of the evening air, or was it that some inner voice had whispered to him of the day when he also might lie bound on such a rock and have such a blood-stained pagan crew howling around him? An instant later the rock and his vague fear and all things else had passed from his mind, for there, down the yellow sandy path, the setting sun gleaming on her golden hair, her lithe figure bending and swaying with every heave of the cantering horse, was none other than the same fair Edith, whose face had come so often betwixt him and his sleep. His blood rushed hot to his face at the sight, for fearless of all else, his spirit was attracted and yet daunted by the delicate mystery of woman. To his pure and knightly soul, not Edith alone, but every woman sat high and aloof, enthroned and exalted, with 1,000 mystic excellencies and virtues which raised her far above the rude world of man. There was joy in contact with them, and yet there was fear. Fear lest his own unworthiness, his untrained tongue or rougher ways, should in some way break rudely upon this delicate and tender thing. Such was his thought as the white horse cantered toward him. But a moment later his vague doubts were set at rest by the frank voice of the young girl, who waved her whip in merry greeting. "Hail and well met, Nigel!" she cried. "Whither away this evening? Sure I am that it is not to see your friends of Cosford, for when did you ever don so brave a doublet for us? Come, Nigel, her name that I may hate her forever." "Nay, Edith," said the young squire, laughing back at the laughing girl. "I was indeed coming to Cosford." "Then we shall ride back together, for I will go no further. How think you that I am looking?" Nigel's answer was in his eyes as he glanced at the fair flushed face, the golden hair, the sparkling eyes, and the daintily graceful figure set off in a scarlet and black riding dress. "You are as fair as ever, Edith." "Oh, cold of speech! Surely you were bred for the cloisters and not for a lady's bower, Nigel. Had I asked such a question from young Sir George Brocas or the Squire of Fernhurst, he would have raved from here to Cosford. They are both more to my taste than you are, Nigel." "It is the worse for me, Edith," said Nigel ruefully. "Nay, but you must not lose heart." "Have I not already lost it?" said he. "That is better," she cried, laughing. "You can be quick enough when you choose, Master Malapert, but you're more fit to speak of high and weary matters with my sister Mary. She will have none of the prattle and courtesy of Sir George, and yet I love them well. But tell me, Nigel, why do you come to Cosford tonight?" "To bid you farewell." "Me alone?" "Nay, Edith, you and your sister and the good knight your father." "Sir George would have said that he had come for me alone. Indeed, you are but a poor courtier beside him. But is it true, Nigel, that you go to France?" "Yes, Edith." "It was so rumored after the King had been to Tilford. The story goes that the King goes to France, and you in his train. Is that true?" "Yes, Edith, it is true." "Tell me then, to which part do you go, and when?" "That, alas, I may not say." "Oh, in sooth!" She tossed her fair head and rode onward in silence, with compressed lips and angry eyes. Nigel glanced at her in surprise and dismay. "Surely, Edith," said he at last, You have overmuch regard for my honor that you should wish me to break the word that I have given." "Your honor belongs to you, and my likings belong to me," said she. "You hold fast to the one, and I will do the same by the other." They rode in silence through Thursley village. Then a thought came to her mind, and in an instant her anger was forgotten, and she was hot on a new scent. "What would you do if I were injured, Nigel? I have heard my father say that, small as you are, there is no man in these parts could stand against you. Would you be my champion if I suffered wrong?" Surely I or any man of gentle blood would be the champion of any woman who had suffered wrong. "You or any, and I or any. What sort of speech is that? Is it a compliment, think you, to be mixed with a drove in that fashion? My question was of you and me. If I were wronged, would you be my man?" "Try me and see, Edith." "Then I will do so, Nigel. Either Sir George Brocas or the Squire of Fernhurst would gladly do what I ask, and yet I am of a mind, Nigel, to turn to you." "I pray you to tell me what it is." "You know Paul de la Fosse of Shalford?" "You mean the small man with the twisted back?" "He is no smaller than yourself, Nigel, and as to his back, there are many folk that I know would be glad to have his face." "Nay, I am no judge of that, and I spoke out of no discourtesy. What of the man?" "He has flouted me, Nigel, and I would have revenge." "What, on that poor twisted creature?" "I tell you that he has flouted me." "But how? I should have thought that a true cavalier would have flown to my aid without all these questions. But I will tell you, since I needs must. Know then that he was one of those who came around me and professed to be my own. Then, merely because he thought that there were others who were as dear to me as himself, he left me. And now he pays court to Maud Twynham, the little freckle-faced hussy in his village." "But how has this hurt you, since he was no man of thine?" "He was one of my men, was he not? And he has made game of me to his wench. He has told her things about me. He has made me foolish in her eyes. Yes, yes, I can read it in her saffron face and in her watery eyes when we meet at the church door on Sundays. She smiles, yes, smiles at me. Nigel, go to him. Do not slay him or even wound him, but lay his face open with thy riding whip, and then come back to me and tell me how I can serve you." Nigel's face was haggard with the strife within, for desire ran hot in every vein, and yet reason shrank with horror. "By Saint Paul, Edith," he cried, "I see no honor nor advancement of any sort in this thing which you have asked me to do. Is it for me to strike one who is no better than a cripple? For my manhood I could not do such a deed, and I pray you, dear lady, that you will set me some other task." Her eyes flashed at him in contempt. "And you are a man at arms!" she cried, laughing in bitter scorn. "You are afraid of a little man who can scarce walk. Yes, yes, say what you will, I shall ever believe that you have heard of his skill at fence and of his great spirit, and that your heart has failed you. You are right, Nigel. He is indeed a perilous man. Had you done what I asked, he would have slain you, and so you have shown your wisdom." Nigel flushed and winced under the words, but he said no more, for his mind was fighting hard within him, striving to keep that high image of woman which seemed for a moment to totter on the edge of a fall. Together in silence, side by side, the little man and the stately woman, the yellow charger and the white jennet, passed up the sandy winding track with the gorse and the bracken head high on either side. Soon a path branched off through a gateway marked with the boar's head of the Buttesthorns, and there was the low widespread house, heavily timbered, loud with the barking of dogs. The ruddy knight limped forth with outstretched hand and roaring voice.
"What how, Nigel? Good welcome and all hail! I had thought that you had given over poor friends like us, now that the King had made so much of you. The horses, varlets, or my crutch will be across you. Hush, Lydiard! Down, Pelamon! I can scarce hear my voice for your yelping. Mary, a cup of wine for young Squire Loring."
She stood framed in the doorway, tall, mystic, silent, with strange wistful face and deep soul shining in her dark questioning eyes. Nigel kissed the hand that she held out, and all his faith in woman and his reverence came back to him as he looked at her. Her sister had slipped behind her, and her fair elfish face smiled her forgiveness of Nigel over Mary's shoulder. The Knight of Duplin leaned his weight upon the young man's arm and limped his way across the great high-roofed hall to his capacious oaken chair. "Come, come, the stool, Edith!" he cried. "As God is my help, that girl's mind swarms with gallants as a granary with rats. Well, Nigel, I hear strange tales of your spear running at Tilford and of the visit of the King. How seemed he? And my old friend Chandos? Many happy hours in the woodlands have we had together, and Manny too. He was ever a bold and a hard rider. What news of them all?" Nigel told to the old knight all that had occurred, saying little of his own success and much of his own failure. Yet the eyes of the dark woman burned the brighter as she sat at her tapestry and listened. Sir John followed the story with a running fire of oaths, prayers, thumps with his great fists, and flourishes of his crutch.
"Well, well, lad, you could scarce expect to hold your saddle against Manny, and you have carried yourself well. We are proud of you, Nigel, for you are our own man, reared in the heather country. But indeed I take shame that you are not more skilled in the mystery of the woods, seeing that I have had the teaching of you, and that no one in broad England is my master at the craft. I pray you to fill your cup again whilst I make use of the little time that is left to us." And straightway the old knight began a long and weary lecture upon the times of grace, and when each beast and bird was seasonable, with many anecdotes, illustrations, warnings and exceptions drawn from his own great experience. He spoke also of the several ranks and grades of the chase, how the hare, hart and boar must ever take precedence over the buck, the doe and the fox, the marten and the roe, even as a knight banneret does over a knight, while these in turn are of a higher class than the badger, the wildcat or the otter, who are but the common populace of the world of beasts. Of bloodstains also he spoke, how the skilled hunter may see at a glance if blood be dark and frothy, which means a mortal hurt, or thin and clear, which means that the arrow has struck a bone. "By such signs," said he, "you will surely know whether to lay on the hounds and cast down the blinks which hinder the stricken deer in its flight. But above all, I pray you, Nigel, to have a care in the use of the terms of the craft, lest you should make some blunder at table, so that those who are wiser may have the laugh of you, and we who love you may be shamed."
"Nay, Sir John," said Nigel, "I think that after your teaching I can hold my place with the others." The old knight shook his white head doubtfully.
"There is so much to be learned that there is no one who can be said to know all," said he. "For example, Nigel, it is sooth that for every collection of beasts of the forest and for every gathering of birds of the air there is their own private name, so that none may be confused with another."
"I know it, fair sir."
"You know it, Nigel, but you do not know each separate name, else you are a wiser man than I had thought you. In truth, none can say that they know all, though I have myself pricked off 86 for a wager at court, and it is said that the chief huntsman of the Duke of Burgundy has counted over 100. But it is in my mind that he may have found them as he went, for there was none to say him nay. Answer me now, lad. How would you say if you saw 10 badgers together in a forest?"
"A seat of badgers, fair sir."
"Good, Nigel, good, by my faith. And if you walk in Woolmer Forest and see a swarm of foxes, how would you call it?"
A skulk of foxes."
"And if they be lions?"
"Nay, fair sir, I am not like to meet several lions in Woolmer Forest."
"Aye, lad, but there are other forests besides Woolmer, and other lands besides England, and who can tell how far afield such a knight errant as Nigel of Tilford may go when he sees worship to be won? We will say that you were in the deserts of Nubia, and that afterward at the court of the great Sultan you wished to say that you had seen several lions, which is the first beast of the chase, being the king of all animals. How then would you say it?"
Nigel scratched his head. "Surely, fair sir, I would be content to say that I had seen a number of lions, if indeed I could say aught after so wondrous an adventure."
"Nay, Nigel, a huntsman would have said that he had seen a pride of lions, and so proved that he knew the language of the chase. Now, had it been boars instead of lions?"
"One says a singular of boars."
"And if they be swine?"
"Surely it is a herd of swine."
"Nay, nay, lad. It is indeed sad to see how little you know. Your hands, Nigel, were always better than your head. No man of gentle birth would speak of a herd of swine. That is the peasant speech. If you drive them, it is a herd. If you hunt them, it is other. What call you them then, Edith?"
"Nay, I know not," said the girl listlessly. A crumpled note brought in by a varlet was clinched in her right hand, and her blue eyes looked afar into the deep shadows of the roof.
"But you can tell us, Mary."
"Surely, sweet sir. One talks of a sounder of swine." The old knight laughed exultantly.
"Here is a pupil who never brings me shame," he cried. "Be it lore of chivalry or heraldry or woodcraft or what you will, I can always turn to Mary. Many a man can she put to blush."
"Myself among them," said Nigel.
"Ah, lad, you are a Solomon to some of them. Hark ye, only last week that Jack Fool, the young lord of Brocas, was here talking of having seen a covey of pheasants in the wood. One such speech would have been the ruin of a young squire at the court. How would you have said it, Nigel?"
"Surely, fair sir, it should be a nigh of pheasants."
"Good, Nigel, a nigh of pheasants, even as it is a gaggle of geese, or a battling of ducks, a fall of woodcock, or a wisp of snipe. But a covey of pheasants! What sort of talk is that? I made him sit even where you were sitting, Nigel, and I saw the bottom of 2 pots of Rhenish ere I let him up. Even then I fear that he had no great profit from his lesson, for he was casting his foolish eyes at Edith when he should have been turning his ears to her father. But where is the wench?"
"She hath gone forth, father."
"She ever doth go forth when there is a chance of learning aught that is useful indoors. But supper will soon be ready, and there is a boar's ham fresh from the forest, with which I would ask your help, Nigel, and a side of venison from the King's own chase. The Tynemen and verderers have not forgotten me yet. My larder is ever full. Blow 3 moots on the horn, Mary, that the varlets may set the table, for the growing shadow and my loosening belt warn me that it is time."
End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 12. How Nigel fought the twisted man of Shalford. In the days of which you read, all classes, save perhaps the very poor, fared better in meat and in drink than they have ever done since. The country was covered with woodlands. There were 70 separate forests in England alone, some of them covering half a shire. Within these forests the great beasts of the chase were strictly preserved, but the smaller game, the hares, the rabbits, the birds which swarmed round the coverts, found their way readily into the poor man's pot. Ale was very cheap, and cheaper still was the mead which every peasant could make for himself out of the wild honey in the tree trunks. There were many tea-like drinks also, which were brewed by the poor at no expense. Mallow tea, tansy tea, and others the secret of which has passed. Amid the richer classes there was rude profusion, great joints ever on the sideboard, huge pies, beasts of the field and beasts of the chase, with ale and rough French or Rhenish wines to wash them down. But the very rich had attained to a high pitch of luxury in their food, and cookery was a science in which the ornamentation of the dish was almost as important as the dressing of the food itself. It was gilded, it was silvered, it was painted, it was surrounded with flame. From the boar and the peacock down to such strange food as the porpoise and the hedgehog, every dish had its own setting and its own sauce, very strange and very complex, with flavorings of dates, currants, cloves, vinegar, sugar and honey, of cinnamon, ground ginger, sandalwood, saffron, brawn and pines. It was the Norman tradition to eat in moderation, but to have a great profusion of the best and of the most delicate from which to choose. From them came this complex cookery, so unlike the rude and often gluttonous simplicity of the old Teutonic stock. Sir John Buttesthorn was of that middle class who fared in the old fashion, and his great oak supper table groaned beneath the generous pasties, the mighty joints and the great flagons. Below were the household, above, on a raised dais, the family table, with places ever ready for those frequent guests who dropped in from the high road outside. Such a one had just come, an old priest, journeying from the Abbey of Chertsey to the Priory of St. John at Midhurst. He passed often that way, and never without breaking his journey at the hospitable board of Cosford.
"Welcome again, good Father Athanasius," cried the burly knight. "Come, sit here on my right, and give me the news of the countryside, for there is never a scandal but the priests are first to know it."
The priest, a kindly, quiet man, glanced at an empty place upon the farther side of his host. "Mistress Edith?" said he.
"Aye, aye, where is the hussy?" cried her father impatiently. "Mary, I beg you to have the horn blown again, that she may know that the supper is on the table. What can the little owlet do abroad at this hour of the night?"
There was trouble in the priest's gentle eyes as he touched the knight upon his sleeve. "I have seen Mistress Edith within this hour," said he. "I fear that she will hear no horn that you may blow, for she must be at Milford ere now."
"At Milford? What does she there?"
"I pray you, good Sir John, to abate your voice somewhat, for indeed this matter is for our private discourse, since it touches the honor of a lady."
"Her honor?"
Sir John's ruddy face had turned redder still as he stared at the troubled features of the priest.
"Her honor, say you? The honor of my daughter? Make good these words, or never set your foot over the threshold of Cosford again."
"I trust that I have done no wrong, Sir John, but indeed I must say what I have seen, else I would be a false friend and an unworthy priest."
"Haste, man, haste! What in the devil's name have you seen?"
"Know you a little man, partly misshapen, named Paul de la Fosse?"
"I know him well. He is a man of noble family and coat armor, being the younger brother of Sir Eustace de la Fosse of Shalford. Time was when I thought that I might call him son, for there was never a day that he did not pass with my girls, but I fear that his crooked back sped him ill in his wooing."
"Alas, Sir John, it is his mind that is more crooked than his back. He is a perilous man with women, for the devil hath given him such a tongue and such an eye that he charms them even as the basilisk. Marriage may be in their mind, but never in his, so that I could count a dozen and more whom he has led to their undoing. It is his pride and his boast over the whole countryside."
"Well, well, what is that to me or mine?"
"Even now, Sir John, as I rode my mule up the road, I met this man speeding towards his home. A woman rode by his side, and though her face was hooded, I heard her laugh as she passed me. That laugh I have heard before, and it was under this very roof, from the lips of Mistress Edith." The knight's knife dropped from his hand, but the debate had been such that neither Mary nor Nigel could fail to have heard it. Mid the rough laughter and clatter of voices from below, the little group at the high table had a privacy of their own. "Fear not, father," said the girl. "Indeed, the good Father Athanasius hath fallen into error, and Edith will be with us anon. I have heard her speak of this man many times of late, and always with bitter words." "It is true," cried Nigel eagerly. "It was only this very evening, as we rode over Thursley Moor, that Mistress Edith told me that she counted him not a fly, and that she would be glad if he were beaten for his evil deeds." But the priest shook his silvery locks. "Nay, there is ever danger when a woman speaks like that. Hot hate is twin brother to hot love. Why should she speak so if there were not some bond between them?" "And yet," said Nigel, "what can have changed her thoughts in 3 short hours? She was here in the hall with us since I came. By St. Paul, I will not believe it." Mary's face darkened. "I call to mind," said she, "that a note was brought her by Hannikin the stable varlet while you were talking to us, fair sir, of the terms of the chase. She read it and went forth." Sir John sprang to his feet, but sank into his chair again with a groan.
"Oh, would that I were dead," he cried, "ere I saw dishonor come upon my house, and am so tied with this accursed foot that I can neither examine if it be true nor yet avenge it. If my son Oliver were here, then all would be well. Send me this stable varlet that I may question him."
"I pray you, fair and honored sir," said Nigel, "that you will take me for your son this night, that I may handle this matter in the way which seems best. On jeopardy of my honor I will do all that a man may."
"Nigel, I thank you. There is no man in Christendom to whom I would sooner turn."
"But
I would learn your mind in one matter, fair sir. This man, Paul de la Fosse, owns broad acres, as I understand, and comes of noble blood. There is no reason, if things be as we fear, that he should not marry your daughter." "Nay, she could not wish for better." "It is well. And first I would question this Hannekin, but it shall be done in such a fashion that none shall know, for indeed it is not a matter for the gossip of the servants. But if you will show me the man, Mistress Mary, I will take him out to tend my own horse, and so I shall learn all that he has to tell." Nigel was absent for some time, and when he returned the shadow upon his face brought little hope to the anxious hearts at the high table. "I have locked him in the stable loft, lest he talk too much," said he, "for my questions must have shown him whence the wind blew. It was indeed from this man that the note came, and he brought with him a spare horse for the lady." The old knight groaned, and his face sank upon his hands. "Nay, father, they watch you," whispered Mary. "For the honor of our house, let us keep a bold face to all." Then, raising her young clear voice so that it sounded through the room, "If you ride onward, Nigel, I would fain go with you, that my sister may not come back alone." "We will ride together, Mary," said Nigel, rising, and then in a lower voice, "But we cannot go alone, and if we take a servant all is known. I pray you to stay at home and leave the matter to me." "Nay, Nigel, she may sorely need a woman's aid, and what woman should it be save her own sister? I can take my tirewoman with us. Nay, I shall ride with you myself if your impatience can keep within the powers of my mule," said the old priest. "But it is not your road, father." "The only road of a true priest is that which leads to the good of others. Come, my children, and we shall go together." And so it was that the stout Sir John Buttesthorn, the aged knight of Duplin, was left alone at his own high table, pretending to eat, pretending to drink, fidgeting in his seat, trying hard to seem unconcerned, with his mind and body in a fever, while below him his varlets and handmaids laughed and jested, clattering their cups and clearing their trenchers, all unconscious of the dark shadow which threw its gloom over the lonely man upon the dais above. Meantime the Lady Mary upon the white jennet, which her sister had ridden in the same evening, Nigel on his war horse, and the priest on the mule, clattered down the rude winding road which led to London. The country on either side was a wilderness of heather moors and of morasses, from which came the strange crying of night fowl. A half moon shone in the sky between the rifts of hurrying clouds. The lady rode in silence, absorbed in the thought of the task before them, the danger and the shame. Nigel chatted in a low tone with the priest. From him he learned more of the evil name of this man whom they followed. His house in Shalford was a den of profligacy and vice. No woman could cross the threshold and depart unstained. In some strange fashion, inexplicable yet common, the man, with all his evil soul and his twisted body, had yet some strange fascination for women, some mastery over them which compelled them to his will. Again and again he had brought ruin to a household. Again and again his adroit tongue and his cunning wit had in some fashion saved him from the punishment of his deeds. His family was great in the county, and his kinsmen held favor with the king, so that his neighbors feared to push things too far against him. Such was the man, malignant and ravenous, who had stooped like some foul nighthawk and borne away to his evil nest the golden beauty of Cosford. Nigel said little as he listened, but he raised his hunting dagger to his tightened lips, and thrice he kissed the cross of its handle. They had passed over the moors and through the village of Milford and the little township of Godalming until the path turned southward over the Peasmarsh and crossed the meadows of Shalford. There on the dark hillside glowed the red points of light which marked the windows of the house which they sought. A somber arched avenue of oak trees led up to it, and then they were in the moon-silvered clearing in front. From the shadow of the arched door there sprang two rough serving men, bearded and gruff, great cudgels in their hands, to ask them who they were and what their errand. The Lady Mary had slipped from her horse and was advancing to the door, but they rudely barred her way. "Nay, nay, our master needs no more," cried one with a hoarse laugh. "Stand back, mistress, whoever you be. The house is shut, and our lord sees no guests tonight." "Fellow," said Nigel, speaking low and clear, "stand back from us. Our errand is with your master." "Bethink you, my children," cried the old priest, "would it not be best, perchance, that I go in to him and see whether the voice of the Church may not soften this hard heart? I fear bloodshed if you enter." "Nay, father, I pray you to stay here for the nonce," said Nigel. "And you, Mary, do you bide with the good priest, for we know not what may be within." Again he turned to the door, and again the two men barred his passage. "Stand back, I say, back for your lives," said Nigel. "By Saint Paul, I should think it shame to soil my sword with such as you, but my soul is set, and no man will bar my path this night." The two men shrank back from the deadly menace of the gentle voice. "Hold!" said one of them, peering through the darkness. "Is it not Squire Loring of Tilford?" "That is indeed my name." "Had you spoken it, I for one would not have barred your way. But down your staff, Wat, for this is no stranger but the Squire of Tilford." "As well for him," grumbled the other, lowering his cudgel with an inward prayer of thanksgiving. "Had it been otherwise, I should have had blood upon my soul tonight. But our master said nothing of neighbors when he ordered us to hold the door. I will enter and ask him what is his will." But Nigel was already past him, and had pushed past the outer door. Swift as he was, the Lady Mary was at his very heels, and the two passed together into the hall beyond. It was a great room, draped and curtained, with black shadows and one vivid circle of light in the center, where two oil lamps shone upon a small table. A meal was laid upon the table, but only two were seated at it, and there were no servants in the room. At the near end was Edith, her golden hair loose and streaming down over scarlet and black of her riding dress. At the further end the light beat strongly upon the harsh face and the high drawn, misshapen shoulders of the lord of the house. A tangle of black hair surmounted a high rounded forehead, the forehead of a thinker, with two deep set, cold gray eyes twinkling sharply from under tufted brows. His nose was curved and sharp, like the beak of some cruel bird, but below, the whole of his clean-shaven, powerful face was marred by the loose slabbing mouth and the round folds of the heavy chin. His knife in one hand and a half gnawed bone in the other, he looked fiercely up, like some beast disturbed in his den, as the two intruders broke in upon his hall. Nigel stopped midway between the door and the table. His eyes and those of Paul de la Fosse were riveted upon each other. But Mary, with her woman's soul flooded over with love and pity, had rushed forward and cast her arms round her younger sister. Edith had sprung up from her chair and with averted face tried to push the other away from her. "Edith, Edith, by the Virgin, I implore you to come back with us and to leave this wicked man," cried Mary. "Dear sister, you would not break our father's heart nor bring his gray head in dishonor to the grave. Come back, Edith, come back, and all is well." But Edith pushed her away, and her fair cheeks were flushed with her anger. "What right have you over me, Mary, you who are but 2 years older, that you should follow me over the countryside as though I were a renegade villain and you my mistress? Do you yourself go back and leave me to do that which seems best in my own eyes." But Mary still held her in her arms, and still strove to soften the hard and angry heart. "Our mother is dead, Edith. I thank God that she died ere she saw you under this roof. But I stand for her as I have done all my life, since I am indeed your elder. It is with her voice that I beg and pray you that you will not trust this man further, and that you will come back ere it be too late." Edith writhed from her grasp and stood flushed and defiant, with gleaming angry eyes fixed upon her sister. "You may speak evil of him now," said she, "but there was a time when Paul de la Fosse came to Cosford, and who so gentle and soft spoken to him then as wise, grave Sister Mary? But he has learned to love another. So now he is the wicked man, and it is shame to be seen under his roof. From what I see of my good pious sister and her cavalier, it is sin for another to ride at night with a man at your side, but it comes easy enough to you. Look at your own eye, good sister, ere you would take the speck from that of another." Mary stood irresolute and greatly troubled, holding down her pride and her anger, but uncertain how best to deal with this strong, wayward spirit. "It is not a time for bitter words, dear sister," said she, and again she laid her hand upon her sister's sleeve. "All that you say may be true,
There was indeed a time when this man was friend to us both, and I know, even as you do, the power which he may have to win a woman's heart. But I know him now, and you do not. I know the evil that he has wrought, the dishonor that he has brought, the perjury that lies upon his soul, the confidence betrayed, the promise unfulfilled. All this I know. Am I to see my own sister caught in the same well-used trap? Has it shut upon you, child? Am I indeed already too late? For God's sake, Edith, tell me that it is not so." Edith plucked her sleeve from her sister and made 2 swift steps to the head of the table. Paul de la Fosse still sat silent with his eyes upon Nigel. Edith laid her hand upon his shoulder. "This is the man I love, and the only man I have ever loved. This is my husband," said she. At the word Mary gave a cry of joy. "And is it so?" she cried. "Nay, then, all is in honor, and God will see to the rest. If you are man and wife before the altar, then, indeed, why should I or any other stand between you? Tell me that it is indeed so, and I return this moment to make your father a happy man." Edith pouted like a naughty child. "We are man and wife in the eyes of God. Soon also we shall be wedded before all the world. We do but wait until next Monday, when Paul's brother, who is a priest at St. Albans, will come to wed us. Already a messenger has sped for him, and he will come, will he not, dear love?" "He will come," said the master of Shalford, still with his eyes fixed upon the silent Nigel. "It is a lie. He will not come," said a voice from the door. It was the old priest, who had followed the others as far as the threshold. "He will not come," he repeated, as he advanced into the room. "Daughter, my daughter, hearken to the words of one who is indeed old enough to be your earthly father. This lie has served before. He has ruined others before you with it. The man has no brother at St. Albans. I know his brothers well, and there is no priest among them. Before Monday, when it is all too late, you will have found the truth as others have done before you. Trust him not, but come with us." Paul de la Fosse looked up at her with a quick smile and patted the hand upon his shoulder. "Do you speak to them, Edith?" said he. Her eyes flashed with scorn as she surveyed them each in turn, the woman, the youth, and the priest. "I have but one word to say to them," said she. "It is that they go hence and trouble us no more. Am I not a free woman? Have I not said that this is the only man I ever loved? I have loved him long. He did not know it, and in despair he turned to another. Now he knows all, and never again can doubt come between us. Therefore I will stay here at Shalford and come to Cosford no more, save upon the arm of my husband. Am I so weak that I would believe the tales you tell against him? Is it hard for a jealous woman and a wandering priest to agree upon a lie? No, no, Mary, you can go hence and take your cavalier and your priest with you, for here I stay, true to my love and safe in my trust upon his honor."
"Well spoken, on my faith, my golden bird," said the little master of Shalford. "Let me add my own word to that which has been said. You would not grant me any virtue in your unkindly speech, good Lady Mary, and yet you must needs confess that at least I have a good store of patience, since I have not set my dogs upon your friends who have come between me and my ease. But even to the most virtuous there comes at last a time when poor human frailty may prevail, and so I pray you to remove both yourself, your priest, and your valiant knight errant, lest perhaps there be more haste and less dignity when at last you do take your leave. Sit down, my fair love, and let us turn once more to our supper." He motioned her to a chair, and filled her wine cup as well as his own. Nigel had said no word since he had entered the room, but his look had never lost its set purpose, nor had his brooding eyes ever wandered from the sneering face of the deformed master of Shalford. Now he turned with swift decision to Mary and to the priest. "That is over," said he in a low voice. "You have done all that you could, and now it is for me to play my part as well as I am able. I pray you, Mary, and you, good father, that you will await me outside." "Nay, Nigel, if there is danger—" "It is easier for me, Mary, if you are not there. I pray you to go. I can speak to this man more at my ease." She looked at him with questioning eyes, and then obeyed. Nigel plucked at the priest's gown. "I pray you, father, have you your book of offices with you?" "Surely, Nigel, it is ever in my breast."
Have it ready, father." "For what, my son?" "There are two places you may mark. There is the service of marriage, and there is the prayer for the dying. Go with her, father, and be ready at my call." He closed the door behind them and was alone with this ill-matched couple. They both turned in their chairs to look at him, Edith with a defiant face, the man with a bitter smile upon his lips and a malignant hatred in his eyes. "What is it?" said he. "The knight errant still lingers. Have we not heard of his thirst for glory? What new venture does he see that he should tarry here?" Nigel walked to the table. "There is no glory and little venture," said he. "But I have come for a purpose, and I must do it. I learn from your own lips, Edith, that you will not leave this man. If you have ears, you have heard it. But you are, as you have said, a free woman, and who can gainsay you? But I have known you, Edith, since we played as boy and girl on the heather hills together. I will save you from this man's cunning and from your own foolish weakness. What would you do? There is a priest without. He will marry you now. I will see you married ere I leave this hall." "Or else?" sneered the man. "Or else you never leave this hall alive. Nay, call not for your servants or your dogs. By Saint Paul, I swear to you that this matter lies between us three, and that if any fourth comes at your call, you at least shall never live to see what comes of it. Speak then, Paul of Shalford. Will you wed this woman now, or will you not?" Edith was on her feet, with outstretched arms between them. "Stand back, Nigel. He is small and weak. You would not do him a hurt. Did you not say this very day? For God's sake, Nigel, do not look at him so. There is death in your eyes." "A snake may be small and weak, Edith, yet every honest man would place his heel upon it. Do you stand back yourself, for my purpose is set." "Paul!" She turned her eyes to the pale, sneering face. "Bethink you, Paul, why should you not do as he asks? What matter to you whether it be now or Monday? I pray you, dear Paul, for my sake, let him have his way. Your brother can read the service again if it so please him. Let us wed now, Paul, and then all is well." He had risen from his chair, and he dashed aside her appealing hands. "You foolish woman," he snarled, "and you, my savior of fair damsels, who are so bold against a cripple, you have both to learn that if my body be weak, there is the soul of my breed within it. To marry because a boasting, ranting country squire would have it so? No! By the soul of God, I will die first. On Monday I will marry, and no day sooner. So let that be your answer." "It is the answer that I wished," said Nigel, "for indeed I see no happiness in this marriage, and the other may well be the better way. Stand aside, Edith." He gently forced her to one side and drew his sword. De la Fosse cried aloud at the sight. "I have no sword. You would not murder me," said he, leaning back with haggard face and burning eyes against his chair. The bright steel shone in the lamplight. Edith shrank back, her hand over her face. "Take this sword," said Nigel, and he turned the hilt to the cripple. "Now," he added, as he drew his hunting knife, "kill me if you can, Paul de la Fosse, for as God is my help I will do as much for you." The woman, half swooning and yet spellbound and fascinated, looked on at that strange combat. For a moment the cripple stood with an air of doubt, the sword grasped in his nerveless fingers. Then, as he saw the tiny blade in Nigel's hands, the greatness of the advantage came home to him, and a cruel smile tightened his loose lips. Slowly, step by step, he advanced, his chin sunk upon his chest, his eyes glaring from under the thick tangle of his brows like fires through the brushwood. Nigel waited for him, his left hand forward, his knife down by his hip, his face grave, still, and watchful. Nearer and nearer yet, with stealthy step, and then with a bound and a cry of hatred and rage, Paul de la Fosse had sped his blow. It was well judged and well swung, but point would have been wiser than edge against that supple body and those active feet. Quick as a flash, Nigel had sprung inside the sweep of the blade, taking a flesh wound on his left forearm as he pressed it under the hilt. The next instant the cripple was on the ground, and Nigel's dagger was at his throat. "You dog," he whispered, "I have you at my mercy. Quick, ere I strike, for the last time, will you marry or no?" The crash of the fall and the sharp point upon his throat had cowed the man's spirit. He looked up with a white face, and the sweat gleamed upon his forehead. There was terror in his eyes. "Nay, take your knife from me," he cried. "I cannot die like a calf in the shambles.
Will you marry?" "Yes, yes, I will wed her. After all, she is a good wench, and I might do worse. Let me up. Let me up, I tell you. I will marry her. What more would you have?" Nigel stood above him with his foot upon the misshapen body. He had picked up his sword, and the point rested upon the cripple's breast. "Nay, you will bide where you are. If you are to live, and my conscience cries loud against it, at least your wedding will be such as your sins have deserved. Lie there like the crushed worm that you are." Then he raised his voice. "Father Athanasius!" he cried. "What ho! Father Athanasius!" The old priest ran to the cry, and so did the Lady Mary. A strange sight it was that met them now in the circle of light, the frightened girl half unconscious upon the table, the prostrate cripple, and Nigel with foot and sword upon his body. "Your book, father!" cried Nigel. "I know not if what we do is good or ill, but we must wed them, for there is no way out." But the girl by the table had given a great cry, and she was clinging and sobbing with her arms round her sister's neck. "Oh, Mary, I thank the Virgin that you have come. I thank the Virgin that it is not too late. What did he say? He said that he was a de la Fosse, and that he would not be married at the sword point. My heart went out to him when he said it. But am I not a Buttesthorn, and shall it be said that I would marry a man who could be led to the altar with a knife at his throat? No, no. I see him as he is. I know him now, the mean spirit, the lying tongue. Can I not read it in his eyes that he has indeed deceived me, that he would have left me, as you say that he has left others? Take me home, Mary, my sister, for you have plucked me back this night from the very mouth of hell." And so it was that the master of Shalford, livid and brooding, was left with his wine at his lonely table, while the golden beauty of Cosford, hot with shame and anger, her fair face wet with tears, passed out safe from the house of infamy into the great calm and peace of the starry night. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Sir Nigel. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 13. How the comrades journeyed down the old road. And now the season of moonless nights was drawing nigh, and the King's design was ripe. Very secretly his preparations were made. Already the garrison of Calais, which consisted of 500 archers and 200 men-at-arms, could, if forewarned, resist any attack made upon it. But it was the King's design not merely to resist the attack, but to capture the attackers. Above all, it was his wish to find the occasion for one of those adventurous passages of arms which had made his name famous throughout Christendom as the very pattern and leader of knight-errant chivalry. But the affair wanted careful handling. The arrival of any reinforcements, or even the crossing of any famous soldier, would have alarmed the French and warned them that their plot had been discovered. Therefore it was in twos and threes, in the crayers and provision ships which were continually passing from shore to shore, that the chosen warriors and their squires were brought to Calais. There they were passed at night through the watergate into the castle, where they could lie hidden, unknown to the townsfolk, until the hour for action had come. Nigel had received word from Chandos to join him at the sign of the Broompod in Winchelsea. 3 days beforehand he and Aylward rode from Tilford all armed and ready for the wars. Nigel was in hunting costume, blithe and gay, with his precious armor and his small baggage trussed upon the back of a spare horse which Aylward led by the bridle. The archer himself had a good black mare, heavy and slow, but strong enough to be fit to carry his powerful frame. In his brigandine of chain mail and his steel cap, with straight strong sword by his side, his yellow long bow jutting over his shoulder, and his quiver of arrows supported by a scarlet baldric, he was such a warrior as any knight might well be proud to have in his train. All Tilford trailed behind them as they rode slowly over the long slope of heathland which skirts the flank of Crooksbury Hill. At the summit of the rise Nigel reined in Pommers and looked back at the little village behind him. There was the old dark manor house,
with one bent figure leaning upon a stick and gazing dimly after him from beside the door. He looked at the high-pitched roof, the timbered walls, the long trail of swirling blue smoke which rose from the single chimney, and the group of downcast old servants who lingered at the gate: John the cook, Weathercote the minstrel, Red Swire the broken soldier. Over the river, amid the trees, he could see the grim gray tower of Waverley, and even as he looked, the iron bell, which had so often seemed to be the hoarse, threatening cry of an enemy, clanged out its call to prayer. Nigel doffed his velvet cap and prayed also, prayed that peace might remain at home, and good warfare, in which honor and fame should await him, might still be found abroad. Then, waving his hand to the people, he turned his horse's head and rode slowly eastward. A moment later Aylward broke from the group of archers and laughing girls who clung to his bridle and his stirrup straps, and rode on, blowing kisses over his shoulder. So at last the two comrades, gentle and simple, were fairly started on their venture. There are two seasons of color in those parts: the yellow, when the countryside is flaming with the gorse blossoms, and the crimson, when all the long slopes are smoldering with the heather. So it was now. Nigel looked back from time to time as he rode along the narrow track where the ferns and the ling brushed his feet on either side, and as he looked it seemed to him that, wander where he might, he would never see a fairer scene than that of his own home. Far to the westward, glowing in the morning light, rolled billow after billow of ruddy heatherland, until they merged into the dark shadows of Woolmer Forest and the pale clear green of the Butser chalk downs. Never in his life had Nigel wandered far beyond these limits, and the woodlands, the down, and the heather were dear to his soul. It gave him a pang in his heart now as he turned his face away from them. But if home lay to the westward, out there to the east and south was the great world of adventure, the noble stage where each of his kinsmen in turn had played his manly part and left a proud name behind. How often had he longed for this day! And now it had come, with no shadow cast behind it. Dame Ermyntrude was under the King's protection. The old servants had their future assured. The strife with the monks of Waverley had been assuaged. He had a noble horse under him, the best of weapons, and a stout follower at his back. Above all, he was bound on a gallant errand with the bravest knight in England as his leader. All these thoughts surged together in his mind, and he whistled and sang as he rode, out of the joy of his heart, while Pommers sidled and curvetted in sympathy with the mood of his master. Presently, glancing back, he saw from Aylward's downcast eyes and puckered brow that the archer was clouded with trouble. He reined his horse to let him come abreast of him. "How now, Aylward?" said he. "Surely of all men in England you and I should be the most blithe this morning, since we ride forward with all hopes of honorable advancement. By Saint Paul, ere we see these heathered hills once more, we shall either worshipfully win worship, or we shall venture our persons in the attempt. These be glad thoughts, and why should you be downcast?" Aylward shrugged his broad shoulders, and a wry smile dawned upon his rugged face. "I am indeed limp as a wetted bowstring," said he. "It is the nature of a man that he should be sad when he leaves the woman he loves." "In truth, yes," cried Nigel, and in a flash the dark eyes of Mary Buttesthorn rose before him, and he heard her low, sweet, earnest voice as he had heard it that night when they had brought her frailer sister back from Shalford Manor, a voice which made all that was best and noblest in a man thrill within his soul. "Yet bethink you, archer, that what a woman loves in man is not his gross body, but rather his soul, his honor, his fame, the deeds with which he has made his life beautiful. Therefore you are winning love as well as glory when you turn to the wars."
"It may be so," said Aylward, "but indeed it goes to my heart to see the pretty dears weep, and I would fain weep as well to keep them company. When Mary, or was it Dolly? Nay, it was Martha, the red-headed girl from the mill. When she held tight to my baldric, it was like snapping my heartstring to pluck myself loose."
"You speak of one name, then of another," said Nigel. "How was she called then, this maid who you love?" Aylward pushed back his steel cap and scratched his bristling head with some embarrassment.
"Her name," said he, "is Mary Dolly Martha Susan Jane Cicely Theodosia Agnes Joanna Kate."
Nigel laughed as Aylward rolled out this prodigious title. "I had no right to take you to the wars," said he, "for by St. Paul, it is very clear that I have widowed half the parish. But I saw your aged father, the franklin. Bethink you of the joy that will fill his heart when he hears that you have done some small deed in France, and so won honor in the eyes of all."
"I fear that honor will not help him to pay his arrears of rent to the sacrist of Waverley," said Aylward. "Out he will go on the roadside, honor and all, if he does not find 10 nobles by next Epiphany. But if I could win a ransom or be at the storming of a rich city, then indeed the old man would be proud of me. Thy sword must help my spade, Samkin," said he, as he kissed me good-bye. It would indeed be a happy day for him and for all if I could ride back with a saddlebag full of gold pieces, and please God I shall dip my hand in somebody's pocket before I see Crooksbury Hill once more."
Nigel shook his head, for indeed it seemed hopeless to try to bridge the gulf between them. Already they had made such good progress along the bridle path through the heather that the little hill of St. Catherine and the ancient shrine upon its summit loomed up before them. Here they crossed the road from the south to London, and at the crossing 2 wayfarers were waiting, who waved their hands in greeting. One, a tall, slender, dark woman upon a white jennet; the other, a very thick and red-faced old man, whose weight seemed to curve the back of the stout gray cob which he bestrode.
"What how, Nigel?" he cried. "Mary has told me that you make a start this morning, and we have waited here this hour and more on the chance of seeing you pass. Come, lad, and have a last stoup of English ale. For many a time amid the sour French wines you will long for the white foam under your nose and the good homely twang of it."
Nigel had to decline the draught, for it meant riding into Guildford town, a mile out of his course, but very gladly he agreed with Mary that they should climb the path to the old shrine and offer a last orison together. The knight and Aylward waited below with the horses, and so it came about that Nigel and Mary found themselves alone under the solemn old Gothic arches in front of the dark shadowed recess in which gleamed the golden reliquary of the saint. In silence they knelt side by side in prayer, and then came forth once more out of the gloom and the shadow into the fresh sunlit summer morning. They stopped ere they descended the path, and looked right and left at the fair meadows and the blue way curling down the valley. "What have you prayed for, Nigel?" said she. "I have prayed that God and his saints will hold my spirit high and will send me back from France in such a fashion that I may dare to come to you and claim you for my own." "Bethink you well what it is you say, Nigel," said she. "What you are to me only my heart can tell, but I would never set eyes upon your face again rather than abate by 1 inch that height of honor and worshipful achievement to which you may attain." "Nay, my dear and most sweet lady, how should you abate it, since it is the thought of you which will nerve my arm and uphold my heart?" "Think once more, my fair lord, and hold yourself bound by no word which you have said. Let it be as the breeze which blows past our faces and is heard of no more. Your soul yearns for honor. To that has it ever turned. Is there room in it for love also? Or is it possible that both shall live at their highest in one mind? Do you not call to mind that Galahad and the other great knights of old have put women out of their lives that they may ever give their whole soul and strength to the winning of honor? May it not be that I shall be a drag upon you, that your heart may shrink from some honorable task, that it should bring risk and pain to me? Think well before you answer, my fair lord, for indeed my very heart would break if it should ever happen that through love of me your high hopes and great promise should miss fulfilment." Nigel looked at her with sparkling eyes. The soul which shone through her dark face had transformed it for the moment into a beauty more lofty and more rare than that of her shallow sister. He bowed before the majesty of the woman and pressed his lips to her hand. "You are like a star upon my path which guides me on the upward way," said he. "Our souls are set together upon the finding of honor, and how shall we hold each other back when our purpose is the same?" She shook her proud head. "So it seems to you now, fair lord, but it may be otherwise as the years pass. How shall you prove that I am indeed a help and not a hindrance? "I will prove it by my deeds, fair and dear lady," said Nigel. "Here at the shrine of the Holy Catherine, on this, the feast of Saint Margaret, I take my oath that I will do 3 deeds in your honor as proof of my high love before I set eyes upon your face again, and these 3 deeds shall stand as proof to you that if I love you dearly, still I will not let the thought of you stand betwixt me and honorable achievement." Her face shone with her love and her pride. "I also make my oath," said she, "and I do it in the name of the Holy Catherine, whose shrine is hard by. I swear that I will hold myself for you until these 3 deeds be done and we meet once more. Also that if, which may dear Christ forfend, you fall in doing them, then I shall take the veil in Shalford nunnery and look upon no man's face again. Give me your hand, Nigel." She had taken a little bangle of gold filigree work from her arm and fastened it upon his sunburnt wrist, reading aloud to him the engraved motto in old French: "Fais ce que doit, advienne qui pourra, c'est commandé au chevalier." Then for one moment they fell into each other's arms, and with kiss upon kiss, a loving man and a tender woman, they swore their troth to each other. But the old knight was calling impatiently from below, and together they hurried down the winding path to where the horses waited under the sandy bluff. As far as the Shalford crossing Sir John rode by Nigel's arm, and many were the last injunctions which he gave him concerning woodcraft, and great his anxiety lest he confuse a spray with a brocket or either with a hind. At last, when they came to the reedy edge of the way, the old knight and his daughter reined up their horses. Nigel looked back at them ere he entered the dark Chantry woods, and saw them still gazing after him and waving their hands. Then the path wound among the trees and they were lost to sight. But long afterwards, when a clearing exposed once more the Shalford meadows, Nigel saw that the old man upon the gray cob was riding slowly towards St. Catherine's Hill, but that the girl was still where he had seen her last, leaning forward in her saddle and straining her eyes to pierce the dark forest which screened her lover from her view. It was but a fleeting glance through a break in the foliage, and yet in after days of stress and toil in far distant lands it was that one little picture, the green meadow, the reeds, the slow blue winding river, and the eager bending graceful figure upon the white horse, which were the clearest and the dearest image of that England which he had left behind him. But if Nigel's friends had learned that this was the morning of his leaving, his enemies too were on the alert. The 2 comrades had just emerged from the Chantry woods and were beginning the ascent of the curving path which leads upward to the old chapel of the Martyr, when, with a hiss like an angry snake, a long white arrow streaked under Pommers and struck quivering in the grassy turf. A second whizzed past Nigel's ear as he tried to turn, but Aylward struck the great war horse a sharp blow over the haunches, and it had galloped some hundreds of yards before its rider could pull up. Aylward followed as hard as he could ride, bending low over his horse's neck, while arrows whizzed all around him. "By Saint Paul!" said Nigel, tugging at his bridle and white with anger, "they shall not chase me across the country as though I were a frightened doe. Archer, how dare you to lash my horse when I would have turned and ridden in upon them?"
"It is well I did so," said Aylward, "or by these 10 finger bones our journey would have begun and ended on the same day. As I glanced round I saw a dozen of them at least among the brushwood. See now how the light glimmers upon their steel caps yonder in the bracken under the great beech tree. Nay, I pray you, my fair lord, do not ride forward. What chance has a man in the open against all these who lie at their ease in the underwood? If you will not think of yourself, then consider your horse, which would have a cloth-yard shaft feathered in its hide ere it could reach the wood."
Nigel chafed in impotent anger. "Am I to be shot at like a popinjay at a fair by any reaver or outlaw that seeks a mark for his bow?" he cried. "By Saint Paul, Aylward, I will put on my harness and go further into the matter. Help me to undress, I pray you."
"Nay, my fair lord, I will not help you to your own downfall. It is a match with cogged dice betwixt a horseman on the moor and archers amid the forest. But these men are no outlaws, or they would not dare to draw their bows within a league of the Sheriff of Guildford."
"Indeed, Aylward, I think that you speak truth," said Nigel. "It may be that these are the men of Paul de la Fosse of Shalford, whom I have given little cause to love me. Ah, there is indeed the very man himself." They sat their horses with their backs to the long slope which leads up to the old chapel on the hill. In front of them was the dark, ragged edge of the wood, with a sharp twinkle of steel here and there in its shadows, which spoke of these lurking foes. But now there was a long moot upon a horn, and at once a score of russet-clad bowmen ran forward from amid the trees, spreading out into a scattered line and closing swiftly upon the travelers. In the midst of them, upon a great gray horse, sat a small misshapen man, waving and cheering as one who sets hounds upon a badger, turning his head this way and that as he whooped and pointed, urging his bowmen onward up the slope.
"Draw them on, my fair lord, draw them on until we have them out on the down," cried Aylward, his eyes shining with joy. 500 paces more, and then we may be on terms with them. Nay, linger not, but keep them always just clear of arrow shot until our turn has come."
Nigel shook and trembled with eagerness, as with his hand on his sword hilt he looked at the line of eager hurrying men. But it flashed through his mind what Chandos had said of the cool head which is better for the warrior than the hot heart. Aylward's words were true and wise. He turned Pommers' head therefore, and amid a cry of derision from behind them the comrades trotted over the down. The bowmen broke into a run, while the leader screamed and waved more madly than before. Aylward cast many a glance at them over his shoulder.
Yet a little further still," he muttered. "The wind is towards them, and the fools have forgot that I can overshoot them by 50 paces. Now, my good lord, I pray you for one instant to hold the horses, for my weapon is more avail this day than thine can be. They may make sorry cheer ere they gain the shelter of the wood once more." He had sprung from his horse, and with a downward wrench of his arm and a push from his knee he slipped the string into the upper nock of his mighty warbow. Then in a flash he notched his shaft and drew it to the pile, his keen blue eyes glowing fiercely behind it from under his knotted brows. With thick legs planted sturdily apart, his body laid into the bow, his left arm motionless as wood, his right bunched into a double curve of swelling muscles as he stretched the white, well-waxed string, he looked so keen and fierce a fighter that the advancing line stopped for an instant at the sight of him. 2 or 3 loosed off their arrows, but the shafts flew heavily against the headwind and snaked along the hard turf some score of paces short of the mark. One only, a short, bandy-legged man, whose squat figure spoke of enormous muscular strength, ran swiftly in and then drew so strong a bow that the arrow quivered in the ground at Aylward's feet. "It is Black Will of Linchmere," said the bowman. "Many a match have I shot with him, and I know well that no other man in the Surrey marches could have sped such a shaft. I trust that you are housed and shriven, Will, for I have known you so long that I would not have your damnation upon my soul." He raised his bow as he spoke, and the string twanged with a rich, deep, musical note. Aylward leaned upon his bowstave as he keenly watched the long, swift flight of his shaft, skimming smoothly down the wind. "On him! On him! Ah, no, over him by my hilt!" he cried. "There is more wind than I had thought. Nay, nay, friend, now that I have the length of you, you can scarce hope to loose again." Black Will had notched an arrow and was raising his bow when Aylward's second shaft passed through the shoulder of his drawing arm. With a shout of anger and pain he dropped his weapon, and dancing in his fury he shook his fist and roared curses at his rival. "I could slay him, but I will not, for good bowmen are not so common," said Aylward. "And now, fair sir, we must on, for they are spreading round on either side, and if once they get behind us, then indeed our journey has come to a sudden end. But ere we go, I would send a shaft through yonder horseman who leads them on." "Nay, Aylward, I pray you to leave him," said Nigel. "Villain as he is none the less a gentleman of coat armor, and should die by some other weapon than thine." "As you will," said Aylward, with a clouded brow. "I have been told that in the late wars many a French prince and baron has not been too proud to take his death wound from an English yeoman's shaft, and that nobles of England have been glad enough to stand by and see it done."
Nigel shook his head sadly. "It is sooth you say, archer, and indeed it is no new thing, for that good knight Richard of the Lion Heart met his end in such a lowly fashion, and so did Harold the Saxon. But this is a private matter, and I would not have you draw your bow against him. Neither can I ride at him myself, for he is weak in body though dangerous in spirit. Therefore we will go upon our way, since there is neither profit nor honor to be gained, nor any hope of advancement." Aylward, having unstrung his bow, had remounted his horse during this conversation, and the two rode swiftly past the little squat chapel of the martyr and over the brow of the hill. From the summit they looked back. The injured archer lay upon the ground, and several of his comrades gathered in a knot around him. Others ran aimlessly up the hill, but were already far behind. The leader sat motionless upon his horse, and as he saw them look back he raised his hand and shrieked his curses at them. An instant later the curve of the ground had hid them from view, so amid love and hate Nigel bade adieu to the home of his youth. And now the comrades were journeying upon that old road which runs across the south of England and yet never turns toward London, for the good reason that the place was a poor hamlet when first the road was laid. From Winchester, the Saxon capital, to Canterbury, the holy city of Kent, ran that ancient highway, and on from Canterbury to the narrow straits where on a clear day the farther shore can be seen. Along this track, as far back as history can trace, the metals of the West have been carried, and past the pack horses bearing the goods which Gaul sent in exchange. Older than the Christian faith and older than the Romans is this old road. North and south are the woods and the marshes, so that only on the high dry turf of the chalkland could a clear track be found. The Pilgrim's Way it is still called, but the pilgrims were the last who ever trod it, for it was already of immemorial age before the death of Thomas a Becket gave a new reason why folks should journey to the scene of his murder. From the hill of Weston Wood the travellers could see the long white hand which dipped and curved and rose over the green downland, its course marked even in the hollows by the line of old yew trees which flanked it. Neither Nigel nor Aylward had wandered far from their own country, and now they rode with light hearts and eager eyes, taking note of all the varied pictures of nature and of men which passed before them. To their left was a hilly country, a land of rolling heaths and woods, broken here and there in open spaces round the occasional farmhouse of a franklin. Hackhurst Down, Dunley Hill, and Ranmore Common swelled and sank, each merging into the other. But on the right, after passing the village of Shear and the old church of Gomshall, the whole south country lay like a map at their feet. There was the huge wood of the Weald, one unbroken forest of oak trees, stretching away to the South Downs, which rose olive green against the deep blue sky. Under this great canopy of trees strange folk lived, and evil deeds were done. In its recesses were wild tribes, little changed from their heathen ancestors, who danced round the altar of Thor, and well was it for the peaceful traveller that he could tread the high open road of the chalkland with no need to wander into so dangerous a tract, where soft clay, tangled forest, and wild men all barred his progress. But apart from the rolling country upon the left and the great forest-hidden plain upon the right, there was much upon the road itself to engage the attention of the wayfarers. It was crowded with people. As far as their eyes could carry, they could see the black dots scattered thickly upon the thin white band, sometimes single, sometimes several abreast, sometimes in moving crowds, where a drove of pilgrims held together for mutual protection, or a nobleman showed his greatness by the number of retainers who trailed at his heels. At that time the main roads were very crowded, for there were many wandering people in the land. Of all sorts and kinds they passed in an unbroken stream before the eyes of Nigel and of Aylward, alike only in the fact that one and all were powdered from their hair to their shoes with the gray dust of the chalk. There were monks journeying from one cell to another, Benedictines with their black gowns looped up to show their white skirts, Carthusians in white, and pied Cistercians. Friars also of the three wandering orders, Dominicans in black, Carmelites in white, and Franciscans in gray. There was no love lost between the cloistered monks and the free friars, each looking on the other as a rival who took from him the oblations of the faithful. So they passed on the high road as cat passes dog, with eyes askance and angry faces. Then, besides the men of the church, there were the men of trade. The merchant in dusty broadcloth and Flanders hat, riding at the head of his line of pack horses. He carried Cornish tin, West Country wool, or Sussex iron if he headed eastward, or if his head should be turned westward, then he bore with him the velvets of Genoa, the ware of Venice, the wines of France, or the armor of Italy and Spain.
Pilgrims were everywhere. Poor people for the most part, plodding wearily along with trailing feet and bowed heads, thick staves in their hands and bundles over their shoulders. Here and there, on a gaily caparisoned palfrey, or in the greater luxury of a horse litter, some west country lady might be seen making her easy way to the shrine of St. Thomas. Besides all these, a constant stream of strange vagabonds drifted along the road. Minstrels who wandered from fair to fair, a foul and pestilent crew, jugglers and acrobats, quack doctors and tooth drawers, students and beggars, free workmen in search of better wages, and escaped bondsmen who would welcome any wages at all. Such was the throng which set the old road smoking in a haze of white dust from Winchester to the narrow sea. But of all the wayfarers, those which interested Nigel most were the soldiers. Several times they passed little knots of archers or men-at-arms, veterans from France who had received their discharge and were now making their way to their Southland homes. They were half drunk, all of them, for the wayfarers treated them to beer at the frequent inns and ale-stakes which lined the road, so that they cheered and sang lustily as they passed. They roared rude pleasantries at Aylward, who turned in his saddle and shouted his opinion of them until they were out of hearing. Once, late in the afternoon, they overtook a body of 100 archers, all marching together with 2 knights riding at their head. They were passing from Guildford Castle to Reigate Castle, where they were in garrison. Nigel rode with the knights for some distance, and hinted that if either was in search of honorable advancement, or wished to do some small deed, or to relieve himself of any vow, it might be possible to find some means of achieving it. They were both, however, grave and elderly men, intent upon their business, with no mind for fond wayside adventures, so Nigel quickened his pace and left them behind. They had left Box Hill and Headley Heath upon the left, and the towers of Reigate were rising amid the trees in front of them, when they overtook a large, cheery-faced man with a forked beard, riding upon a good horse and exchanging a nod or a merry word with all who passed him. With him they rode nearly as far as Bletchingley, and Nigel laughed much to hear him talk, but always under the raillery there was much earnestness and much wisdom in all his words. He rode at his ease about the country, he said, having sufficient money to keep him from want and to furnish him for the road. He could speak all the 3 languages of England, the north, the middle and the south, so that he was at home with the people of every shire and could hear their troubles and their joys. In all parts, in town and in country, there was unrest, he said, for the poor folk were weary of their masters, both of the church and state, and soon there would be such doings in England as had never been seen before. But above all, this man was earnest against the church, its enormous wealth, its possession of nearly 1/3 of the whole land of the country, its insatiable greed for more at the very time when it claimed to be poor and lowly. The monks and friars, too, he lashed with his tongue, their roguish ways, their laziness and their cunning. He showed how their wealth and that of the haughty lord must always be founded upon the toil of poor humble Peter the Ploughman, who worked and strove in rain and cold out in the fields, the butt and laughing stock of everyone, and still bearing up the whole world upon his weary shoulders. He had set it all out in a fair parable, so now as he rode he repeated some of the verses, chanting them and marking time with his forefinger, while Nigel and Aylward on either side of him, with their heads inclined inward, listened with the same attention but with very different feelings. Nigel shocked at such an attack upon authority, and Aylward chuckling as he heard the sentiments of his class so shrewdly expressed. At last the stranger halted his horse outside the Five Angels at Gatton. "It is a good inn, and I know the ale of old," said he. "When I had finished that dream of Piers the Ploughman, which I have recited to you, the last verses were thus: Now I have brought my little book to an end. God's blessing be on him who a drink will me send. I pray you, come in with me and share it." "Nay," said Nigel, "we must on our way, for we have far to go. But give me your name, my friend, for indeed we have passed a merry hour listening to your words." "Have a care," the stranger answered, shaking his head. "You and your class will not spend a merry hour when these words are turned into deeds, and Peter the Ploughman grows weary of swinking in the fields, and takes up his bow and his staff in order to set this land in order.
"By Saint Paul! I expect that we shall bring Peter to reason, and also those who have put such evil thoughts into his head," said Nigel. "So once more I ask your name, that I may know it if ever I chance to hear that you have been hanged." The stranger laughed good humoredly. "You could call me Thomas Lackland," said he. "It should be Thomas Lackbrain if I were indeed to give my true name, since a good many robbers, some in black gowns and some in steel, would be glad to help me upward in the way you speak of. So good day to you, Squire, and to you also, Archer, and may you find your way back in with whole bones from the wars." That night the comrades slept in Godstone Priory, and early next morning they were well upon their road down the Pilgrim's Way. At Titsey it was said that a band of villains were out in Westerham Wood and had murdered 3 men the day before, so that Nigel had high hopes of an encounter. But the brigands showed no sign, though the travelers went out of their way to ride their horses along the edges of the forest. Farther on they found traces of their work, for the path ran along the hillside at the base of a chalk quarry, and there in the cutting a man was lying dead. From his twisted limbs and shattered frame it was easy to see that he had been thrown over from above, while his pockets turned outward showed the reason for his murder. The comrades rode past without too close a survey, for dead men were no very uncommon objects on the King's highway, and if sheriff or bailiff should chance upon you near the body, you might find yourself caught up in the meshes of the law. Near Sevenoaks the road turned out of the old Canterbury way and pointed south toward the coast, leaving the chalklands and coming down into the clay of the Weald. It was a wretched, rutted mule track, running through thick forests with occasional clearings, in which lay the small Kentish villages, where rude, shock-headed peasants, with smocks and galligaskins, stared with bold, greedy eyes at the travelers. Once on the right they caught a distant view of the towers of Penshurst, and once they heard the deep tolling of the bells of Bayham Abbey. But for the rest of their day's journey, savage peasants and squalid cottages were all that met their eyes, with endless droves of pigs who fed upon the litter of acorns. The throng of travelers who crowded the old road were all gone, and only here and there did they meet or overtake some occasional merchant or messenger bound for Battle Abbey, Pevensey Castle, or the towns of the south. That night they slept in a sordid inn, overrun with rats and with fleas, 1 mile south of the hamlet of Mayfield. Aylward scratched vigorously and cursed with fervor. Nigel lay without movement or sound. To the man who has learned the old rule of chivalry there were no small ills in life. It was beneath the dignity of his soul to stoop to observe them. Cold and heat, hunger and thirst, such things did not exist for the gentleman. The armor of his soul was so complete that it was proof not only against the great ills of life, but even against the small ones. So the flea-bitten Nigel lay grimly still, while Aylward writhed upon his couch. They were now but a short distance from their destination, but they had hardly started on their journey through the forest next morning when an adventure befell them which filled Nigel with the wildest hopes. Along the narrow winding path between the great oak trees there rode a dark, sallow man in a scarlet tabard, who blew so loudly upon a silver trumpet that they heard the clanging call long before they set eyes on him. Slowly he advanced, pulling up every 50 paces to make the forest ring with another warlike blast. The comrades rode forward to meet him. "I pray you," said Nigel, "to tell me who you are and why you blow upon this trumpet." The fellow shook his head, so Nigel repeated the question in French, the common language of chivalry, spoken at that age by every gentleman in Western Europe. The man put his lips to the trumpet and blew another long note before he answered. "I am Gaston de Castrier," said he, "the humble squire of the most worthy and valiant knight Raoul de Toubier, de Pestel, de Grimsard, de Mersac, de Loy, de Bastignac, who also writes himself Lord of Pont. It is his order that I ride always a mile in front of him to prepare all to receive him, and he desires me to blow upon a trumpet, not out of vainglory, but out of greatness of spirit, so that none may be ignorant of his coming should they desire to encounter him." Nigel sprang from his horse with a cry of joy and began to unbutton his doublet. "Quick, Aylward, quick!" said he. "He comes! A knight errant comes! Was there ever such a chance of worshipfully winning worship? Untruss the harness while I loose my clothes. Good sir, I beg you to warn your noble and valiant master that a poor squire of England would implore him to take notice of him and to do some small deed upon him as he passes." But already the Lord of Pons had come in sight. He was a huge man upon an enormous horse, so that together they seemed to fill up the whole long dark archway under the oaks. He was clad in full armor of brazen hue, with only his face exposed, and of this face there was little visible save a pair of arrogant eyes and a great black beard, which flowed through the open visor and down over his breastplate. To the crest of his helmet was tied a small brown glove, nodding and swinging above him. He bore a long lance with a red square banner at the end, charged with a black boar's head, and the same symbol was engraved upon his shield. Slowly he rode through the forest, ponderous, menacing, with dull thudding of his charger's hoofs and constant clank of metal, while always in front of him came the distant peal of the silver trumpet, calling all men to admit his majesty and to clear his path ere they be cleared from it. Never in his dreams had so perfect a vision come to cheer Nigel's heart, and as he struggled with his clothes, glancing up continually at this wondrous traveller, he pattered forth prayers of thanksgiving to the good St. Paul, who had shown such loving kindness to his unworthy servant and thrown him in the path of so excellent and debonair a gentleman. But alas, how often at the last instant the cup is dashed from the lips! This joyful chance was destined to change suddenly to unexpected and grotesque disaster, a disaster so strange and so complete that through all his life Nigel flushed crimson when he thought of it. He was busily stripping his hunting costume, and with feverish haste he had doffed boots, hat, hose doublet and cloak, so that nothing remained save a pink jupon and a pair of silken drawers. At the same time Aylward was hastily unbuckling the load with the intention of handing his master his armor piece by piece, when the squire gave one last challenging peal from his silver trumpet into the very ear of the spare horse. In an instant it had taken to its heels the precious armor upon its back and thundered away down the road which they had traversed. Aylward jumped upon his mare, drove his prick spurs into her sides, and galloped after the runaway as hard as he could ride. Thus it came about that in an instant Nigel was shorn of all his little dignity, had lost his 2 horses, his attendant and his outfit, and found himself a lonely and unarmed man standing in his shirt and drawers upon the pathway down which the burly figure of the Lord of Pons was slowly advancing. The knight errant, whose mind had been filled by the thought of the maiden whom he had left behind at Saint Jean, the same whose glove dangled from his helmet, had observed nothing that had occurred. Hence all that met his eyes was a noble yellow horse which was tethered by the track, and a small young man who appeared to be a lunatic, since he had undressed hastily in the heart of the forest and stood now with an eager, anxious face, clad in his underlinen, amid the scattered debris of his garments. Of such a person the high Lord of Pons could take no notice, and so he pursued his inexorable way, his arrogant eyes looking out in the distance and his thoughts set intently upon the maiden of Saint Jean. He was dimly aware that the little crazy man in the undershirt ran a long way beside him in his stockings, begging and imploring and arguing. "Just 1 hour, most fair sir, just 1 hour at the longest, and a poor squire of England shall ever hold himself your debtor. Do but condescend to rein your horse until my harness comes back to me. Will you not stoop to show me some small deed of arms? I implore you, fair sir, to spare me a little of your time and a handstroke or two ere you go upon your way." The Lord of Pons motioned impatiently with his gauntleted hand, as one might brush away an importunate fly. But when at last Nigel became desperate in his clamor, he thrust his spurs into his great war horse, and clashing like a pair of cymbals, he thundered off through the forest. So he rode upon his majestic way until 2 days later he was slain by Lord Reginald Cobham in a field near Weybridge. When, after a long chase, Aylward secured the spare horse and brought it back, he found his master seated upon a fallen tree, his face buried in his hands, and his mind clouded with humiliation and grief. Nothing was said, for the matter was beyond words, and so in moody silence they rode upon their way. But soon they came upon a scene which drew Nigel's thoughts away from his bitter trouble, for in front of them there rose the towers of a great building, with a small gray sloping village around it, and they learned from a passing hind that this was the hamlet and abbey of Battle.
Together they drew rein upon the low ridge and looked down into that valley of death from which even now the reek of blood seems to rise. Down beside that sinister lake and amid those scattered bushes sprinkled over the naked flank of the long ridge was fought that long drawn struggle between two most noble foes, with broad England as the prize of victory. Here, up and down the low hill, hour by hour, the grim struggle had waxed and waned, until the Saxon army had died where it stood, king, court, housecarl and fyrdsman, each in their ranks, even as they had fought. And now, after all the stress and toil, the tyranny, the savage revolt, the fierce suppression, God had made his purpose complete. For here were Nigel the Norman and Aylward the Saxon, with good fellowship in their hearts and a common respect in their minds, with the same banner and the same cause, riding forth to do battle for their old mother England. And now the long ride drew to an end. In front of them was the blue sea, flecked with the white ships. Once more the road passed upward from the heavy wooded plain to the springy turf of the chalk downs. Far to the right rose the grim fortalice of Pevensey, squat and powerful, like one great block of rugged stone, the parapet twinkling with steel caps and crowned by the royal banner of England. A flat expanse of reeded marshland lay before them, out of which rose a single wooded hill crowned with towers, and a bristle of masts rising out of the green plain some distance to the south of it. Nigel looked at it, with his hand shading his eyes, and then urged Pommers to a trot. The town was Winchelsea, and there, amid that cluster of houses on the hill, the gallant Chandos must be waiting him. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Sir Nigel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clive Catterall. Sir Nigel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 14. How Nigel chased the Red Ferret. They passed a ferry wound upward by a curving path, and then, having satisfied a guard of men-at-arms, were admitted through the frowning arch of the Pipewell Gate. There, waiting for them, in the middle of the East Street, the sun gleaming upon his lemon-colored beard and puckering his single eye, stood Chandos himself, his legs apart, his hands behind his back, and a welcoming smile upon his quaint, high-nosed face. Behind him a crowd of little boys were gazing with reverent eyes at the famous soldier. "Welcome, Nigel," said he, "and you also, good archer. I chanced to be walking on the city wall, and I thought from the color of your horse that it was indeed you upon the Udimore road. How have you fared, young squire errant? Have you held bridges, or rescued damsels, or slain oppressors on your way from Tilford?" "Nay, my fair lord, I have accomplished nothing. But once I had hopes." Nigel flushed at the remembrance. "I will give you more than hopes, Nigel. I will put you where you can dip both arms to the elbow into danger and honor, where peril will sleep with you at night and rise with you in the morning, and the very air you breathe be laden with it. Are you ready for that, young sir?" "I can but pray, fair lord, that my spirit will rise to it." Chandos smiled his approval and laid his thin brown hand on the youth's shoulder. "Good," said he. "It is the mute hound which bites the hardest. The babbler is ever the hangback. Bide with me here, Nigel, and walk upon the ramparts. Archer, do you lead the horses to the sign of the Broompod in the High Street, and tell my varlets to see them aboard the cog Thomas before nightfall. We sail at the second hour after curfew. Come hither, Nigel, to the crest of the corner turret, for from it I will show you what you have never seen." It was but a dim and distant white cloud upon the blue water, seen far off over the Dungeness Point, and yet the sight of it flushed the young squire's cheeks and sent the blood hot through his veins. It was the fringe of France, that land of chivalry and glory, the stage where fame and name were to be won.
With burning eyes he gazed across at it, his heart rejoicing to think that the hour was at hand when he might tread that sacred soil. Then his gaze crossed the immense stretch of the blue sea, dotted over with the sails of fishing boats, until it rested upon the double harbor beneath, packed with vessels of every size and shape, from the pessiners and creyers which plied up and down the coast to the great cogs and galleys, which were used either as warships or merchantmen as the occasion served. One of them was at that instant passing out to sea, a huge galleass with trumpets blowing and nakers banging, the flag of St. George flaunting over the broad purple sail, and the decks sparkling from end to end with steel. Nigel gave a cry of pleasure at the splendor of the sight. "Aye, lad," said Chandos, "it is the Trinity of Rye, the very ship on which I fought at Sluy. Her deck ran blood from stem to stern that day. But turn your eyes this way, I beg you, and tell me if you see aught strange about this town." Nigel looked down at the noble straight street, at the roundel tower, at the fine church of St. Thomas and the other fair buildings of Winchelsea. "It is all new," said he. "Church, castle, houses, all are new." "You are right, fair son. My grandfather can call it to mind the time when only the conies lived upon this rock. The town was down yonder by the sea, until one night the waves rose upon it and not a house was left. See, yonder is Rye, huddling also on a hill, the two towns like poor sheep when the waters are out. But down there, under the blue water and below the Camber sand, lies the true Winchelsea, tower, cathedral, walls and all, even as my grandfather knew it when the first Edward was young upon the throne." For an hour or more Chandos paced upon the ramparts with his young squire at his elbow, and talked to him of his duties and of the secrets and craft of warfare, Nigel drinking in and storing in his memory every word from so revered a teacher. Many a time in after life, in stress and in danger, he strengthened himself by the memory of that slow walk, with the blue sea on one side and the fair town on the other, when the wise soldier and noble-hearted knight poured forth his precept and advice as the master workman to the apprentice. "Perhaps, fair son," said he, "you are like so many other lads who ride to the wars and know so much already that it is waste of breath to advise them." "Nay, my fair lord, I know nothing save that I would fain do my duty and either win honorable advancement or die worshipful on the field." "You are wise to be humble," said Chandos, "for indeed he who knows most of war knows best that there is much to learn. As there is a mystery of the rivers and a mystery of woodcraft, even so there is a mystery of warfare by which battles may be lost and gained. For all nations are brave, and where the brave meets the brave, it is he who is crafty and warwise who will win the day. The best hound will run at fault if he be ill laid on, and the best hawk will fly at check if he be badly loosed, and even so the bravest army may go awry if it be ill handled. There are not in Christendom better knights and squires than those of the French, and yet we have had the better of them, for in our Scottish wars and elsewhere we have learned more of this same mystery of which I speak." "And wherein lies our wisdom, honored sir?" asked Nigel. "I also would fain be war wise and learn to fight with my wits as well as with my sword." Chandos shook his head and smiled. "It is in the forest and on the down that you learn to fly the hawk and loose the hound," said he. "So also it is in the camp and on the field that the mystery of war can be learned. There only has every great captain come to be its master. To start he must have a cool head, quick to think, soft as wax before his purpose is formed, hard as steel when once he sees it before him. Ever alert he must be, and cautious also, but with judgment to turn his caution into rashness where a large gain may be put against a small stake. An eye for country also, for the trend of the rivers, the slope of the hills, the cover of the woods, and the light green of the bogland." Poor Nigel, who had trusted to his lance and to Pommers to break his path to glory, stood aghast at this list of needs. "Alas!" he cried, "how am I to gain all this? I, who could scarce learn to read or write, though the good Father Matthew broke a hazel stick a day across my shoulders." "You will gain it, fair son, where others have gained it before you. You have that which is the first thing of all, a heart of fire from which other colder hearts may catch a spark.
But you must have knowledge also of that which warfare has taught us in olden times. We know, par exemple, that horsemen alone cannot hope to win against good foot soldiers. Has it not been tried at Courtrai, at Stirling, and again under my own eyes at Crecy, where the chivalry of France went down before our bowmen?" Nigel stared at him with a perplexed brow. "Fair sir, my heart grows heavy as I hear you. Do you then say that our chivalry can make no head against archers, billmen, and the like?" "Nay, Nigel, for it has also been very clearly shown that the best foot soldiers, unsupported, cannot hold their own against the mailed horsemen." "To whom then is the victory?" asked Nigel. "To him who can mix his horse and foot, using each to strengthen the other. Apart they are weak, together they are strong. The archer who can weaken the enemy's line, the horseman who can break it when it is weakened, as was done at Falkirk and Dublin. There is the secret of our strength. Now, touching this same battle of Falkirk, I pray you for one instant to give it your attention." With his whip he began to trace a plan of the Scottish battle upon the dust, and Nigel, with knitted brows, was trying hard to muster his small stock of brains and to profit by the lecture, when the conversation was interrupted by a strange new arrival. It was a very stout little man, wheezy and purple with haste, who scudded down the rampart as if he were blown by the wind, his grizzled hair flying and his long black gown floating behind him. He was clad in the dress of a respectable citizen, a black jerkin trimmed with sable, a black velvet beaver hat and a white feather. At the sight of Chandos he gave a cry of joy and quickened his pace, so that when he did at last reach him he could only stand gasping and waving his hands. "Give yourself time, good Master Wintersole. Give yourself time," said Chandos in a soothing voice. "The papers!" gasped the little man. "Oh, my Lord Chandos, the papers!" "What of the papers, my worthy sir?" "I swear by our good patron Saint Leonard it is no fault of mine. I had locked them in my coffer, but the lock was forced and the coffer rifled." A shadow of anger passed over the soldier's keen face. "How now, Master Mayor? Pull your wits together and do not stand there babbling like a 3-year child. Do you say that someone hath taken the papers?" "It is sooth, fair sir. Thrice I have been mayor of the town and 15 years burgess and jurat, but never once has any public matter gone awry through me. Only last month they came an order from Windsor on a Tuesday for a Friday banquet. 1,000 soles, 4,000 plaice, 2,000 mackerel, 500 crabs, 1,000 lobsters, 5,000 whiting. I doubt not, Master Mayor, that you are an excellent fishmonger, but the matter concerns the papers I gave into your keeping. Where are they?" "Taken, fair sir, gone." "And who hath dared to take them?" "Alas, I know not. It was but for as long as you would say an Angelus that I left the chamber, and when I came back there was the coffer, broken and empty upon my table." "Do you suspect no one?" "There was a varlet who hath come with the last few days into my employ. He is not to be found, and I have sent horsemen along both the Udimore road and that to Rye that they may seize him. By the help of Saint Leonard they can scarce miss him, for one can tell him a bow shot off by his hair." "Is it red?" asked Chandos eagerly. "Is it fox red? The man a small man pocked with sunspots, and very quick in his movements?" "It is the man himself." Chandos shook his clenched hand with annoyance, and then set off swiftly down the street. "It is Peter the Red Ferret once more," said he. "I knew him of old in France, where he has done us more harm than a company of men-at-arms. He speaks English as he speaks French, and he is of such daring and cunning that nothing is secret from him. In all France there is no more dangerous man, for though he is a gentleman of blood and coat armor, he takes the part of a spy, because it hath the more danger and therefore the more honor." "But my fair lord," cried the Mayor as he hurried along, keeping pace with the long strides of the soldier, I knew that you warned me to take all care of the papers, but surely there was no matter of great import in it. It was but to say what stores were to be sent after you to Calais." "Is that not everything?" cried Chandos impatiently. "Can you not see, O foolish Master Wintersole, that the French suspect we are about to make some attempt, and that they have sent Peter the Red Ferret, as they have sent him many times before, to get tidings of whither we are bound? Now that he knows that the stores are for Calais, then the French near Calais will take his warning, and so the King's whole plan come to nothing." "Then he will fly by water. We can stop him yet. He has not an hour's start." "It may be that a boat awaits him at Rye or Hythe.
but it is more like that he has all ready to depart from here. Ah, see yonder! I'll warrant that the Red Ferret is on board." Chandos had halted in front of his inn, and now he pointed down to the outer harbor, which lay 2 miles off across the green plain. It was connected by a long winding canal with the inner dock at the base of the hill, upon which the town was built. Between the two horns formed by the short curving piers, a small schooner was running out to sea, dipping and rising before a sharp southerly breeze. "It is no Winchelsea boat," said the Mayor. "She is longer and broader in the beam than ours." "Horses! Bring horses!" cried Chandos. "Come, Nigel, let us go further into the matter." A busy crowd of varlets, archers and men-at-arms swarmed round the gateway of the sign of the Broom-Pod, singing, shouting and jostling in rough good fellowship. The sight of the tall thin figure of Chandos brought order amongst them, and a few minutes later the horses were ready and saddled. A breakneck ride down a steep declivity and then a gallop of 2 miles over the sedgy plain carried them to the outer harbor. A dozen vessels were lying there, ready to start for Bordeaux or Rochelle, and the quay was thick with sailors, laborers and townsmen, and heaped with wine barrels and wool packs. "Who is warden here?" asked Chandos, springing from his horse. "Badding! Where is Cock Badding? Badding is warden!" shouted the crowd. A moment later a short, swarthy man, bull-necked and deep-chested, pushed through the people. He was clad in rough russet wool, with a scarlet cloth tied round his black curly head. His sleeves were rolled up to his shoulders, and his brown arms, all stained with grease and tar, were like 2 thick gnarled branches from an oaken stump. His savage brown face was fierce and frowning, and was split from chin to temple with a long white wale of an ill-healed wound. "Oh, now, gentles, will you never wait your turn?" he rumbled in a deep angry voice. "Can you not see that we are warping the Rose of Guienne into midstream for the ebb tide? Is this a time to break in upon us? Your goods will go aboard in due season, I promise you. So ride back into the town and find such pleasure as you may, while I and my mates do our work without let or hindrance." "It is the gentle Chandos!" cried someone in the crowd. "It is the good Sir John!" The rough harbor master changed his gruffness to smiles in an instant. "Nay, Sir John, what would you? I pray you to hold me excused if I was short of speech, but we port wardens are sore plagued with foolish young lordlings who get betwixt us and our work, and blame us because we do not turn an ebb tide into a flood, or a south wind into a north. I pray you to tell me, how can I serve you?" "That boat," said Chandos, pointing to the already distant sail rising and falling on the waves. "What is it?" Cock Badding shaded his keen eyes with his strong brown hand. "She has just gone out," said he. "She is La Pucelle, a small wine sloop from Gascony, homebound and laden with barrel staves." "I pray you, did any man join her at the very last?" "Nay, I know not. I saw no one." "But I know," cried a seaman in the crowd. "I was standing at the wharf side and was nigh knocked into the water by a little red-headed fellow who breathed as though he had run from the town. Ere I had time to give him a cuff, he had jumped aboard, the ropes were cast off, and her nose was seaward." In a few words Chandos made all clear to Badding, the crowd pressing eagerly round. "Aye, aye!" cried a seaman. "The good Sir John is right. See how she points! It is Picardy and not Gascony that she will fetch this journey, in spite of her wine staves." "Then we must lay her aboard," cried Cock Badding. "Come, lads, here is my own Murray Rose ready to cast off. Who's for a trip with a fight at the end of it?" There was a rush for the boat, but the stout little seaman picked his men. "Go back, Jerry. Your heart is good, but you are over fat for the work. You, Luke, and you, Thomas, and the 2 Deeds, and William of Sandgate, you will work the boat. And now we need a few men of their hands. Do you come, little sir?" "I pray you, my dear lord, to let me go," cried Nigel. "Yes, Nigel, you can go, and I will bring your gear over to Calais this night." "I will join you there, fair sir, and with the help of Saint Paul I will bring this Red Ferret with me." "Aboard, aboard! Time passes!" cried Badding impatiently, while already his seamen were hauling on the line and raising the mainsail. "Now then, sir, who are you?" It was Aylward, who had followed Nigel and was pushing his way forward. "Where my master goes I go also," cried Aylward. "So stand clear, master shipman, or you may come by a hurt." "By Saint Leonard, archer," said Cock Badding, "had I more time I would give you a lesson ere I leave land. Stand back and give place to others." "Nay, stand back and give place to me," cried Aylward, and seizing Badding round the waist he slung him into the dock. There was a cry of anger from the crowd, for Badding was the hero of all the Cinque Ports and had never yet met his match in manhood. The epitaph still lingers, in which it was said that he could never rest until he had foughten his fill. When, therefore, swimming like a duck, he reached a rope and pulled himself hand over hand up to the quay, all stood aghast to see what fell fate would befall this bold stranger. But Badding laughed loudly, dashing the salt water from his eyes and hair. "You have fairly won your place, archer," said he. "You are the very man for our work. Where is Black Simon of Norwich?" A tall, dark young man with a long, stern, lean face came forward. "I am with you, Cock," said he, "and I thank you for my place. You can come, Hugh Baddlesmere, and you, Hal Masters, and you, Deacon of Rye. That is enough. Now off in God's name, or it will be night ere we can come up with them." Already the headsails and mainsails had been raised, while 100 willing hands poled her off from the wharf. Now the wind caught her, heeling over, and quivering with eagerness like an unleashed hound, she flew through the opening and out into the channel. She was a famous little schooner, the Marie Rose of Winchelsea, and under her daring owner, Cock Badding, half trader and half pirate, she had brought back into port many a rich cargo taken out in mid-channel, and paid for it in blood rather than money. Small as she was, her great speed and the fierce character of her master had made her a name of terror along the French coast, and many a bulky Eastlander or Fleming, as he passed the narrow seas, had scanned the distant Kentish shore, fearing lest that ill-omened purple sail with a gold Christopher upon it should shoot out suddenly from the dim gray cliffs. Now she was clear of the land, with the wind on her larboard quarter, every inch of canvas set, and her high sharp bows smothered in foam as she dug through the waves. Cock Badding trod the deck with head erect and jaunty bearing, glancing up at the swelling sails and then ahead at the little tilted white triangle which stood out clear and hard against the bright blue sky. Behind was the lowland of the Camber marshes, with the bluffs of Rye and Winchelsea and the line of cliffs behind them. On the larboard bow rose the great white walls of Folkestone and of Dover, and far off on the distant skyline the great shimmer of those French cliffs for which the fugitives were making. "By Saint Paul!" cried Nigel, looking with eager eyes over the tossing waters. "It seems to me, Master Badding, that already we draw in upon them." The master measured the distance with his keen, steady gaze, and then looked up at the sinking sun. "We still have 4 hours of daylight," said he. "But if we do not lay her aboard ere darkness falls, she will save herself, for the nights are as black as a wolf's mouth, and if she alter her course I know not how we may follow her. Unless indeed you might guess to which port she was bound, and reach it before her." "Well thought of, little master," cried Badding. "If the news be for the French outside Calais, then Ambleteuse would be the nearest to Saint Omer. But my sweeting sails 3 paces to that lubber's 2, and if the wind holds we shall have time and to spare." "How now, archer? You do not seem so eager as when you made your way aboard this boat by slinging me into the sea." Aylward sat on the upturned keel of a skiff which lay upon the deck. He groaned sadly and held his green face between his 2 hands. "I would gladly sling you into the sea once more, master shipman," said he, "if by so doing I could get off this most accursed vessel of thine, or if you would wish to have your turn, then I would thank you if you would lend me a hand over the side, for indeed I am but a useless weight upon your deck. Little did I think that Samkin Aylward could be turned into a weakling by an hour of salt water. Alas the day that ever my foot wandered from the good red heather of Crooksbury." Cock Badding laughed loud and long. "Nay, take it not to heart, archer," he cried, "for better men than you or I have groaned upon this deck. The Prince himself, with 10 of his chosen knights, crossed with me once, and 11 sadder faces I never saw. Yet within a month they had shown at Cressy that they were no weaklings, as you will do also, I dare swear, when the time comes. Keep that thick head of thine down upon the planks, and all will be well anon. We raise her with every blast of the wind." It was indeed evident, even to the inexperienced eyes of Nigel, that the Marie Rose was closing in swiftly upon the stranger. She was a heavy, bluff-bowed, broad-sterned vessel which labored clumsily through the seas. The swift, fierce little Winchelsea boat, swooping and hissing through the waters behind her, was like some keen hawk whizzing downwind at the back of a flapping, heavy-bodied duck. Half an hour before, La Pucelle had been a distant patch of canvas. Now they could see the black hull, and soon the cut of her sails and the lines of her bulwarks. There were at least a dozen men upon her deck, and the twinkle of weapons from amongst them showed that they were preparing to resist. Cock Badding began to muster his own forces. He had a crew of 7 rough, hardy mariners who had been at his back in many a skirmish. They were armed with short swords, but Cock Badding carried a weapon peculiar to himself, a 20-pound blacksmith's hammer, the memory of which, as Badding's cracker, still lingers in the Cinque-Ports. Then there were the eager Nigel, the melancholy Aylward, Black Simon, who was a tried swordsman, and 3 archers, Baddlesmere, Masters, and Deacon of Rye, all veterans of the French war. The numbers in the 2 vessels might be about equal, but Badding, as he glanced at the bold, harsh faces which looked to him for orders, had little fear for the result. Glancing round, however, he saw something which was more dangerous to his plans than the resistance of the enemy. The wind, which had become more fitful and feebler, now fell suddenly away till the sails hung limp and straight above them. A belt of calm lay along the horizon, and the waves around had smoothed down into a long oily swell on which the 2 little vessels rose and fell. The great boom of the Marie Rose rattled, jarred with every lurch, and the high thin prow pointed skyward one instant and seaward the next in a way that drew fresh groans from the unhappy Aylward. In vain Cock Badding pulled on his sheets and tried hard to husband every little wandering gust which ruffled for an instant the sleek rollers. The French master was as adroit a sailor, and his boom swung round also as each breath of wind came up from astern. At last even these fitful puffs died finally away, and a cloudless sky overhung a glassy sea. The sun was almost upon the horizon behind Dungeness Point, and the whole western heaven was bright with the glory of the sunset, which blended sea and sky in one blaze of ruddy light. Like rollers of molten gold, the long swell heaved up channel from the great ocean beyond. In the midst of the immense beauty and peace of nature, the 2 little dark specks, with the white sail and the purple, rose and fell, so small upon the vast shining bosom of the waters, and yet so charged with all the unrest and the passion of life. The experienced eye of the seaman told him that it was hopeless to expect a breeze before nightfall. He looked across at the Frenchman, which lay less than a quarter of a mile ahead, and shook his gnarled fist at the line of heads which could be seen looking back over her stern. One of them waved a white kerchief in derision, and Cock Badding swore a bitter oath at the sight. "By Saint Leonard of Winchelsea," he cried, "I will rub my side up against her yet. Out with the skiff, lads, and 2 of you to the oars. Make fast the line to the mast, Will. Do you go into the boat, Hugh, and I'll make the second. Now, if we bend our backs to it, we may have them yet ere night cover them." The little skiff was swiftly lowered over the side, and the slack end of the cable fastened to the after thwart. Cock Badding and his comrades pulled as if they would snap their oars, and the little vessel began slowly to lurch forward over the rollers. But the next moment a larger skiff had splashed over the side of the Frenchman, and no less than 4 seamen were hard at work under her bows. If the Marie Rose advanced a yard, the Frenchman was going too. Again Cock Badding raved and shook his fist. He clambered aboard, his face wet with sweat and dark with anger. "Curse them! They have the best of us!" he cried. "I can do no more. Sir John has lost his papers, for indeed, now that night is at hand, I can see no way in which we can gain them." Nigel had leaned against the bulwark during these events, watching with keen attention the doings of the sailors, and praying alternately to St. Paul, St. George, and St. Thomas for a slant of wind which would put them alongside their enemy. He was silent, but his hot heart was simmering within him. His spirit had risen even above the discomfort of the sea, and his mind was too absorbed in his mission to have a thought for that which had laid Aylward flat upon the deck. He had never doubted that Cock Badding in one way or another would accomplish his end, but when he heard his speech of despair he bounded off the bulwark and stood before the seaman with his face flushed and all his soul afire. "By St. Paul, master shipman," he cried, "we should never hold up our heads in honor if we did not go further into the matter. Let us do some small deed this night upon the water, or let us never see land again, for indeed we could not wish fair a prospect of winning honorable advancement." "With your leave, little master, you speak like a fool," said the gruff seaman. You and all your kind are as children when once the blue water is beneath you. Can you not see that there is no wind, and that the Frenchman can warp her as swiftly as we? What then would you do?" Nigel pointed to the boat which towed astern. "Let us venture forth in her," said he, "and let us take this ship or die worshipful in the attempt." His bold and fiery words found their echo in the brave rough hearts around him. There was a deep-chested shout from both archers and seamen. Even Aylward sat up with a wan smile upon his green face. But Cock Badding shook his head. "I have never met the man who could lead where I would not follow," said he. "By Saint Leonard, this is a mad business, and I should be a fool if I were to risk my men and my ship. Bethink you, little master, that the skiff can only hold 5, though you load her to the water's edge. If there is a man yonder, there are 14, and you have to climb their side from the boat. What chance would you have? Your boat stove and you in the water, there is the end of it. No man of mine goes on such a fool's errand, and so I swear." "Then, Master Badding, I must crave the loan of your skiff, for by Saint Paul, the good Lord Chandos' papers are not to be so lightly lost. If no one else will come, then I will go alone." The shipman smiled at the words, but the smile died away from his lips when Nigel, with features set like ivory and eyes as hard as steel, pulled on the rope so as to bring the skiff under the counter. It was very clear that he would do even as he said. At the same time Aylward raised his bulky form from the deck, leaned for a moment against the bulwarks, and then tottered aft to his master's side. "Here is one who will go with you," said he, "or he would never dare show his face to the girls of Tilford again. Come, archers, let us leave these salt herrings in their pickle tub and try out our luck on the water." The 3 archers at once ranged themselves on the same side as their comrade. They were bronze, bearded men, short in stature, as were most Englishmen of that day, but hardy, strong, and skilled with their weapons. Each drew his string from its waterproof case and bent the huge arc of his warbow as he fitted it into the nocks. "Now, master, we are at your back," said they, as they pulled and tightened their sword belts. But already Cock Badding had been carried away by the hot lust of battle and had thrown aside every fear and doubt which had clouded him. To see a fight and not be in it was more than he could bear. "Oh nay, have it your own way," he cried, "and may Saint Leonard help us, for a madder venture I have never seen. And yet it may be worth the trial. But if it be done, let me have the handling of it, little master, for you know no more of a boat than I do of a war horse. The skiff can bear 5 and not a man more. Now, who will come?" They had all caught fire, and there was not one who would be left out. Badding picked up his hammer. "I will come myself," said he, "and you also, little master, since it is your hot head that has planned it. Then there is Black Simon, the best sword of the Cinque Ports. 2 archers can pull on the oars, and it may be that they can pick off 2 or 3 of these Frenchmen before we close with them. Hugh Battlesmere, and you, Deacon of Rye, into the boat with you." "What?" cried Aylward. "Am I to be left behind? I who am the squire's own man? Ill fare the bowman who comes betwixt me and yonder boat." "Nay, Aylward," said his master, "I order that you stay, for indeed you are a sick man." "But now that the waves have sunk, I am myself again. Nay, fair sir, I pray that you will not leave me behind." "You must needs make the space for a better man, for what do you know of the handling of a boat?" said Badding shortly. "No more fool's talk, I pray you, for the night will soon fall. Stand aside." Aylward looked hard at the French boat. "I could swim 10 times up and down Frensham Pond," said he, "and it will be strange if I cannot go as far as that. By these 10 finger bones, Samkin Aylward may be there as soon as you." The little boat with its 5 occupants pushed off from the side of the schooner, and dipping and rising made its slow way towards the Frenchman. Badding and 1 archer had single oars. The second archer was in the prow, while Black Simon and Nigel huddled into the stern, with the water lapping and hissing at their very elbows. A shout of defiance rose from the Frenchmen, and they stood in a line along the side of their vessel, shaking their fists and waving their weapons. Already the sun was level with Dungeness, and the gray of evening was blurring sky and water into one dim haze. A great silence hung over the broad expanse of nature, and no sound broke it save the dip and splash of the oars and the slow deep surge of the boat upon the swell. Behind them their comrades of the Marie Rose stood motionless and silent, watching their progress with eager eyes. They were near enough now to have a good look at the Frenchman. One was a big swarthy man with a long black beard. He had a red cap and an axe over his shoulder. There were 10 other hardy-looking fellows, all of them well armed, and there were 3 who seemed to be boys. "Shall we try a shaft upon them?" asked Hugh Baddlesmere. "They are well within our bowshot." "Only one of you can shoot at a time, for you have no footing," said Badding. "With one foot in the prow and the other over athwart, you will get your stance. Do what you may, and then we will close in upon them." The archer balanced himself in the rolling boat with the deftness of a man who has been trained upon the sea, for he was born and bred in the Cinque Ports. Carefully he nocked his arrow. Strongly he drew it, steadily he loosed it, but the boat swooped at the instant, and it buried itself in the waves. The second passed over the little ship, and the third struck in her black side. Then, in quick succession, so quick that 2 shafts were often in the air at the same instant, he discharged a dozen arrows, most of which just cleared the bulwarks and dropped upon the deck. There was a cry on the Frenchman, and the heads vanished from the side. "Enough!" cried Badding. "One is down, and it may be 2. Close in God's name, before they rally." He and the other bent to their oars, but at the same instant there was a sharp zip in the air and a hard, clear sound, like a stone striking a wall. Baddlesmere clapped his hand to his head, groaned, and fell forward out of the boat, leaving a swirl of blood upon the surface. A moment later the same fierce hiss ended in a loud wooden crash, and a short, thick crossbow bolt was buried deep in the side of their boat. "Close in! Close in!" roared Badding, tugging at his oar. "By St. George for England, St. Leonard for Winchelsea, close in!" But again that fatal crossbow twanged. Deacon of Rye fell back with a shaft through his shoulder. "God help me, I can no more," said he. Badding seized the oar from his hand, but it was only to sweep the boat's head round and pull her back to the Marie Rose. The attack had failed. "What now, master shipman?" cried Nigel. "What has befallen to stop us? Surely the matter does not end here." "2 down out of 5," said Badding, "and 12 at least against us. The odds are too long, little master. Let us at least go back, fill up once more, and raise a mantlet against the bolts, for they have an arbalest which shoots both straight and hard. But what we do we must do quickly, for the darkness falls apace." Their repulse had been hailed by wild yells of delight from the Frenchmen, who danced with joy and waved their weapons madly over their heads. But before their rejoicings had finished, they saw the little boat creeping out once more from the shadow of the Marie Rose, a great wooden screen in her bows to protect her from the arrows. Without a pause she came straight and fast for her enemy. The wounded archer had been put on board, and Aylward would have had his place had Nigel been able to see him upon the deck. The third archer, Hal Masters, had sprung in, and one of the seamen, Wat Finnis of Hythe. With their hearts hardened to conquer or die, the 5 ran alongside the Frenchman and sprang upon her deck. At the same instant a great iron weight crashed through the bottom of their skiff, and their feet had hardly left her before she was gone. There was no hope and no escape save victory. The crossbowman stood under the mast, his terrible weapon at his shoulder, the steel string stretched taut, the heavy bolt shining upon the nut. One life at least he would claim out of this little band. Just for one instant too long did he dwell upon his aim, shifting from the seaman to Cock Badding, whose formidable appearance showed him to be the better prize. In that second of time Hal Masters' string twanged and his long arrow sped through the arbalaster's throat. He dropped on the deck with blood and curses pouring from his mouth. A moment later Nigel's sword and Badding's hammer had each claimed a victim and driven back the rush of assailants. The 5 were safe upon the deck, but it was hard for them to keep their footing there. The French seamen, Bretons and Normans, were stout, powerful fellows, armed with axes and swords, fierce fighters and brave men. They swarmed round the little band, attacking them from all sides. Black Simon felled the black-bearded French captain, and at the same instant was cut over the head and lay with his scalp open upon the deck. The seaman Wat of Hythe was killed by a crashing blow from an axe. Nigel was struck down, but was up again like a flash, and drove his sword through the man who had felled him. But Badding, Masters the archer, and he had been hustled back to the bulwark, and were barely holding their own from minute to minute against a fierce crowd who assailed them, when an arrow coming apparently from the sea struck the foremost Frenchman to the heart. A moment later a boat dashed up alongside, and 4 more men from the Marie Rose scrambled onto the blood-stained deck. With one fierce rush the remaining Frenchmen were struck down or were seized by the assailants. 9 prostrate men upon the deck showed how fierce had been the attack, how desperate the resistance. Badding leaned, panting, upon his blood-clotted hammer. "By Saint Leonard!" he cried, "I thought that this little master had been the death of us all. God wot, you were but just in time, and how you came I know not. This archer has had a hand in it by the look of him." Aylward, still pale from his sea sickness and dripping from head to foot with water, had been the first man in the rescue party. Nigel looked at him in amazement. "I sought you aboard the ship, Aylward, but I could not lay eyes on you," said he.
"It was because I was in the water, fair sir, and by my hilt it suits my stomach better than being on it," he answered. "When you first set forth I swam behind you, for I saw that the Frenchman's boat hung by a rope, and I thought that while you kept him in play I might gain it. I had reached it when you were driven back, so I hid behind it in the water, and said my prayers as I have not said them for many a day. Then you came again, and no one had an eye for me, so I clambered into it, cut the rope, took the oars which I found there, and brought her back for more men." "By Saint Paul, you have acted very wisely and well," said Nigel, "and I think that of all of us it is you who have won most honor this day. But of all these men, dead and alive, I see none who resembles that red ferret whom my Lord Chandos has described, and who has worked such despite upon us in the past. It would indeed be an evil chance if he has, in spite of all of our pains, made his way to France in some other boat." "That we shall soon find out," said Badding. "Come with me, and we will search the ship from truck to keel ere he escapes us." There was a scuttle at the base of the mast which led down into the body of the vessel, and the Englishmen were approaching this when a strange sight brought them to a stand. A round brazen head had appeared in the square dark opening. An instant afterward a pair of shining shoulders followed. Then slowly the whole figure of a man in complete plate armor emerged on the deck. In his gauntleted hand he carried a heavy steel mace. With this uplifted he moved toward his enemies, silent save for the ponderous clank of his footfall. It was an inhuman, machine-like figure, menacing and terrible, devoid of all expression, slow-moving, inexorable and awesome. A sudden wave of terror passed over the English seamen. One of them tried to pass and get behind the brazen man, but he was pinned against the side by a quick movement, and his brains dashed out by a smashing blow from the heavy mace. Wild panic seized the others, and they rushed back to the boat. Aylward strung an arrow, but his bowstring was damp, and the shaft rang loudly upon the shining breastplate and glanced off into the sea. Masters struck the brazen head with a sword, but the blade snapped without injuring the helmet, and an instant later the bowman was stretched senseless on the deck. The seamen shrank from this terrible silent creature and huddled in the stern, all the fight gone out of them. Again he raised his mace and was advancing on the helpless crowd, where the brave were encumbered and hampered by the weaklings, when Nigel shook himself clear and bounded forward into the open, his sword in his hand and a smile of welcome upon his lips. The sun had set, and one long mauve gash across the western channel was closing swiftly into the dull grays of early night. Above, a few stars began to faintly twinkle, yet the twilight was still bright enough for an observer to see every detail of the scene. The Marie rose, dipping and rising on the long rollers astern. The broad French boat, with its white deck blotched with blood and littered with bodies. The group of men in the stern, some trying to advance and some seeking to escape, all a confused, disorderly, struggling rabble. Then, betwixt them and the mast, the two figures, the armed shining man of metal with hand upraised, watchful, silent, motionless, and Nigel, bareheaded and crouching, with quick foot, eager eyes, and fearless, happy face, moving this way and that, in and out, his sword flashing like a gleam of light, as he sought at all points for some opening in the brazen shell before him. It was clear to the man in armor that if he could but pen his antagonist in a corner, he would beat him down without fail, but it was not to be done. The unhampered man had the advantage of speed. With a few quick steps he could always glide to either side and escape the clumsy rush. Aylward and Badding had sprung out to Nigel's assistance, but he shouted to them to stand back with such authority and anger in his voice that their weapons dropped to their sides. With staring eyes and set features they stood watching that unequal fight,
Once it seemed that all was over with the squire, for in springing back from his enemy he tripped over one of the bodies which strewed the deck and fell flat upon his back, but with a swift wriggle he escaped the heavy blow which thundered down upon him, and springing to his feet he bit deeply into the Frenchman's helmet with a sweeping cut in return. Again the mace fell, and this time Nigel had not quite cleared himself. His sword was beaten down, and the blow fell partly upon his left shoulder. He staggered, and once more the iron club whirled upward to dash him to the ground. Quick as a flash it passed through his mind that he could not leap beyond its reach, but he might get within it. In an instant he had dropped his sword, and springing in he had seized the brazen man round the waist. The mace was shortened and the handle jobbed down once more upon the bare flaxen head. Then, with a sonorous clang and a yell of delight from the spectators, Nigel with one mighty wrench tore his enemy from the deck and hurled him down upon his back. His own head was whirling, and he felt that his senses were slipping away, but already his hunting knife was out and pointing through the slit in the brazen helmet. "Give yourself up, fair sir," said he. "Never to fishermen and to archers. I am a gentleman of coat armor. Kill me." "I also am a gentleman of coat armor. I promise you quarter." "Then, sir, I surrender myself to you." The dagger tinkled down upon the deck. Seamen and archers ran forward to find Nigel half senseless upon his face. They drew him off, and a few deft blows struck off the helmet of his enemy. A head, sharp featured, freckled and foxy red, disclosed itself beneath it. Nigel raised himself on his elbow for an instant. "You are the Red Ferret," said he. "So my enemies call me," said the Frenchman with a smile. "I rejoice, sir, that I have fallen to so valiant and honorable a gentleman." "I thank you, fair sir," said Nigel feebly. "I also rejoice that I have encountered so debonair a person, and I shall ever bear in mind the pleasure which I have had from our meeting." So saying, he laid his bleeding head upon his enemy's brazen front and sank into a dead faint. End of chapter 14.